After the fierce battle at the Kagon Falls Research Facility, where Mudano's group and the Kikoku unit joined forces to rescue the Oni hostages, another attack strikes, this time in Koenji. Amid the chaos, Shiki kills Mamura, taking a life for the first time. What impact will this have on him moving forward? And who leaked the research data during the assault? A hidden hand is at play, and in this next arc, the truth begins to surface. Let's find out. Finally, Shiki and his classmates returned once more to Risetsu Academy. That night, while they were sleeping in their room, Shiki had a dream. He broke out in a sweat as the scene of him killing Kasabi, the Momo Research Facility director, came to mind. The image of Kasabi's bloodied body lying lifeless on the floor resurfaced in his thoughts, causing him to suddenly jolt awake. His unease was obvious. Drenched in sweat, he cursed under his breath. On the lower bunk, Kugisaki was stirred awake by the sound and grew concerned. The next day, the class gathered on the field as Mudano announced that he would be training them to sustain their blood erosion release for longer durations. He ordered everyone to release their blood erosion. Shiki suddenly looked troubled, and when Yoroshi asked him what was wrong, Mudano overheard them. Staring at his hands, Shiki replied that he couldn't seem to release his blood erosion properly. Yusurube chimed in, saying, "Well, it's because they just got back from Kagon Falls." Shiki smiled faintly and admitted that was true. Meanwhile, Kugisaki quietly observed from the side. A short while later, Mudano wrapped up the class, announcing that he would be leaving tomorrow and would be gone for a few days. Still, he warned them not to get carried away. Afterward, the students headed back toward the dorms. As they walked, Shiki kept his head down, looking troubled. He was wondering why he couldn't do it properly, but deep down, he already knew the reason. Again, the image of Kasabi's lifeless body before him flashed in his mind. Suddenly, Bialbugora asked how he was doing, checking if he was okay. Looking at her, Shiki smiled and said yes, he was fine. Bialbugora explained she just wanted to make sure because he looked pale. Shiki chuckled and thanked her for her concern. This made Bialbugora suddenly flustered, realizing he didn't want her to worry about him. Shiki, noticing this, became a bit concerned. Bialbugora added that it wasn't just her complexion. Her dark and sorrowful heart also made her wonder what she was doing and why she worried for others. Shiki told her to stop being so harsh on herself all the time. Meanwhile, Yoroshi advised him that as long as he ate and slept well, he'd be fine, and that they should take a bath later before dinner. From the side, Yusurube suddenly brought up when he would start cleaning the school grounds. Yoroshi hadn't expected that question. Yusurube laughed and wished him good luck with it. Irritated, Yoroshi asked if he wasn't going to help him or something. Yusurube just laughed and said it was his punishment. Shiki smiled quietly at their playful banter. Meanwhile, Kiriyama suddenly appeared behind him and called out to him, startling and scaring him. Kiriyama asked if he needed medicine to help ease his anxiety. Shiki insisted that he shouldn't say it like he was some lunatic. Kiriyama then recommended Hankikobukudo Yakami Shoyasin and Alignament Aibio, saying those were among the things that had helped him. He opened his coat to show what he was carrying, and when Shiki saw the supply he had, he was surprised by how many medicines Kiriyama actually took. Sazanami chuckled and said that he now had a panacea, a remedy or solution for all difficulties and illnesses, and that panacea was her. Kiriyama was baffled by the remark, prompting Sazanami to approach him. Kiriyama, with no other choice, agreed. Then Kiriyama turned back to Shiki, telling him that at first, he wouldn't be able to do anything, so he should just cheer up. Shiki thanked him and said he appreciated it. In his mind, Shiki thought that everyone in his group already knew that he had killed someone for the first time. Sazanami remarked that she wasn't worried about anything except Rokuro, and Shiki simply agreed. Instead of heading back to his room, Shiki went somewhere else. Opening the door, he was surprised by what he saw. His teacher Mudano was there along with the doctor, Kyoya. Kyoya asked what had happened, and Shiki struggled to answer, eventually saying he just felt a bit strange. Mudano advised him to sit down, which puzzled him. Once seated, Mudano asked if he had been sleeping well. Shiki was confused by the question and didn't know what to say. After a moment, he apologized saying he didn't want to lie. Mudano explained that the first time a person kills someone, they often feel a bit shaken, and that there was nothing unusual about that. Kyoya agreed, saying that the director was a pretty bad guy. Thanks to Shiki, he added, that man could no longer victimize anyone. Shiki also thought the same. If the director were still alive, he would have continued doing such things. That's why it wasn't wrong to have killed him. However, even if he tried to make excuses or justify it, it wouldn't change what had happened. Mudano agreed. Either way, the result was the same, so there was no point in making excuses or justifications. Even so, Shiki still couldn't get it out of his mind. The feeling in the moment he killed him, and the look on the research facility director's face as he died. He admitted that, truthfully, he hadn't been prepared for that moment. Before he knew it, it was over. It had ended just like that. He told himself to just do it and shoot him. And so, he still couldn't believe he had stained his hands with that feeling. Kyoya said that no one could accept something like that right away, not even he or Danochi, meaning Mudano. Shiki wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a good thing. Looking down at his hands, he said that above all, he had now realized that his decision wasn't a mistake, but he admitted that he had only needed to confirm it. The two of them paused and thought at his words. Mudano then told him that unfortunately, there was no way to confirm something like that, because, in the first place, fighting itself was wrong. However, if he was prepared to step onto the battlefield and kill, then he should also be ready to have his own life taken from him. Mudano was certain that the director he had killed had been ready to take lives, even if he killed an Oni by accident. He reminded him about wanting to become an Oni who could laugh and live life to the fullest. That dream, Mudano said, comes with many hardships, and sometimes it would require him to bathe in the blood of others. This had been the first time he experienced that. If Shiki was wondering how people lived with that knowledge in their minds, then, in that sense, it remains a blank canvas. He could paint it with any colors he wanted, or he could simply set the brush down. The decision was his. Shiki fell silent at their advice. They were right, and he said he would think about it a little more. Kyoya offered to give him some sleeping pills, and Shiki thanked him. As he was about to leave, Shiki stopped when Mudano brought up his earlier statement about staining his hands. Some things, Mudano said, could never be understood unless your own hands had been soiled, damaged, and torn. Shiki stepped out of the room, giving a quiet nod in agreement. Meanwhile, the room remained quiet for a moment. Then Kyoya drew back the curtain to the side and asked why someone was hiding there. It turned out to be Kogasaki. Kyoya explained that it was Kogasaki who had first told him that Shiki had been acting strangely. Arms crossed, Kogasaki replied that if he had been present, Shiki might not have said anything or revealed anything at all. Kyoya then remarked that he was being really kind to Shiki. As he stepped outside, Kogasaki couldn't believe that Kyoya had just said he was kind to him. But Kyoya insisted that he wasn't all that bad. Mudano then said that this was the path walked by all fighting Oni, but it was never an easy one. That, he added, was their sin. Kyoya thought about those words. Mudano continued, saying that if only they had managed to end the war in their generation, then the younger generations wouldn't have to stain their own hands. If that couldn't be called a sin, then he didn't know what could. Kyoya commented that Mudano was far too kind. He told him not to be too nice about it, because it only made him sad. That reminded Kyoya that he would also be heading to Suganami tomorrow. Mudano confirmed it. Kyoya explained that he had returned after treating the seriously injured, but even so, he didn't feel like coming back because of the overwhelming amount of work. Even though he had only just returned, he had put in a great deal of effort there. Mudano pointed out that it couldn't be helped. It had been an emergency. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Yusurube was looking for Shiki, wondering if he might be in the infirmary. As he passed the nurse's office, he overheard Kyoya talking about the unexpected Momo takeover in Suganami. Yusurube stopped in his tracks upon hearing that, then hurriedly opened the door, startling them. Kyoya looked at him in surprise, while Yusurube asked if it was true that Suganami had fallen. Kyoya confirmed it, adding that it was the reason they would be heading to Suganami tomorrow. Yusurube seemed troubled by the news and asked with concern if they would also be going. Kyoya replied that he had wanted to ask for their help because of the lack of manpower, but it had only been 3 days since the incident at Kagon Falls. Yusurube then pleaded to be allowed to join them, insisting that his younger sibling was in Suganami. They hadn't expected to hear that. Once again, Usurube begged them to take him along. Kyoya turned to Mudano, whom he called Dano-chi, and asked for his opinion. Mudano simply called Usurube by name and told him to gather everyone in the classroom right now. They would be discussing what would happen tomorrow. Usurube apologized and expressed deep gratitude, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. The next day, they could be seen aboard a boat. Inside, Shiki was uneasy about how boldly they were sailing it, saying they could easily be spotted. Kyoya replied that it was because the other Resetsu instructors had abilities that could completely conceal the vessel. Shiki grew curious, admitting he had never seen the other teachers before. Meanwhile, Yaoroshi was impressed by how spacious the boat was. After a while, Shiki noticed Usurube quiet on the other side, deep in thought. He approached and asked about his younger sister. Usurube confirmed that he did have a sister but had never told them, as he didn't want them to worry. She was frail, he explained. At present, she was undergoing treatment and living with their mother. The others listened as he continued, admitting that his own ability was not suited for battle, but he joined Resetsu because he wanted to become strong enough to protect his sister. Still, he could hardly believe what had happened to Suganami. In hindsight, perhaps he should have sent her to the countryside. Looking around at them, he apologized for getting them involved. Shiki told him he was determined to help. But from behind, Yaoroshi remarked that Shiki couldn't even release his blood erosion yet. Shiki told him to shut up. Once more, Usurube apologized and thanked them. When they reached their destination, they were met by Murata Hinosuke, a Suganami Ward Oni member. He greeted them, saying he had been waiting for them. For now, he said, they would head underground, as they would need to change routes 3 times before reaching Suganami. Intrigued by the mention of changing routes, they saw a manhole cover nearby. They entered through it and boarded a vehicle that transported them underground. Curious, they wondered how it was possible to travel by car beneath the surface, and just how deep it went. Upon disembarking, they noticed the place was as complex as Naruma. Then a voice spoke, saying that even if they got lost, he wouldn't help them. Shiki turned and was surprised to see Captain Masumi, Kaoru, Inami, and Nekasaki there. Inami was glad to see them, saying it had been a while. He added that the energy of youth was refreshing, but suddenly coughed up blood, worrying them. Usurube noticed Nekasaki standing off to the side, looking frightened, and asked what was wrong. Nekasaki denied it, but then flinched when a hand rested on his shoulder. It was Captain Masumi, telling him to hurry and not waste any more time talking. They had to go. The frightened Nekasaki simply answered, "Meow." Kyoya explained that Nekasaki could never oppose Masumi. Curious, Yaoroshi asked why, and Kaoru said it was because he was a sly cat. Because of that, he seemed good at getting close to people, but Captain Masumi had seen right through him at a glance. Shiki was impressed by Kaoru's remark, calling it admirable. Nekasaki grew paranoid from the way Captain Masumi stared at him, eyes like a snake's. At last, they arrived in Suganami Ward. The one who oriented them there was Suganami Ward Oni Agency Combat Squadron Vice Captain Yaki Taiga. He thanked them for all gathering together. Inside a conference room, he said he would be discussing the current situation as well as the future of Suganami. While listening, Shiki commented that he looked cool. Upon hearing that, Taiga reacted with a "what the hell," asking why there were brats in this meeting. Yaoroshi, offended, asked if there was a problem. Taiga replied that no one told him those brats would be arriving, and he was annoyed because he hadn't prepared any treats that those cute kids would enjoy. Shiki and the others were confused by what he meant. Taiga went on to say that if he'd known the kids were coming, he would have prepared Happy Turn. The only thing he had on hand was yokan, a Japanese sweet bean jelly, and they would have to eat that instead. They didn't expect such a remark. Kaoru explained that while Taiga might look like a tough guy, he was actually very kind. So much so that some people even called him Virgin Mary. Still, Taiga couldn't believe the kids were present in such a dangerous battlefield. He said it was far too dangerous. But Mudano responded that this time, he should let them participate in the recapture of Suganami. Taiga admitted he often wondered what Mudano would do in such situations, but he still felt it was excessive to throw students into the battlefield. Mudano replied that it was even more dangerous to send them into the military after graduation without ever knowing what the battlefield was like. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to protect them. He was certain that his own battlefield experience as a student had been useful to him. Inami, coughing as he spoke, interjected that Taiga shouldn't underestimate the growth of young people. They were strong and would only grow stronger. The overflowing vitality of youth, he said, brought life to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Masumi told Nekasaki to stop rattling in his seat, prompting him to apologize for disturbing them and promised to stay quiet. Taiga scratched his head and said he understood, but told the students that if they got injured today, they should go straight to Kyoya. There was nothing more painful than seeing a child hurt, he added, before calling them idiots. They didn't expect those words, and Yusurube thought to himself how gentle and kind he really was. Masumi then asked what had happened to his captain. Just as Taiga was about to answer, they suddenly heard someone say that the person he was talking to was the worst. Because of that, Shiki and the other students peeked toward the door, curious. A woman was complaining to the man she was with, asking how many other women he had been with besides her. The man thought for a moment and replied, "About 26. The woman grew angry, saying there should be a limit, and repeatedly called him an idiot. Having overheard this, Shiki and the others became curious about who this womanizer was. Yaoroshi, meanwhile, wondered about having two girlfriends. Shouldn't a person only have one? Yusurube commented that this guy was way over capacity. While drinking from a bottle, the man asked why she was so angry in the first place. It turned out to be the Suganami Ward Oni Agency Combat Unit Captain, Shion Kuchimori. He declared that he loved all of them, 100% from the bottom of his heart. Entering the room, Kuchimori greeted Mudano, Kyoya, and Masumi, thanking them for their hard work. But he was puzzled as to why there were kids present. Mudano replied that this time, they would be participating. Kuchimori didn't seem pleased. He said he didn't like having kids around because they died too quickly. Shiki was irritated by that remark, especially since he was drinking, and Yaoroshi and Yusurube were also annoyed. Yusurube said that one day, a woman would stab him to death. Kuchimori's response was that that would be the best. Dying at the hands of a woman you were with, he said, was the best way to go. Everyone would die alone on the battlefield anyway, so he thought it was better that way. He then turned to Biabagora, calling her an angel. He said he thought Biabagora was a beautiful angel and wanted to learn about her compassion, asking if she could teach him. He then requested her contact details, which Biabagora didn't expect at all. The others commented that Kuchimori picked up women as easily as breathing. Sitting down, Kuchimori remarked that many women loved many people and asked Kyoya if he was right. Kyoya replied that while he reached out to many on the battlefield, in love, he was single-minded. Because the talk had shifted to love, Mudano commented that they were wasting time. He wanted to hear the mission details already. Taiga then explained that the current situation was that the Suganami Ward Oni Agency was now in danger. Koenji had been attacked once and was almost completely destroyed. Both the medical unit and the reconnaissance unit had been defeated. That was why Masumi and Kyoya are there. On top of that, the entire Koenji area was now surrounded by the Momo. Most of the Oni residents in that area were still hiding and unable to evacuate, but it wouldn't be long before the enemy found and killed them. The only consolation, he said, was that all Oni, except for those in Koenji, had already been evacuated. Shiki said he wanted to rescue them immediately. Kaoru explained that Oni who lived in towns and cities were required to register with the basic Oni agency. If they did so, they could learn evacuation procedures in case of an emergency, and in the event something happened, he could help locate them. Patrolling towns for Oni was also the job of a patroller. Yusurube agreed with that. Kyoya then added that this time, the first place attacked was Koenji. Information about the attack spread quickly, allowing the surrounding demons to evacuate right away. Kogasaki asked what the problem was if they were surrounded. Couldn't they just disguise themselves as normal people and run away? Masumi replied that of course they would do that if it were possible, then called him an idiot. He then showed something on a tablet and explained that as of now, the Koenji area was completely isolated. According to the government announcement, the explosion was supposedly caused by a toxic gas leak, and 90% of the residents in the area had been evacuated. Shiki and the others looked at the news and thought to themselves that the claim about the toxic gas was obviously fake news. Yusurube lowered his head when it was mentioned that Koenji was under quarantine. This made him curious about just how powerful the Momotaro agency really was. Masumi replied that, of course, it was the Momotaro agency that had isolated them. Their intention was clearly to turn the area into a dead end in order to completely wipe out the Oni. An even more troubling matter, Masumi continued, was that the Momo had developed a device capable of determining whether a person was a demon or not based on their blood. Everyone in the area would be inspected to see whether they had been affected by the so-called toxic gas. Because of this, even if they wanted to escape from the local quarantine zone, they wouldn't be able to. Taiga added that there were now fewer than 100 Oni remaining, and their top priority was to help them escape. Yaoshi asked that even if they said they could help evacuate them, how could they do so if the area was surrounded? Kaoru answered that there were certain evacuation routes leading to neighboring wards that were connected through underground passages. Taiga went on to explain that aside from evacuating the trapped Oni, there was one more thing they had to accomplish there, and that was to defeat the Captain Momo officer of Suganami. The decision-making power in Suganami Ward rested with the Suganami Ward commander. If they killed the commander, his decision-making power would be lost, and after the siege, the isolation would be lifted. Kyoya asked what kind of person the Suganami commander was. Kuchimori thought about it, and said that, honestly, the commander rarely appeared in public. They had clashed many times before, and the Oni had always been the victims, but they had never experienced such a large-scale conflict until now. He wondered aloud why the commander had suddenly become so motivated. It then cut to a scene showing a Momo counting money. Someone reported to him that Mudano had entered Suganami, to which he simply replied, I see. For Oiranzaka and Masumi, the bounty was 50 million each, for Mudano, 100 million, and for Shiki, the son of the Kishin, 300 million. If he could manage to kill them all, then he would receive a special reward of 500 million yen from HQ. The sound of a money counter echoed through the room, as that Momo grew excited at the thought of earning such a huge sum. This Momo was none other than the target they had been looking for, the Momotaro Suganami Unit's 5th Unit Commander, Mamajawa Okio. Back at the Oni meeting, Kiriyama said they had many strong fighters there, so it shouldn't be too difficult to bring down just a single enemy unit. Kaoru was also deep in thought about the matter. The scene then shifted to another location, where two individuals were talking about arriving at the site. One was certain their arrival was expected. The other was curious about what the plan was. The Momotaro, they noted, were diligently training and getting stronger each day through both practice and actual combat. It was also possible they could call for reinforcements, much like in the fairy tales. The other replied that he never expected they would be summoned to come there and provide support in the same way as in the fairy tales. These two turned out to be the Naruma officers of the Momotaro organization's 20th unit, Commander Momoka Tsukiyomi and Vice Commander Mamakiku Osuke. Now that the city was already in a state of destruction, Osuke wondered if they could have some fun there. Tsukiyomi agreed. It was odd, but Miorimpa sensei had said it would be fine, and he was certain he was right. Back in the meeting room at Suganami, Kiriyama asked if it was truly safe for them to be there. Kaoru replied that although the Momo had already discovered some of the entrances and exits, the place was like a maze. To ensure their safety, he had destroyed certain paths so the enemy couldn't reach them. Masumi added that they should keep that conversation strictly confidential. It was possible that someone within the Oni Corporation was connected to the Momo. This revelation left Yaoshi and the others visibly shocked. Masumi went on to explain that during the attack 3 days ago, Inami and Hagure had been injured and requested backup. However, the combat unit had also been engaged, so no one else could help, leaving Masumi to go himself. The enemy had been aware of his abilities, as well as those of Inami and Hagure, catching the two off guard. Inami confirmed this while coughing up blood, admitting that it happened because they had let their guard down. Still, Nekasaki found it hard to believe that the Momo could know such things. Masumi addressed him again, prompting an apologetic response. Masumi then emphasized that only a few people knew about their abilities, the conditions for activation, and their effects. The only conclusion he could draw was that someone from their side had leaked the information. Yusurube asked if he was certain, but Masumi admitted he wasn't. All they could do now was stay vigilant, be very careful. Tsuganami Vice Captain Taiga interjected, saying that if they kept worrying, they wouldn't move forward. They needed to rescue the Oni and fight the Momo captains. Those were the two objectives. Mudano then ordered Shiki to assist Masumi and the others in the rescue, while he would take on the commanders. Yusurube questioned why Shiki wouldn't be joining them, and Kyoya explained it was because Shiki wasn't feeling well. Instead, he would help treat the injured in the area. Taiga stated that the plan would take place around midnight, so they needed to be ready by then. He told the students to get to bed early, reminding them that staying up late was bad for their body. The students responded with a firm, "Yes, sir." After the meeting, while walking, Taiga advised Shiki to listen to him, avoid drinking too much caffeine, make sure to stretch every day, listen to the sound of the waves to relax, and go to bed early. Shiki commented that he sounded more like a mom than Mother Mary. Meanwhile, Kaoru told Shion to return the money he had lent him. Shion replied that he lost it in horse racing and would just borrow from a girl instead. This prompted Shiki to remark that he was a straight-up asshole. Shion then said that he'll be with a girl until the time came. Since yesterday he had been Kuu, so today he would be with me. Curious, Kaoru asked who he was referring to. Shion explained that Kuu was the chick with a 3-digit weight who loved hayashi rice, or hashed beef with rice. Hearing that, Shiki was shocked at the 3-digit part, and it's huge. Shion clarified that if she could fill his field of vision, then that was just perfect for him. Me, on the other hand, was the shy type who enjoyed listening to the last words of death row inmates. Because of these descriptions, Shiki told him his type sounded like a bit of a mess. Shion countered that his range was as vast as the universe, and even Jupiter can get it. Suddenly, Shiki asked Yusurube to tell them about his younger sister. Yusurube then shared his story with Kaoru. Viaobugoro wished that he would be able to find her, and Yaoroshi agreed. They were then given their uniforms and told to wear them. Upon reaching his room, Shiki took out the gun he had brought, just in case, and held it while recalling the events in Kyoto. He was startled when a warning buzzer suddenly went off. He stepped out to see what was happening. Kiriyama was in disbelief when he heard that it was an enemy attack, stammering as he asked what they should do. Kyoya, arms crossed, asked if it was an intruder, confidently stating that they wouldn't be able to make it all the way inside. Just then, someone called Captain Masumi, and when he asked what was going on, Kaoru reported that a large group of Momo was heading toward them without hesitation. Thanks to his ability, he had detected them. When Masumi asked what that meant, Kaoru simply said he didn't know. He didn't have time to block the path anymore. This made Masumi wonder if information about the underground had been leaked. Still, even with that, he noted that it would be difficult for the enemy to get there without hesitation. Mudano then told him to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Mudano instructed Shiki to stay in his room, but Shiki refused, insisting that he would fight as well. While on standby, Masumi asked how many Momotaro were out there, and using his ability, Kaoru determined that around 200 were approaching. Because of this, Masumi ordered that everyone except the combat members remain in the room. Taiga, irritated with his captain, called him a stupid dick for choosing this time to sleep with a woman. Masumi said she would leave the matter to Mudano, who agreed. Moments later, a large number of Momo, armed with various weapons, charged toward them, prompting the Oni to prepare for battle. Without hesitation, the Momo group attacked, so Shiki first aimed his gun at them. However, his mind drifted back to the image of Masumi, the one he had killed before. Because he spaced out, the Momotaro in front of him got the opportunity to strike. Thankfully, Kogasaki noticed and called out to him. Just in time, someone blocked the sword that was about to slash Shiki. It was Yaoroshi, who demanded to know what the enemy was doing to his friend. Seeing this, Kogasaki told Shiki that if he couldn't fight, he should just fall back. Kogasaki then attacked the Momo in front of him using the blade on his arm, causing blood to gush from the enemy's body. Even so, the Momo didn't fall. He was still able to fight back using his two weapons. Kogasaki realized it was a tough opponent. He called to Shiki and ordered him to take Yusurube, but stopped when he noticed something strange. He wondered what had just happened, unsure if he was imagining it. Meanwhile, Kiriyama was shaking as he noted how strong their enemies were. Sazanami, however, smiled and reassured him that she would protect him every step of the way. From behind, someone arrived, apologizing for being late. Taiga looked at him and called him an idiot, saying he had finally shown up. Biting his thumb, the newcomer thought Taiga was probably furious with him. When blood began to drip, he said he was starting to feel motivated. This was none other than the Tsuganami combat captain, Kuchimori, who activated his blood erosion release, sane out of business. A book made of blood appeared in his right hand, from which he used a water charm or water spell, summoning fish from its pages. Not just one, but countless fish emerged and formed into a massive one. He ordered them to attack, sending them straight toward the Oni whose backs were turned. To their shock, the area was suddenly engulfed by swarms of fish, which pierced multiple parts of their enemies' bodies. Shion Kuchimori's blood erosion release, sane out of business, manifest the story opened from his blood-formed book. Witnessing this, Yaoroshi was impressed, while Taiga was fuming over how late Kuchimori had arrived. Kuchimori apologized, explaining that he was getting laid, prompting Kaoru to remark that it was the worst excuse for lateness in history. Kuchimori insisted he wasn't finished yet, as two massive fish composed of smaller ones swirled around him. Taiga told them to finish it quickly. Most of the intruders were already lying sprawled on the ground. Still, they wondered how those enemies had managed to get so deep into their base. This was bad news, meaning there truly was a traitor among them. They didn't know who yet, but for now, they needed to relocate their base. Mudano pointed out that many of their members were injured, which meant they'd be short on manpower. Kyoya said he needed more people stationed there. A hand went up. Yusuru-Bei volunteered, saying he would also stay, as his ability could help keep watch. Kaoru agreed that having someone to help detect enemies would be valuable. Kogasaki then volunteered to remain as well. Kyoya called for Shiki, Kogasaki, and Yusuru-Bei to come with him. Shiki found it odd that Kogasaki didn't go with Mudano, but Kogasaki simply told him to shut up. As they walked, Kogasaki warned Shiki to keep his eyes on Yusuru-Bei at all times, a statement that left Shiki utterly shocked. So Shiki asked why Kogasaki needed him to keep an eye on Juji. Kogasaki explained that earlier, when the Momo attacked all at once, the moment a Momo squad member laid eyes on Yusuru-Bei, they would suddenly stop attacking. Shiki suggested that maybe Kogasaki was just mistaken. Perhaps he was only feeling nervous. Kogasaki thought it over again, but deep down, he knew he wasn't wrong. Shiki then approached Yaoroshi to thank him for saving him earlier. Yaoroshi told him not to mention it, saying he knew very well what it felt like to be in a bad mental state, then laughed. Mudano then handed Shiki a gun, explaining that it didn't have live ammunition. Shiki quickly recognized what kind it was, a rubber bullet gun. Mudano clarified that it had less power than a real bullet, but was strong enough to crack something. If fired under the head, it wouldn't kill the target. Shiki froze for a moment, staring at it. Mudano told him it was fine if he wanted to evacuate along with the other injured members. This surprised Shiki. Mudano added that leaving the decision unclear on whether he'd stay or go would only cause a nuisance. Realizing that Mudano was right, Shiki decided he'd do his best a little longer. The group then split into teams. Masumi, Kaoru, Yaoroshi, Kiriyama, Sazanami, and Biabugora would go rescue the trapped Oni. Taiga, Kuchimori, Mudano, Inami, and Nekasaki would take on the commanders. Staying behind would be Kyoya, Shiki, Yusuru-Bei, and Kogasaki. Kyoya instructed them to use smartphones with anti-jamming measures to track their locations. And Shiki wished everyone to stay safe. Suddenly, Kiriyama changed his mind and said he would stay behind as well. Because of his decision, Sazanami decided to stay with him. Masumi, however, shut them down and told them they were leaving. Kyoya bid them farewell, and Kiriyama was left teary-eyed. Kyoya went straight to his battlefield, the infirmary, where he began helping the injured Oni. Many of them were already lying in rows, each with bandages wrapped around their wounds. He declared that as long as he was there, he wouldn't allow anyone to die. He asked if the blood transfusion packs were ready, and Yusuru-Bei confirmed they were. Kyoya then asked Yusuru-Bei to help boil water and instructed Kogasaki to assist in guarding the other combatants. Hearing this, Shiki asked where that left him. Kyoya told him he'd be coming along with him. Kogasaki thought to himself that Shiki still didn't know to be suspicious of Yusurube, so it seemed he would be the only one keeping an eye on him. Kyoya then began using his ability, tending to the wounded Oni. He told one patient that he was fine now and could rest in the next room, and afterward, just follow the staff's instructions to evacuate. He asked Shiki to assist in helping him move, and Shiki followed without hesitation. As they walked, the injured Oni thanked Shiki, saying it was impressive for someone so young. Shiki denied it, saying that Kyoya was the impressive one. The Oni agreed that Kyoya was admirable, but added that it didn't make Shiki any less great. After all, he had helped save him. Hearing that made Shiki pause in thought. Upon returning, Shiki reported to Kyoya that the task was done. Kyoya thanked him, saying that being thanked felt good, didn't it? Shiki admitted it was a bit embarrassing. Kyoya put an arm around his shoulder and explained that words of gratitude were a soothing remedy for wounds. There were no magic bullets that could instantly heal injuries, but gratitude and affirmation could help them heal little by little. Whether those wounds were mental or physical, they were naturally meant to heal over time. Kyoya then realized his words sounded like something a teacher would say, which made Shiki smile and thank him again. Kyoya expressed relief that there were no seriously injured people there this time. Just then, someone called out to him, Oranzaka. On the other side, in the cooking area, Shiki handed some towels to Yusurube and told him to warm them up as well. Yusurube agreed, but Shiki offered to help him with it. Yusurube then called him and said he hoped Shiki's condition would improve soon. Shiki really wanted to be able to help even more, and so he commented that Shiki was too kind of a person, which Shiki found hard to believe. Yusurube explained that he didn't need to carry too much on his shoulders. Kogasaki, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on them from the side. Yusurube went on, saying that the director had crossed a line no one should ever cross, committing an act that, in his eyes, was completely unforgivable. For him, people who committed such unforgivable sins deserved to be punished. Shiki looked at him in surprise, but Yusurube suddenly smiled, saying that because of that, he had done nothing wrong. He thanked Shiki for caring about his younger brother, even though Shiki himself was going through a tough time. Just then, the timer rang, signaling that the time had come. Yusurube's ability allowed him to detect enemies for only a certain amount of time, and he couldn't use it consecutively. He needed to wait around 10 to 15 minutes between uses. Shiki realized this was why Yusurube was keeping track of the time. With the timer done, Yusurube activated his Where Art Thou to scan the area. But suddenly, his expression turned grim. He had spotted something alarming. He shouted for Kyoya, telling him that a group of Momo was approaching. And indeed, they arrived at their location with incredible speed, breaking through the walls effortlessly. Kogasaki thought to himself that the place where Yusurube was targeted again, there had to be some connection between him and the Momo. Kyoya then ordered everyone to help the injured. As Kogasaki activated his blood erosion release, he wondered about the Momo's purpose. Why attack enemy territory now? He managed to block a Momo attacking him, but several still slipped past. He was concerned when he realized they were heading towards Shiki and Kyoya too. While Yusurube was carrying an injured Oni, he noticed that the Momo weren't targeting the injured at all. Shiki had the largest number charging straight for him. Kyoya called out that he was fine and asked those still able to fight to help Shiki. Shiki pulled out the gun Mudano had given him, but it was obvious he was still trembling and struggling. He fired at the Momo, but none of the shots hit. As they rushed him all at once, he had no choice but to dodge. Luckily, he escaped when one of the Momo's weapons narrowly missed him. Kogasaki grew concerned, knowing Shiki still couldn't fight properly. One of the Momotaro used their bacteria to immobilize Shiki, binding his leg and causing him to trip. Another Momo readied himself to slice him down. Kogasaki knew this was trouble. Other Oni shouted for them to protect the children, but the other Momo blocked the way. Kogasaki was also locked in combat with another Momotaro, cursing at their overwhelming strength. He wondered why these enemies seemed so unusually powerful. Meanwhile, after evacuating the injured, Yusurube quickly dashed off. Kyoya, noticing this, shouted at him, saying he wasn't capable of fighting and shouldn't be charging in. Even so, Yusurube ignored the warning and kept running toward Shiki. Kogasaki, seeing this, couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He cursed at him, calling him a bastard, convinced that Yusurube was taking advantage of the chaos to try to kill Shiki. He yelled for him to stop. Just as the Momo's weapon was about to strike Shiki, Yusurube suddenly shoved him aside, taking the blow himself. The blade sliced into his neck. Shiki was left stunned by what Yusurube had just done. After coughing, blood gushed from Yusurube's neck, prompting Shiki to shout his name. Meanwhile, Kogasaki was caught off guard that he would protect Shiki, as Kogasaki had suspected he was connected to the Momo. Yusurube collapsed to the ground while Shiki, unable to do anything, faced the incoming attack of another Momo preparing to strike. Elsewhere, Nekasaki received a call and acknowledged the message, telling his companions that it seemed the Kyoten base had been attacked by the Momo again. When asked if they should return, Taiga replied that they had people stationed there and would not allow them to conduct half-assed training. Back at the base, an Oni slashed the Momotaro that was about to charge at Shiki, asking if he was alright. This Oni turned out to be Sumabuki Keiji, a member of the Suganami Ward Oni Agency Combat Unit. Keiji shouted that they should annihilate them all. He would smear mud on the faces of Shion and Taiga, rallying his comrades who responded with cheers. Shiki then called out to Kyoya for help with Yusurube. In response, Kyoya turned his back on his opponent, saying he needed to help immediately. However, his opponent rushed at him, but Kyoya managed to duck just in time, avoiding the weapon and counterattacking by injecting a needle directly into the enemy's neck. Veins bulged on the enemy's face, and foam spilled from his mouth. Kyoya coldly remarked goodnight eternally before discarding the injection, adding that he no longer needed a doctor. An Oni nearby told Kyoya to leave the Momo there to them, and to instead help the injured boy. Kyoya commented on how helpful they were before hurrying to Yusurube. Shiki was covering the wound on his neck with his hand, alarmed at the heavy bleeding that wouldn't stop, frantically wondering what to do to prevent his death. Kyoya knelt beside him, reassuring him to look at him and saying there was nothing more reassuring than his presence there. He promised he would not let Yusurube die, which made Shiki momentarily pause. Kyoya then told him they needed to move to the other room and instructed him to bring a towel so they could apply pressure to the wound. When they did so, Yusurube could be heard crying out in pain. Two Oni were also in the room to assist in saving Yusurube. Kyoya asked if he was ready for the blood transfusion, then instructed them to hold his body, which they quickly did. Kyoya sliced his own wrist to draw blood, letting it drip directly into Yusurube's mouth. The process was far from easy. Yusurube thrashed violently and screamed in pain, forcing Shiki and the others in the room to hold him down firmly so he couldn't break free. Shiki grew deeply concerned for his friend upon witnessing this, but Kyoya assured him that everything would be fine. One of the helpers announced he would replace the blood transfusion pack. Yusurube continued struggling until, after a few moments, he began to calm down and eventually went still. Kyoya reassured him again that it was all right and that he would be fine. Once the blood infusion was complete, Kyoya instructed them to let him rest and leave him for now. Shiki, however, couldn't move from his spot, weighed down by guilt. Yusurube had tried to protect him, yet he only ended up becoming a burden. He apologized for it, prompting Kyoya to come closer and tell him not to say such things. Shiki replied that if only he could fight, Yusurube wouldn't have been hurt protecting him, and if not for Kyoya, Yusurube might have died right there. Closing his eyes, Kyoya expressed regret that Shiki was hurt, but reminded him that Yusurube didn't protect him with the intention of wounding his feelings. This made Shiki stare at him in silence. Kyoya added that bloodshed on the battlefield was unavoidable, and everyone was prepared for the possibility that the blood spilled could very well be their own. Thus, one's mindset should always remain adaptable. The two Oni who had assisted them, carrying the blood transfusion packs, then said their farewells. One remarked that Yusurube had been close to death and expressed relief that he had been saved. Kyoya continued speaking to Shiki, telling him that sometimes one needed that kind of mindset. Shiki responded that he couldn't just accept it so easily. Kyoya replied that there was always a turning point in that sense. If one fought on the battlefield, their comrade's blood could be spilled, and the only way to lessen that risk was to kill the enemy. But the enemies themselves were also desperate to survive and didn't want to die. Even so, he stressed, there must be no hesitation in killing, because the moment hesitation sets in, both he and his friends could end up dead. Shiki reflected on this and then asked what Kyoya thought about after killing someone. Kyoya admitted that he didn't think about it at all, or rather, he tried his best not to. If he did, things would become frightening, and he could lose his sanity. Shiki fell silent at that. Kyoya added that it was better to take his time in deciding whether to commit to it or not, and for now, he should simply be glad that Yusurube was alive. After the battle, the Oni base finally grew quiet, with the defeated Momotaro lying motionless on the ground. In Kogasaki's area, it seemed the others had also finished their fights. The other Oni there struck up a conversation, bringing up the surprising low-ranker who had shown backbone during the fight. But Kogasaki couldn't settle down. He left the area and went to check on Yusurube, finding Shiki standing guard outside. He asked how Yusurube was doing, and Shiki replied that he was fine and just sleeping. Shiki then asked if this was what Kogasaki meant when he told him to keep an eye on Yusurube. Kogasaki seemed puzzled. Shiki added that his intuition might have told him something like this would happen, but Kogasaki firmly denied it. Shiki, not understanding, pressed for clarification, and Kogasaki admitted that he had suspected Yusurube of being connected to the Momo, which was why he had given him a warning. Shiki was stunned to hear this, immediately grabbing Kogasaki and shouting that it was impossible for Yusurube to be a traitor. He reminded him that Yusurube had nearly died saving him. How could a traitor do something like that? He warned Kogasaki never to say such a thing again. Kogasaki slapped Shiki's hand away from his clothes, saying that whoever it was, he would not turn his back on the suspicion he felt. He then walked off, ignoring Shiki when he called after him. As he continued down the hallway, Kogasaki found himself wondering why Yusurube had risked his life for Shiki. Could it be that he was wrong, and Yusurube wasn't actually connected to the Momo? He cursed under his breath at the thought, admitting to himself that he didn't want to suspect his friends either. The scene then shifted to inside Yusurube's room. He lay under a blanket. A faint clicking sound could be heard, and hidden beneath the comforter, he seemed to be deep in troubled thought. He murmured that they had already found out he was a traitor, so he was requesting evacuation. The person he was speaking to turned out to be the Momotaro Suganami Unit's 5th Unit Commander, Ukyo. Upon hearing this, Ukyo only laughed, saying he didn't recall ever recruiting a weakling who would run away, before mockingly calling him Juji Yusurube. Fear and unease were clearly written across Yusurube's face. Yusurube replied that he was already being suspected there, which was why he pleaded to be evacuated from the place. Ukyo, however, refused, telling him there was still something he had to do. Kill Ichinose and gather information about the Oni's residences, including their addresses and other personal details. Yusurube insisted that it was impossible since suspicion was already on him. This irritated Ukyo, who asked if he was saying he couldn't carry out the task. Falling silent, Yusurube thought to himself that he had already risked his life to erase their doubts about him, but it was no longer possible. He knew that from the moment the Momo had not attacked him during the battle, they must have suspected him. He had believed that saving Shiki would clear those suspicions, and although the situation had improved somewhat, the doubts about him still lingered. What's more, it had been a gamble to do that while Kyoya was present, and so in the end, he still agreed to Ukyo's order. Ukyo warned him not to betray him, or else his reputation would be ruined. Yusurube acknowledged that he understood. Moments later, he clicked something in his ear, tightened his grip on the pillowcase, and remained hidden under the comforter, drenched in sweat. His body trembled with anxiety at the thought of being discovered by the Oni. The scene then shifted to another location, where someone announced that the commander had arrived. They were led into a room, and upon the door opening, it was revealed to be Tsukiyomi and Osuke. Osuke mentioned that they had bases set up in all kinds of locations. They were talking to Ukyo, who acknowledged that it was indeed a bad problem. He apologized for having to summon them there, remarking that they used to be much cuter in the past. Osuke immediately told him to shut up and asked what was going on. If he had called them over, did that mean he was in trouble? Ukyo simply replied that for now, it was certain they had to win. Was that so, they asked. Yes, he affirmed. This time, money was involved. Because the war had dragged on for so long, there were now bounties on the heads of the main Oni. Osuke was annoyed upon hearing this, while Tsukuyomi asked if Ukiyo had truly become the kind of man obsessed with money. Sitting on the couch, Ukiyo admitted that as he grew older, he had come to understand the greatness of money. Tsukuyomi remarked that even if they combined the amounts for Shion and Taiga, it would not reach 100 million. However, Ukiyo revealed that some very important guests had arrived, the group of Mudano. Both were shocked to hear this. Ukiyo recalled that they had been defeated by him before, and so he asked if they wanted revenge. Osuke was delighted, saying that was the best idea. Tsukuyomi, however, calmed him down, pointing out what he's saying is contradictory. While Ukiyo might want the bounty money, he wants them to be the ones to take their heads. However, the reward would go to whoever brought down the Oni. But Ukiyo said he was only interested in the one with the highest bounty, Ichinose. Mudano would only get in his way, so he requested that they handle him. Excited, Osuke tried to convince Tsukuyomi to do it, saying he had lately been bored with petty disputes. After a moment's thought, Tsukuyomi agreed since they came all the way there, but he remarked that they would decide the method and manner themselves. Ukiyo, however, asked them to at least listen to his request. Osuke refused, telling him that if he wanted to give orders, he should do so after becoming a god, and then flipped him off. Ukiyo said he understood and hadn't expected them to listen anyway. The two excused themselves and left. Outside, they were met by someone who said they could use the floor below. Momokane Jin, the vice captain of the Mamatoro Agency, Suganami 15th Unit. He added that the servants used the lower floors. Osuke told him not to tell them what to do, called for his attention, and said they weren't servants, calling him an idiot. Jin ignored him, and the two headed straight for the elevator. While inside, Tsukuyomi asked Osuke for his opinion, prompting Osuke to ask what he meant. Tsukuyomi was referring to Ukiyo, who he noticed has changed so much. He said Ukiyo had always been carefree, but he had always thought there was a softer, gentler side to him. Osuke said he didn't really care about that, but he was glad Ukiyo was willing to team up with them. Ever since his confrontation with Mudano, he had undergone plenty of training and actual combat experience. He cracked his knuckles, saying he was looking forward to their rematch. Tsukuyomi then asked if it didn't seem like Ukiyo wanted them to focus solely on defeating Mudano. Arms folded, he said Mudano had been handed over to them to make things easier for Ukiyo, giving him the opportunity to take down the other prey in a safer and more secure way. Osuke wondered if Tsukuyomi was fine with that. Of course, he replied. He was happy to have the chance for a rematch with Mudano. But Mudano was only the main dish. He also wanted to toy with the other Oni afterward. When he asked if Osuke feels the same way, he agreed, saying he also had a score to settle with the kid Yaoroshi, so they might as well enjoy themselves there. When the elevator doors opened, Tsukuyomi said that in the end, they'd only been summoned there to help, so they didn't really have a say in the matter. But that didn't matter anymore. They would simply play in someone else's garden. The two were excited at the thought. Back in Ukiyo's room, Jin entered and asked if he was fine with that, certain that those two would act on their own. Ukiyo replied that it was fine. The more motivated they were, the better for them. What mattered most, he added, was that based on Usurube's intel, Ichinose's current location had very little guard presence. Jin asked if that meant they should head there now. Ukiyo ordered him to kill Ichinose, assuring him that this time they would win. However, he warned that they couldn't rely solely on Usurube's information. Just because there were no decent combat troops underground didn't mean they could be careless. He called someone in, and when the door opened, it was revealed to be Kakuryu, the Momo 5th Unit Deputy Commander. Ukiyo told him to take him along as well. Ichinose alone was worth 300 million. If they added others like Mudano, Kyoya, and Masumi, the total would be in the hundreds of millions. For that amount, he didn't care how many dirty tricks he had to use. In the end, as long as the money ended up in his hands, he would be satisfied. The number of people who would die didn't matter either. Both men answered with a Roger. The scene then shifted outside, where a manhole cover on the street could be seen. From it emerged Captain Masumi, who cautiously scanned the surroundings. The area was completely deserted. With him was Kaoru. Masumi pointed out the apartment building where the Oni live. Kaoru used his ability to pinpoint their locations, determining that they were in apartment numbers 301, 304, 505, and 602. Masumi then peeked back down into the underground and told the other Oni with him to stay put and wait there. When he asked Kaoru if there were any Momo present, Kaoru identified 8 of them inside. 2 at the entrance, 33 on the first floor, 14 on the second floor, and 26 on the third floor. Euroshire then asked why they didn't all just go in together. Masumi called him an idiot. Why would they do something that obvious? The approach had to be quiet and unnoticed. And for that kind of work, he said he was the best. It turned out there were only 8 Momo, which made Masumi confident it would be an easy win. Meanwhile, with the group connected through a smartphone call, Biabugora asked if the Momo also knew that Oni were there. Kaoru replied that they were likely using their large numbers to conduct a thorough search. Yaoroshi added that the general public was already evacuating, so it seemed like finding them would be easier, but then wondered aloud if the Momo wouldn't soon find and kill them instead. Kaoru explained that every room where Oni lived had a safe room. This made Kiriyama wonder if that wasn't an illegal renovation. Well, Kaoru said, the houses Oni stayed in were basically their own property, so they had safe rooms ready just in case. Masumi then cut in, saying the talk was over. First, he would wipe out the Momo there, and after that, he would bring in the Oni. He instructed the others to take those Oni to the basement, where team members were already waiting inside, and then evacuate them to the neighboring wards. If the Momo happened to find them along the way, they would need to escape through the underground tunnels. But the top priority, he emphasized, was evacuating the Oni. Yaoroshi grew annoyed at that, and asked if he was really saying they should just leave the Momo alone and run away. Kiriyama said he should run in that kind of situation. Masumi lectured that people who felt guilty about running away were second-rate. First-rate people ran with all their might when it was time to run. They felt no guilt about it because they had no hesitation in making that choice. The mission's top priority, he reminded them, was rescue, not combat. But Yaoroshi pointed out that Masumi was going to fight now. As he slowly faded from sight, he asked what he meant when he said that. He replied that he was only going to clean up. Now completely invisible, Masumi headed straight for the apartment complex. 2 Momotaro were stationed at the entrance, standing guard. Having been there all day, one of them yawned and complained about how boring the job was. His partner replied that once the Oni arrived, that's when it would become a problem, but he never finished his sentence. He suddenly realized his companion had vanished without a trace. In reality, Masumi had already taken him out and rendered him invisible as well. The remaining guard was left puzzled, wondering where his partner had gone. Before he could search for him, Masumi struck and eliminated him too. With the guards gone, all that remained was to hide their bodies. Yadagawa Masumi activated his Blood Eclipse release, complete rejection ability. With this, he could turn invisible for 11 minutes, and anything he touched would also become transparent. Having dealt with the sentries, he prepared to continue cleaning up the area. Masumi entered the building and made his way upstairs. 2 Oni were searching the hallway, with one reporting to his partner that there was nothing there. The partner, sporting a mohawk, asked if he had really searched thoroughly. The man scratched his head, thinking to himself that he was looking, but neither of them sensed or noticed Masumi passing silently behind them under his invisibility. The Oni then told his mohawk-haired partner to check the upper floor when he was done, but as he turned around, he was startled to see his companion was suddenly gone. Wondering if the man had stepped into one of the rooms, he walked over to investigate, only to find an unconscious body lying across the floor. Realizing it was his partner, fear set in. Masumi, who was now standing right behind him, wasted no time in ending his life as well. Afterward, he found a room where he could store the Momo bodies out of sight. Using the earpiece he wore, Kaoru informed Masumi that the captain was coming down the stairs alone. Masumi replied with a crisp yes, sir, then waited, casually sitting on the steps. When the Momo peeked out, looking for his comrades, Masumi smiled to himself and readied his blade. On the upper floor, 2 more Momotaro were patrolling, searching for any Oni. Both commented that there didn't seem to be anyone in that area. They couldn't find a single Oni. As one of them passed, Masumi's hand briefly appeared gripping the railing. He peered over, pleased to have found his next target. One Momo remarked to his partner that perhaps the Oni had already left, but when he turned around, his companion was gone. Calling out to him yielded no answer. The truth was, Masumi had already taken him down effortlessly. His lifeless body lay sprawled on the floor, while Masumi sat at his side, calm and composed. The remaining Momo wondered aloud if his partner had gone upstairs. Masumi, however, was momentarily concerned. He had almost been spotted. As he continued walking, he asked Kaoru how many were left. Kaoru replied that there was only one, stationed at the plaza on the second floor. From above, Masumi spotted the lone Momo standing idly, seemingly enjoying the sight of the plaza. Without wasting any time, Masumi leapt from the higher floor to reach him faster. It didn't take long for him to finish the cleanup, eliminating the last Momo in the area. Finally, he sat down for a moment, remarking to himself that it had been a quiet night. Inside one of the apartments, it appeared empty, but hidden within a secret room were two people, a man and, seemingly, his father, who was quietly praying for help. The younger man grew anxious, warning that if they didn't keep silent, they would surely be found. As his panic rose, a sound from outside caught his attention. Someone was tampering with the lock to their room. Sweat beaded on his forehead as the door slowly began to open, wondering if this was the moment they would be discovered. Meanwhile, his father continued to pray, calling upon the Oni god for aid. When the door finally swung open, they were startled to hear a casual yo. It was none other than Captain Masumi, who asked if they had grown tired from waiting. When the younger man asked if he was from the Oni agency, Masumi confirmed that he was and assured them they would be evacuated after he gathered the others still in hiding. He then contacted his team, instructing them that once the evacuation was complete, they would immediately proceed to the next location. Kaoru agreed to the plan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Mudano was seen on a rooftop alongside the Tsujanami leaders, their mission clear, to take down the Momo commanders. They began discussing their plan to bring the enemy down, agreeing that it would be better to have a large number of guards stationed around the area. With so many Momo already positioned there, they noted that the entire building served as the headquarters of the Tsuganami Ward Momotaro Agency. While there were other branches, it was possible that Ukiyo himself was inside that building. Taiga insisted that their subordinates could handle the branch, explaining that they had already stationed troops in the surrounding area in case Ukiyo tried to escape. Some were positioned on rooftops, while others hid in the narrow alleys between buildings. They were warned to be careful of the combatants from the Tsuganami Ward Current Agency, and they all acknowledged it. Mudano suggested causing a flashy disturbance to force the Momo personnel to gather together. Inami gave a thumbs up to the plan, though he coughed up blood right after, and added that they could lure in the Momotaro investigating the Oni so they could be captured there. Mudano then asked if they were ready but warned them not to die. He urged the group to move, pricking himself with a small sharp object to draw blood. Nekasaki and Inami prepared themselves as well, along with the Tsuganami members Taiga and Kuchimori. Outside the Momo Agency HQ in Tsuganami, one Momotaro advised his comrade not to let his guard down. The latter glanced up at the sky and froze in alarm. He had noticed something. Above them hovered an overwhelming number of blood archers belonging to Mudano. Using his Blood Eclipse release, the umbrella-wielding Mudano activated Saran Shigure. Fear washed over the Momotaro's face as he realized the enemy had already arrived. Mudano was there. With Rebirth's deluge, his army of blood archer puppets unleashed a simultaneous volley of arrows at the headquarters. Many enemies fell instantly, while thick smoke filled the surroundings from the destruction it caused. The Momotaro cursed Mudano as a bastard, enraged that he had so easily destroyed half of the entire building. Mudano, however, simply wanted them to carry out the plan efficiently. Nekasaki thought to himself that if it were Mudano, he would have no trouble handling the meeting with ease. However, if Ukiyo's body ended up shattered into pieces, they wouldn't be able to confirm his subjugation. Meanwhile, Taiga, driven by his desire to take down the Momo commanders, charged forward along with the other Oni. Elsewhere, a Momotaro quickly reported to Tsukiyomi and Osuke that Mudano and the others had arrived. The two were seated casually on the couch, looking relaxed. Osuke remarked that it seemed they were going straight for the main dish. At the same time, Tsukiyomi pressed Myorinpa's book against his own face, remarking that overcoming countless difficulties was truly admirable. The two then stepped out and learned there were also executive class members present, making them wonder if this was turning into a battle buffet. In the hallway, numerous Momotaros stood in line, bowing in respect as the two passed. Osuke urged them to get ready for battle. Upon reaching the elevator, they were surprised to find someone waiting for them, Senritsu. Osuke asked what his purpose was for coming there. Senritsu Mamu, formerly of the X-Kagon Falls unit and now part of the Suganami Momotaro 15th unit, said he had just received his invitation few minutes earlier. Tsukiyomi was impressed, noting how Senritsu always stuck to his principles. Osuke added that even if they were from different units, they all essentially did the same thing. With that, the three exchanged a fist bump, agreeing it was time to get started. That night, in another part of town, two Momotaro were on lookout duty. One asked if there was a shootout happening around the station. His partner replied that it was completely quiet, looking just as peaceful as Koenji. Behind them, the area was cordoned off with keep-out signs. The black line beneath their feet, it turned out, encircled the Koenji area, and whatever happened inside that line would still appear calm and peaceful to anyone looking in from the outside. Because of this, they remained clueless about the events within. One of them expressed admiration for the executive Momo they believed was responsible, but the other one clarified that he was not an executive, nor of one person alone. Individually, their abilities might be mediocre, but when combined, they could achieve something like this. Still, he admitted he was glad to be on lookout duty this time, since inside, things were likely in a full state of war. And indeed, inside the headquarters, Mudano, Inami, Taiga, and Kuchimori, along with other Oni members, had already charged in, clashing head-on with numerous Momotaro around them. In the middle of the battle, Mudano received a call from Kogasaki. When he asked what was wrong, Kogasaki apologized and asked if he was busy. As they spoke, a Momotaro tried to take advantage of the moment to attack Mudano from behind, but without even looking, Mudano effortlessly sliced the attacker clean in two with his umbrella. He told Kogasaki it was no problem and asked the reason for the call. Kogasaki revealed that the insider was Yusuru Bei and added that he was targeting Shiki. When Mudano asked if he was 100% certain, Kogasaki admitted he wasn't entirely sure. He explained that while it was suspicious, Yusuru Bei had taken an attack that should have been aimed at Shiki. Even so, there was no doubt he was hiding something. The probability that Yusuru Bei was the insider wasn't 100%, Kogasaki said, but around 95%. He apologized for not being completely confident. This made Mudano recall the old Kogasaki, who never cared about anyone since they had something to do with him. Mudano told him that the remaining 5% was his kindness. This caught Kogasaki off guard. Mudano then instructed him to think of countermeasures and remain on guard. In the midst of the ongoing battle, Kuchimori suddenly called out to Mudano, saying he would step outside for a moment. In truth, he was listening in on the earlier conversation. Mudano gave him permission, while Shion simply laughed, remarking that it was probably easier outside than in here. One Oni inside was surprised to see Shion leave and asked Taiga if it was really okay to let him go. Taiga replied that he had only recently joined their squad, but he knew the man wasn't the type to slack off. Shion then exited the headquarters and moved away from the fighting. Taiga reassured the other Oni, explaining that Shion became extremely motivated whenever women and children were in danger. The Oni was taken aback by this, but Taiga added that Shion was a contrarian, which was why he didn't openly show that side of himself. The Oni found it surprising, but Taiga wasn't at all shocked. To those who didn't know Shion's past, it was easy to misunderstand him. When asked about it, Taiga revealed that Shion had once been a teacher in the Oni Corps, and they used to call him Saint. Meanwhile, Shion was already leaping from place to place, headed toward his intended destination. When Taiga revealed that Shion was once a teacher of the Oni Corps, his comrades were stunned. One of them even asked if he was being serious. Taiga brushed it off, telling him not to dwell on it and to stay focused, since they were still in the middle of battle. He added that things would be disastrous if any of them were to get injured. Meanwhile, back at the Oni underground base, Shiki quietly entered the room where Yusuru Bei was resting. Seeing him asleep, Shiki apologized, saying it was his fault he had been hurt. He told him to just take his time and rest. As Shiki walked out of the room, He muttered that although that idiot Kogasaki was calling Yusurube suspicious, he himself knew it wasn't true. He reassured him not to worry because he was on his side. Yusurube, quietly listening, heard those words. It made him think deeply. Soon after, the door opened and Kogasaki came to fetch Shiki, saying Oranzako was calling them to discuss relocating their base. Yusurube, still in bed, heard the conversation and quietly muttered "I see." From that plan, he realized he needed to move. Getting up from his bed, he bit into his thumb to draw blood, activating his Where Art Thou ability. With this, he could detect enemies within a 25-meter radius. It was exceptionally powerful, being able to search for enemies even in the sky. Where Art Thou is a three-dimensional ability that could be used in succession for 15 seconds each time. Using it, he confirmed that there were no guards nearby. Before leaving, he recalled Shiki's words about being on his side, but dismissed them, muttering that he didn't need such things. Stepping into the silent hallway, he remained cautious to avoid being noticed by patrolling guards. In his thoughts, he knew they would need to retrieve the information about this location. Since he overheard that the base of operations would be moved, it was certain the data would also be transferred. He then noticed a room with heavy traffic, people constantly entering and leaving. It seemed they were gathering everything to be transported. An Oni pushed a trolley stacked with PC boxes, which caught Yusurube's attention. Realizing they were moving computers, he concluded the data must be inside them. Reaching into his coat, he was glad he always carried an extra USB for situations like this. Once again, he activated Where Art Thou to check for guards, then slipped inside the room. Finding a spot to sit, he began tampering with one of the laptops, ready to extract the information. After a short while, Yusurube finally located what he was after, the Oni Corp resident directory. That was the data he needed. He prepared to copy the files, but before pressing enter, he hesitated. Once he did this, there would be no turning back. For a moment he froze, but then decided to go through with it. After all, he thought, there had never been a way back for him from the start. He completed the copy and reflected that ever since the beginning, he had never truly been a part of the group. Just then, Kogasaki entered the room and ordered him not to move. Rolling up the sleeves of his jacket in preparation to fight, he demanded to know what Yusurube was doing. Yusurube remained silent, his head lowered. Shiki, shocked, insisted that he shouldn't be up and about yet. Kogasaki told him to face reality, calling him a dumbass. No matter how he looked at it, it was clear Yusurube was trying to steal information. Shiki couldn't accept it. He argued that Yusurube was only helping transfer their equipment. He tried to get his attention, but Yusurube kept quiet. Growing more distressed, Shiki yelled at him, urging him to speak. At that moment, Kogasaki recalled how Yusurube had once managed to sneak around undetected at Kagon Falls. Perhaps, he thought, they had some exceptional search method they weren't aware of. He had expected Yusurube to use his power to slip in unnoticed. Even so, Shiki still refused to believe it. He argued that Yusurube had protected him, which meant he couldn't be a traitor. Yusurube paused, considering his reply, before finally saying that wasn't the case. Shiki's unease grew as Yusurube stood up, faced them, and tucked the USB into his clothing. He then asked if saying he wasn't a traitor would be enough for them to simply let him go. Shiki was stunned at those words, unable to believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, Kogasaki readied himself for battle, declaring that he would restrain him. He added that deep down, Yusurube knew he couldn't possibly defeat him. Yusurube only replied, "Is that so?" The unexpected answer left Kogasaki momentarily thrown off. As Kogasaki braced himself for combat, before he could even activate his ability, Yusurube suddenly dashed forward. With a single punch, he effortlessly sent Kogasaki crashing down. The sheer force of the blow shocked Shiki, leaving him stunned at the overwhelming strength Yusurube had just displayed. Without pause, Yusurube then set his sights on Shiki. As he closed the distance, Shiki, still reeling from the shock, couldn't even prepare a counterattack. Yusurube struck him as well, sending him sprawling to the floor. He thanks them for all their help. With both of his classmates lying unconscious before him, Yusurube expressed his gratitude that they had considered him weak. Looking down at them, he remembered the order given to him, to kill Ichinose. He gazed at him as he lay there and quietly apologized. Just then, his phone rang, pulling him from his thoughts. Meanwhile, outside in the still night, two figures leapt swiftly across the rooftops. Kakuryu and Jin. Jin remarked that they were close to the location Ukiyo had directed them to. But mid-leap, both suddenly sensed something, forcing them to stop and land quickly on a rooftop. Jin declared that their target was there. What they had noticed was none other than the leader of the Oni Corp Tsuganami Ward, Kuchimori Shion. Standing at the ready, Shion remarked that he wasn't pleased that some random guy remembered his name. He added that he was a loser. Shion asked them where they were headed, and Kakuryu replied that their goal was to kill Ichi-no-sei. As Shion removed his gloves, he questioned if Ichi-no-sei wasn't the child of Kishin. What irritated him was the idea of two grown men trying to kill a kid. Instead of targeting that child, he suggested that they should just have some fun with him instead. Using his blood, his book materialized, ready to attack. Kakuryu immediately countered with his hemolytic shadow fog syndrome. By manipulating bacteria, he was able to control external blood, which caused Shion's summoned book to dissolve. When Shion attempted again, his book was once more destroyed. This frustrated him. Every time he tried, it broke down instantly. Annoyed, he muttered how much of a hassle this was. As he stood at the ledge, a strange sound rose from below, catching his attention. Small screws and bits of metal began floating into the air, converging together. Shion followed the motion with his eyes and realized the scattered scrap was combining. The pieces fused into a massive construct, a towering giant created by Jin using his ability, which he called Divine Iron Mass. The gigantic scrap metal figure loomed behind the two Momotaro, leaving Shion impressed. Suddenly, the giant swung its colossal hands at Shion's position, smashing through the concrete beneath him and collapsing the upper floor of the building. Debris scattered everywhere, yet Shion managed to evade the blow. He continued to test his ability, all while sizing up his opponents. He noted that Kakuryu seemed capable of manipulating blood, but he can't control small quantities. Jin, on the other hand, could control scrap metal in front of his eyes, but likewise only small objects. Jin didn't expect Shion to remain so calm under pressure. Shion remarked, questioning if there was really any reason to panic. After all, he was the only one capable of accomplishing his current objective by holding them back. Jin, unfazed, declared that Ichi-no-sei was Ukiyo's target, and therefore he would be killed without question. Shion replied sharply that talking about killing, especially when it involved a child, wasn't pleasant. For their information, he wouldn't allow a child to die in front of him. He couldn't allow a kid to die without experiencing the pleasures of adulthood, like alcohol, women, and gambling. How idiotic, Kakuryu retorted. At that moment, Jin's phone rang. After answering and quickly dropping the call, he responded with a simple acknowledgement, saying he understood. He then called to Kakuryu, telling him they were leaving. Shion was surprised at how abruptly they decided to withdraw, thinking how lucky he was. Before departing, Jin promised that they would face each other again. The two Momotaros swiftly disappeared, while Shion, smiling, bid them farewell. Because of their decision to withdraw, Shion grew uneasy and immediately placed a call. Since they retreated, it could only mean one of two things. Either they had given up, or they had already achieved their objective. The one he called was Kyoya, whom he asked for a status update. Kyoya answered that he was about to summon everyone anyway, as he had an urgent report to deliver. He revealed that Yusuru-Bey had stolen the Oni residence information and had even taken Shiki along with him. Kugisaki was seated off to the side. When everyone heard this report, unease swept across their faces, especially for Shiki's classmates, as well as Mudano and Shion. That same night, on their way back, Kakuryu asked Jin if it was fine that they hadn't killed Shion. Jin replied that Ukiyo had already called them back. Besides, at this very moment, the Oni were surely already mobilizing underground. Without their navigator Yusuru-Bey, it would take the Oni far longer to search. Still, Jin added, the real show was only just beginning. Someone remarked that although they had crushed many of the Momotaro, Ukiyo was still nowhere to be found. It was Nekasaki who mentioned that, coming from the ruined Momo headquarters. From the ground, Taiga asked an Oni on the rooftop if he had seen Ukiyo anywhere from there. The man said no. Mudano then suggested that perhaps Ukiyo hadn't been there to begin with. According to Kyoya's report, Ukyo might already be with Shiki. In fact, they weren't even certain if Shiki was still alive. Inami, however, insisted otherwise, saying Shiki was surely alive. When things weren't certain, he explained, that was precisely the time they had to believe in the brighter possibility. Once again, he coughed up blood, but still gave them a thumbs up. From the side, Nekasaki curtly told him to shut up. Meanwhile, Taiga was seething with rage. He demanded to know what a child must feel when kidnapped. Of course, he said, the child would be terrified. He couldn't believe that Ukyo truly hadn't been at any of the branch that day. He questioned his subordinates if any of them had seen Ukyo, but they all replied that they hadn't. As frightening as Ukyo seemed, they admitted that, in truth, he carried a gentle side. As they walked away from the Suganami Momo headquarters, they agreed they had to hurry and track Ukyo down. But on the rooftop of a nearby building, a Momotaro was already watching them. They suddenly leapt from above, and Mudano caught sight of them as they descended. It was revealed to be Tsukiyomi and Osuke. It was impressive that, even after leaping down from the top floor of the building, they managed to land smoothly, though the sheer force of their impact shattered the concrete beneath them. Because of this, Mudano halted in his tracks and looked at them carefully. Osuke called out to him, while Tsukiyomi seemed delighted, realizing that this was what Professor Myorimpa had meant by challenge. Mudano only stared at them, while Nekasaki observed silently. Nekasaki then noticed the expression on Inami's face and pointed out that their real priority was finding Ukyo. He asked Mudano to go investigating, something that surprised both Tsukiyomi and Osuke. Nekasaki volunteered that he and Inami would handle that matter themselves. Tsukiyomi wondered aloud if the two of them were really supposed to be their opponents. Osuke cut in and said to wait a moment, questioning why they even needed to bother with two lower-class opponents like these. Nekasaki then asked him if he had never played a game before, pointing out that you couldn't just fight the final boss right away. It was common sense, he explained, that you had to get past the small fry first. Nekasaki expressed his annoyance and suddenly moved with incredible speed, attempting to slice Osuke's neck, which he narrowly dodged by a hair. Osuke commented that if he let his guard down, he might still end up being killed by those so-called small fry. After evading, he let out a smug laugh and remarked that Nekasaki had a good eye for such things. Following that, Mudano said he was counting on them, and Taiga told them not to die, and if possible, to avoid getting hurt as well. The two of them then bounded away from the scene and disappeared. Osuke commented that before he did anything about Mudano, he needed to warm up a little, while Tsukiyomi asked him what exactly they should do here, wondering if they ought to join forces. Osuke insisted that he had to be joking, saying he would take care of that brat, referring to Nekasaki. Tsukiyomi responded that in that case, he would handle the sick person, referring to Inami. Soon after, Nekasaki suddenly made a quick sidestep leap and jumped through the window of a building. Once there, he called Osuke and Oni and told him to come, to which Osuke agreed, saying he would accept the invitation. But as he replied, he realized Nekasaki had called him Oni, so he shouted that he was the Oni here. On Tsukiyomi and Inami's side, Tsukiyomi asked if Inami was really okay, as he didn't look well. Inami replied that he didn't need to worry, insisting he was in perfect condition, then immediately coughed violently and spat blood, leading Tsukiyomi to make a side comment that he was already vomiting blood. Tsukiyomi then drew a tarot card and explained that his fortune for the day said it was a perfect day for battle, pointing out to Inami that facing him on such a day meant he is bad luck. As Inami prepared to fight back, he reflected on Tsukiyomi's words about bad luck and commented that it was wonderful, since hardship was the spice of life. The scene then shifted back to Nekasaki and Osuke, who were now inside the building Nekasaki had climbed. Osuke remarked that if he preferred indoors, he would oblige. Smirking, Osuke activated his ability, and it was explained that his copy ability allowed him to mimic the abilities he had received within the past 24 hours. This caught Nekasaki's attention, and as bacteria gathered in Osuke's hands, he stated that out of all the abilities he had copied, this one felt the most right. The bacteria then formed into a hatchet, which he called Oboro Sakura. Nekasaki thought to himself that, in truth, he was best suited for fighting against large groups. He suddenly kicked a desk toward Osuke as a distraction, but Osuke easily sliced through it with his weapon, commenting in his thoughts that it was bland of him to resort to such a blinding attack. To his surprise, even though he had anticipated a diversion, Nekasaki had already closed the distance and taken on his appearance, shocking him. He stared in disbelief at seeing himself, but upon closer inspection, he corrected himself, uncertainly remarking whether it was some kind of disguise. Thanks to that maneuver, Nekasaki managed to slash Osuke across the chest. It was then explained that Nekasaki's liar ability allowed him to transform into objects he had touched, with a limit of 3 stocks. He could even transform into non-living things, though he could not adjust his height. Returning to his original form, Nekasaki grinned and revealed that he had touched him earlier. In Osuke's mind, he thought that his shock had delayed his reaction, then attempted a counter with a wide swing to the right. Nekasaki managed to evade it, but the force was so strong that everything on Osuke's right was blown away by the swing alone. Desks, chairs, and everything on top of them went flying from the sheer power. Amidst the flying objects, Osuke glanced forward, and to his shock, once the debris hit the floor, Nekasaki had vanished from sight. Then, the desk behind him suddenly began to move, and before long, it transformed back into Nekasaki, who was ready to thrust a stab at him. However, Osuke reacted just in time, swinging his bacteria hatchet to parry the attack. He smirked arrogantly, as if showing off that he managed to block it, while Nekasaki also grinned back in response. The two immediately clashed, exchanging relentless slashes, stabs, and swings of their weapons at high speed, neither showing any intention of backing down. Suddenly, Osuke prepared a bigger swing than his earlier strikes, and when Nekasaki tried to block it with his knife, it snapped and caused a strong impact behind him. Nekasaki clicked his tongue in irritation, and Osuke immediately followed up with a frontal kick that struck his body solidly, sending him flying. His body crashed through several desks and chairs, and the impact scattered them all while cracking the wall. Blood spilled from his mouth, which he wiped away with his hand, commenting on how painful it was. Osuke then leveled his bacteria hatchet at him and said this was interesting, retracting his earlier claim about him being low level. In response, Nekasaki, pulling out another knife from his jacket, told him that in that case, he would give it to him. Meanwhile, outside, the focus shifted back to Inami and Tsukiyomi. Here, Tsukiyomi was shown leaning against a shattered wall, clearly beaten, while Inami stood before him, ready to strike him down again if he dared to rise. Tsukiyomi coughed and remarked that despite his sickly appearance, Inami was quite capable, to which Inami replied that he too was not to be underestimated, then coughed up blood again. Even though it seemed like he held the advantage, Inami thought to himself that he felt out of place. Normally, when things went well, he would just go with the flow. But this time, he felt a huge sense of discomfort. As he continued unleashing attacks at Tsukiyomi, he noted that he was overwhelming this Momo far too easily. Tsukiyomi managed to dodge his Karana Mudra, while Inami kept thinking that he could have sworn Tsukiyomi was supposed to be far stronger than this. He reminded himself that the one he was fighting was a captain, and he couldn't imagine such an opponent being defeated without any kind of real struggle whatsoever. But then, something caught his attention as he observed Tsukiyomi, and he remarked that now he understood. Tsukiyomi's body began to fade from view, and Inami realized what he was seeing was only a hallucination. From behind him, Tsukiyomi appeared and confirmed he was right. He explained that the moon card created hallucinations. They only lasted a few seconds, but that was more than enough time to prepare. Using the time he bought by showing Inami the hallucination, Tsukiyomi summoned his move, the Three Ancient Worlds Chariot, a massive tank. It was briefly explained that Tsukiyomi's ability relied on tarot cards, which in turn made his power heavily dependent on luck. The tank soon fired a blast at Inami, causing a huge explosion and a cloud of smoke upon impact. Tsukiyomi looked on with a smile, commenting on what a fine decision Inami had made. Inami was shown to have sustained damage from the blast, as Tsukiyomi explained that the attack had such a wide range that if Inami had tried to evade it, he would have died. He understood that instantly, and instead went all in on the defensive. In response, Inami rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, saying his abilities should not be underestimated. He unzipped his arm while commenting that hallucinations were an excellent ability. From there, he revealed his two blood puppets, one of which summoned a pair of ornate sliding doors. Once the doors appeared, the other puppet sliced them down the middle, and from within emerged a giant hand. He then used his ability Torn at the Seams, and as the massive hand prepared to flick with immense force, it was explained that Torn at the Seams summoned two blood dolls to create hands from them, though it was also possible to fight using just one. After gathering power in its fingers, the giant hand flicked, generating a devastating air blast toward Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi bent down in time to dodge it, but his chariot wasn't spared and was struck solidly by the concentrated gust. Tsukuyomi commented in surprise at Inami's incredible power and also noted that if he tried to approach, the two blood puppets would likely block his path. Looking closely, however, he realized that the puppets weren't advancing toward him, which led him to deduce that their range of movement was limited. He prepared to counter, shuffling his tarot cards, and said he had found a clear weakness in Inami's ability. Drawing his cards, he summoned numerous great swords that floated above Inami and his giant hand. In response, Inami aimed the massive hand at the blades, preparing another Karana Mudra. As the swords descended upon him, he unleashed another powerful blast of air, causing a massive explosion all around. Smoke filled the area, and as it began to clear, Tsukuyomi suddenly appeared behind him, commenting that the attack had spread dust and dirt everywhere, making it harder to see, startling Inami. He quickly turned in shock, realizing Tsukuyomi was already behind him before he even knew it. But then, another Tsukuyomi appeared right in front of him, startling him even further. This one asked why he was looking behind when the real one was standing right in front of him. Tsukuyomi showed him another tarot card and explained that the Three of Cups allowed him to create a double self. He then summoned two enormous wooden pillars that rose from the ground, naming them the Two of Wands. The massive pillars began to press together and twist, forming a colossal spiral helix that coiled upward. Inami turned immediately in alarm, realizing he would have trouble dealing with both at once. Tsukuyomi explained that the drawback of that attack was its long activation time. Soon after, he sent the twisting wood spiraling toward Inami, which seemed to strike solidly. Furthermore, Tsukuyomi declared, the second of those wands was impossible to block. Even if Inami tried to run away, it would overtake him. Raising his hands, Tsukuyomi declared that today was a day of perfect fortune, and this was the best. But unexpectedly, from within the thick smoke, Inami emerged still standing. He commented that there was a time lag before that attack activated, then coughed and added that he already knew that before Tsukuyomi even said a word. Tsukuyomi's eyes widened in shock, and he turned toward him immediately. It was revealed that although Inami had been hit by Tsukuyomi's attack, he had managed to minimize the damage. He added that this was why he prepared himself even while Tsukuyomi was unleashing his attack. Tsukuyomi's face showed utter shock and disbelief as he realized that while he was dealing his attack, Inami had also been preparing another one. He pointed out that usually, a person could only defend or dodge in the face of such an assault, but instead of being confined to defense, Inami had surprised him by taking the offensive stance. As retaliation for Tsukuyomi's attack, Inami unleashed his Karana Mudra, which was so powerful that it left a crater along its path. He then commented that this was what it meant to cut the meat and break the bone. From the rooftop of a nearby building, three Mamatoro were shown observing the battles unfolding below. The one with the buzz cut said that Nekasaki and Inami needed to be killed and that they had to carry out Ukyo's plan. Inami's attack caused a massive cloud of smoke, and as he looked toward Tsukuyomi, he praised him with a bravo. The reason he said that was because Tsukuyomi was still standing there, clearly battered but refusing to fall, and Inami remarked in disbelief that even after taking that hit, he still wouldn't go down. Tsukuyomi suddenly smiled and remarked that he was glad he hadn't underestimated Inami, which left Inami puzzled. Then Inami suddenly felt something behind him, his eyes widening as a creepy old man in a hooded robe holding a staff appeared. Tsukuyomi informed him that the tarot card he had drawn was the Hermit. In an instant, the hermit conjured a magical circle behind Inami, and from it, a beam of light pierced straight through his body. Inami vomited blood heavily from the attack, while Tsukiyomi explained that, just to be safe, he had drawn and activated 2 cards. It was then explained that when Tsukiyomi drew multiple tarot cards, he could activate multiple abilities at the same time, though the probability of drawing a good card decreased. Despite being hit by the attack, Inami still managed to stand, leading Tsukiyomi to comment that he's also amazing to not fall dead after taking that. Inami replied that he couldn't afford to fall, followed by a cough. He explained that right now, he was the only one here, but behind him lay the future of countless Oni children. If he died or even collapsed here, he wouldn't be able to protect them. With a tone of determination despite his dire state, he stressed that this was why he would not fall. He withdrew his earlier words, raised his fist, and held it before him, declaring that this was why he had decided to fight, to protect the future. Tsukiyomi commented in awe that he was a man with strong convictions and added that he himself could not stop fighting because there were strong people like Inami on the battlefield. He then pointed his tarot card forward, introducing himself to Inami and demanding he state his own name, which Inami did while preparing his hand. Tsukiyomi etched Inami's name into his mind, and soon after shouted once again, telling him not to fall just yet, to which Inami answered firmly, "Of course not." As the two of them clashed once more, the scene suddenly shifted to Nekasaki and Osuke. Nekasaki was dashing backward while Osuke pursued him, preparing to swing his Oboro Sakura. Osuke attempted a slash at him, but Nekasaki easily dodged thanks to his agility. In return, Nekasaki countered with a swift stab aimed at his back, but Osuke blocked it effortlessly with his bacteria hatchet. As Nekasaki landed from his attack, Osuke commented that he was as agile as a kitty, which made Nekasaki laugh and retort that it was a mean thing to say. Nekasaki readied himself again and charged forward, introducing himself as the stray cat, Hagura Nekasaki, and saying he was pleased to meet him. Osuke reciprocated, introducing himself in turn and saying it was also a pleasure. Nekasaki then swept his left leg across the floor, creating a smokescreen between them, forcing Osuke to cover his face. When the smoke cleared, Nekasaki had vanished from sight again, prompting Osuke to remark that he had pulled that trick once more. But having already seen that maneuver, Osuke slammed his blood hatchet into the ground with great force, shattering the floor beneath them. The impact destroyed much of the surface they stood on, sending the office furniture crashing down. Nekasaki grew concerned as he began to fall, while Osuke laughed as he watched him. Furniture and debris continued to plummet, and in the next moment, after the dust settled, Nekasaki remarked that everything was in ruins now, calling Osuke an idiot. Osuke then declared that he had found him, and in an instant, he closed the distance and slashed Nekasaki across the right shoulder. Nekasaki shouted that they weren't finished yet, but Osuke pointed his hatchet at him and told him he was impressive. Irritated, Nekasaki snapped back, demanding to know who he thought he was talking to. Unexpectedly, one of the momos who had been observing from a rooftop earlier appeared behind Nekasaki, while the same thing happened on Inami's side as another momo arrived there. Nekasaki's eyes widened at the appearance. Inami turned sharply to look behind him, and even Osuke and Tsukiyomi were startled by their sudden arrival. While pressing buttons on a controller, the buzzcut momo declared that they needed to complete the mission. Upon pressing it, the bodies of the two momos who had approached Nekasaki and Inami began to glow, and moments later, they exploded with enough force to obliterate the entire floor Nekasaki stood on, as well as a large section of the area where Inami was. Osuke and Tsukiyomi both stared at their respective opponents in surprise. As smoke billowed through the building, Nekasaki lost consciousness and fell, his body crashing onto the nearby sidewalk, while Inami collapsed in the middle of the street. Tsukiyomi's expression turned serious as he realized that the Momo squad members seemed to have committed suicide. Osuke shouted in rage and disbelief as he watched what happened to Nekasaki, while outside, the buzzcut Momo leapt down from the rooftop, landing between Tsukiyomi and Inami. He looked over Inami and Nekasaki's bodies and noticed their hands were still faintly moving, asking aloud if they were still breathing. Osuke landed beside him and, seething with anger, demanded to know what he thought he was doing there, calling him an idiot. He repeated it again, his irritation rising, and Tsukiyomi added that he wanted to know the same thing. Osuke, furious, demanded why they were interfering, calling him a bastard, at which point the Momo produced a phone call and said it was an order from Yukio. This revelation shocked Osuke, and then Yukio himself spoke from the other side of the line, telling them not to interfere. He said he would get straight to the point. He had decided to take the credit for their hard work, so they should just accept it. This left Osuke furious, while Tsukiyomi stared with unhappy eyes. Ukio expressed his gratitude for their hard work, but said that they would be the ones to take the credit for it. He added that his men would finish them off and then leave. Osuke could not believe what he heard and asked if he really thought they would allow such nonsense. Tsukiyomi added that if he was going to act selfishly like that, then they would simply leave. Ukio replied that such a thing would be a problem, since they were strong and not easily dealt with. He said he needed their strength in order to fight Mudano. That was why he had already taken action, securing hostages to make sure they would cooperate with him. Neither of them expected what he said. Ukio then asked them what they thought was the reason he had ordered their subordinates to be on standby. As of now, he said, their subordinates were bound, and so they would fight for him, with him taking the credit. Just that simple. If they refused to follow his plan, then their subordinates would die. They were shocked and angered by this, calling him a bastard. Osuke demanded if he understood what he was saying. Tsukiyomi further pointed out that he was breaking the rules, since he knew full well that killing fellow Momotaro was off limits, and doing so could bring an end to his career. But sitting relaxed on his office couch, Ukio answered that he did not care about that at all. For him, that battle meant everything. Now that he had said all this, he told them to just continue with the fight, since he was relying on the two of them. He said that they were only at the beginning, that they had just started arriving somewhere, and this was just the start. Even if they tried to avoid the battle, their subordinates were still under his control. Osuke called out to him again, saying that it was no threat since they had already decided. He would regret treating them like mere pawns, Osuke said, wishing he would just die instead. But instead of feeling fear or unease, Ukio only smiled and replied that he looked forward to it. The Momotaro then cut the call, and with that, Ukio's men were now set to finish off the two Oni. Small fish formed from blood suddenly appeared out of nowhere, causing an explosion in front of the two Momotaro. Those fish had attacked, striking various parts of the Momotaro holding the phone. Osuke and Tsukiyomi shielded themselves as smoke spread throughout the area. Then, an Oni landed on the rooftop of a tall building, saying he was a bit confused and asking what was happening. It turned out to be Shion, who was certain that the one lying on the ground was his comrade. In an instant, Shion disappeared from where he stood and leapt to where they were, noting that they seemed to be in bad shape. He said he would take those two Oni back with him, and warned that if they tried to block his path, he would kill them. Osuke answered that there was no need, since there was no joy to be had in killing them when they were already on the verge of death. Shion then said he would clean up the mess. He approached Inami, and Osuke insisted that when they woke up, Shion should tell them that next time, they must settle the fight for good. Suddenly, both vanished. Shion then apologized, thinking to himself that with men, he just end up forgetting everything they tell him in 2 minutes. Now irritated, he complained about having to carry those two numbnuts, adding that they should at least consider his feelings. Elsewhere, Osuke's irritated voice could be heard, cursing Ukio as a bastard and swearing he would never forgive him. That Momo had self-destructed as if it were no big deal, and he demanded to know what was going on. Tsukiyomi added that because Ukio had taken hostages, they could not act recklessly. Osuke was baffled at Tsukiyomi's calm demeanor and asked if he was not irritated. Tsukiyomi questioned if Osuke was really referring to him as calm, saying he was at the brink of madness from sheer rage. His aura changed as he declared that he wanted that day to be remembered as the worst and most wretched day of Ukio's miserable life, worse than anything any being on that cursed planet had ever felt. He wanted Ukio to drown in it, to be destroyed by it. That was how deep his meaning ran. He explained that Ukiyo had set him up in a bottom-tier stage, making him dance like a mere puppet. Because of this outburst, Osuke admitted he should not have asked in the first place. Tsukiyomi continued, saying that even so, if they became careless in their actions, their men would surely die. They had no choice but to press forward until somehow, some way, a way out of the situation appeared. Osuke cursed, then said they should try searching for the performer guy. If that bastard knew anything about him, he would surely show no mercy. The scene shifted to another place, where inside a room Shiki, Yusurube, and Ukiyo were facing one another. Shiki was tied to a chair, while Yusurube and Ukiyo sat together on a couch. Yusurube greeted him, and Shiki asked what was going on, telling him to explain himself or better yet release him. Ukiyo remarked that it was savage of him to wake up and immediately start shouting, calling him rowdy and chaotic. Shiki snapped at him to shut up and told him to get lost. As Yusurube stood from his seat, Ukiyo was impressed by the amount of energy Shiki had. But then Shiki was shocked to see Yusurube approaching, only for him to be punched in the face. The blow was so strong that he fell along with the chair he was bound to. Yusurube called him a bastard and could not believe he would act that way towards someone who had helped him. Shiki was confused by what he meant by helping. Yusurube explained that he had once mentioned he had a family, that his mother had died, but that his younger sister was still alive. His younger sister is gravely ill, requiring much time and effort to recover. Ukiyo was the one supporting his sister's treatment. Shiki asked how Ukiyo could possibly help both him and his sister. Ukiyo replied that Yusurube's sister was human, not Oni. It seemed their parents had been Oni and human, with Yusurube inheriting Oni blood while his sister did not. And of course, Ukiyo said, no Momotaro would risk the life of a human, which was why he had decided to help in exchange for a favor. In this case, that favor was spying for him. Shiki could not believe it and asked if Yusurube was using his sick sister as a tool for his own gain. Yusurube stomped on his face and said it was the opposite. He asked for it. He would do absolutely anything to save his sister. She was everything to him, the only blood relative he had left. For her sake, he said he would do whatever it took, even if it meant stepping on the face of a former friend like Shiki. Shiki was left speechless, only calling his name. Yusurube then turned to Ukiyo, saying he had fulfilled his part of their deal, and that he would now go see his sister. Wasn't she close by? Ukiyo answered yes, saying he knew Yusurube wanted to see her, that she was resting in a room upstairs. Yusurube smiled at hearing this and thanked him. From the floor, Shiki tried to stop him, saying he did not believe any of it. He insisted that Yusurube must feel something about what he had done, demanding that he speak the truth. Yusurube paused and admitted that it pained his heart, that it hurt deeply to have to betray Shiki. But if forced to choose between Shiki and his sister, there was no doubt he would always choose his sister. He left as Shiki struggled to stop him, but Yusurube had already said his farewell. Now, Ukiyo said, it was just the two of them left. He stood up to lift Shiki and fix his chair, telling him to take it easy and just relax. Shiki called him a bastard and demanded to know what he was planning to do with him. Sitting back down on the couch, Ukiyo admitted that of course he would eventually kill him, but not yet. He explained that capturing him had not been part of the original plan, but it was fine. It was one of the scenarios he had considered, though he never really expected it to happen. That was why he intended to make good use of him. He said that their greatest challenge was Mudano, and the most effective way to bring him down was to use his beloved students as hostages. Still, he clarified that he had no intention of killing Shiki right away, since if that happened, all the Oni units might retreat. And if there were no Oni left to kill, he would earn no money. Shiki was baffled at his mention of money and asked what he meant and what his true objective was. Ukiyo revealed that all Oni had a bounty on their heads, and that if they brought down specific targets, they would receive special rewards. He said he intended to use that money to ensure a luxurious life for himself. Shiki was shocked by this revelation. Ukiyo then shifted the subject, saying it was time to focus on his real objective. He pulled out a USB and explained that it contained information about the places where the remaining Oni could be found. He had received it from his friend Yusurube. With it, he said, they would be able to accomplish their mission. Shiki grew concerned at what he heard. Ukiyo added that all the little rabbits hiding in their burrows, What did Shiki think would happen once they dug them out? Elsewhere, the damage caused by the Momotaro could be seen. Using the information they had obtained, they raided the places where Oni were located. They killed the ones they found, chasing and hunting them down until they were all wiped out. They did not stop until every last one they found was eradicated. From the top of a building, Masumi's group witnessed the events unfolding. With him were Kaoru, Yaoroshi, Byalbu-Gora, Kiriyama, and Sazanami. Masumi remarked that it looked like everything was falling apart. Yaoroshi emphasized that everyone was already freaking out. After seeing what was happening, Kiriyama grew uneasy, saying the sight was making his head spin, and he felt as though he was about to fall ill. Masumi then requested a status report from everyone. From the infirmary, Kyoya responded, reporting that Inami and Nekasaki had been temporarily withdrawn. He added that many injured team members and evacuees were with them. What kept bothering him were the Momo soldiers willing to blow themselves up. He said the devotion of the Momo to Ukiyo was abnormal. Because of this, he requested that they bring in several Momo corpses, since there was something he wanted to check. Next, Shion reported that he had already transported Inami and Nekasaki to the infirmary and was now returning. While holding a woman in his arm, he promised to hurry back to the front lines. Masumi warned him that if he was fooling around with women again, he would kill him. Shion was caught off guard, realizing Masumi knew. Meanwhile, on Midano's side, he reported that he was with Taiga, but they would split up to aid the rescue efforts. He said he would also search for Ukiyo's location. Taiga added that combat would be unavoidable, so he urged everyone to be cautious, avoid injury, stay hydrated, and remain frosty. Yaoroshi insisted they should also help in the rescue. Masumi answered that they should split up and head to Hadokoro, including Kogasaki. He said that he, Mudano, and his team, along with the Suganami squad, would take charge of search and rescue. Sazanami objected, saying she refused to leave unless Rokuro was with her. Masumi snapped at her to shut up. In city battles, he explained, there were far too many blind spots, and the chances of getting killed spiked quickly. They simply lacked the experience. Yaoroshi refused to accept that, asking if they were really just going to sit still. Kaoru intervened, pointing out that they had their own important task. They were responsible for securing Oni who had already been captured, helping them hide again, and showing them where to go. He stressed that recovering and evacuating them underground was also a vital mission. Byalbu-Gora curiously asked what they should do if they happened to encounter a Momo soldier. Masumi answered that they needed to use their brains, that this wasn't a classroom, and there were no textbooks here. Still, he stressed that their priority had to be the evacuation of their Oni comrades. The horrifying situation had already claimed countless lives, so they had to rescue as many Oni as they possibly could. Yaoroshi thought that they had ended up in such a situation because of Yusuru-Bei, and Kaoru agreed. Yaoroshi grew furious that all this time they had been deceived by that bastard, saying he could never forgive him. Their other classmates were also troubled by it. Masumi then asked Mudano what they should do with Yusuru-Bei, pointing out that he had committed an act deserving of death as a traitor. Should they capture him, interrogate him, and then kill him? The decision, he said, was in Midano's hands. Mudano responded quickly, saying they should capture him first and then decide on his punishment later. Masumi was surprised at how swiftly he answered. From any angle, the possibility of Yusuru-Bei receiving a death sentence was high, and even if he was not executed, what place would still accept a traitor afterward? When it reached that point, most likely they would never see him again, as his fate would only be to rot away or die. Since he had once sided with the Momo, chances were he would do so again. Would it not be better to simply kill him? Mudano replied that even so, he had already said that the decision would be his. Therefore, the capture and the pending punishment of Yusuru-Bei would not change. Masumi could only answer with a short acknowledgement. He then instructed his comrades to head to their designated standby locations, and the students followed. Yaoroshi encouraged everyone to pour their spirit into the task. Even so, Kiriyama admitted that his chest was pounding, saying he felt like he was going to die. Sazanami reminded him that if anything went wrong, he should just come straight to her. Byalbu-Gora declared she would make sure not to die. As for Masumi, he said that in his opinion, they should simply torture Yusuru-Bei, take his information, and then kill him. Why was it even an issue? Was it because he was someone precious? Personally, Kaoru said that he held on to the hope that there was some reason behind everything, because Yusurube matters to him. Masumi laughed at his kindness, saying that because of his work, he could only focus on the big picture and had no heart or capacity for sympathy. Kaoru asked him what he meant by that. Wasn't that the very reason they were there? Masumi answered that he should not get cheeky, that enough small talk had been said, and that they should now do what needed to be done. Kaoru, he added, was already prepared. Back at the Momotaro building, Yusurube first went to the restroom, where the sound of running water from the faucet could be heard. He stared into the mirror, lost in deep thought. Turning off the faucet, he used the water to wet his hair, smoothing it back and fixing his face. His appearance looked completely different afterward. He admitted to himself that he looked terrible and could not let his sister see him in such a state. Outside the room, he gathered his courage, knowing it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Once he was ready and his resolve was firm, he knocked on the door where she was. When the door opened, he greeted his sister Fumino, saying it had been a long time since they last met, and that her big brother was finally there. Long time no see, Yusurube greeted his younger sister Fumino. With her arms crossed, she remarked that he was late. This was Juji Yusurube's younger sister, Fumino Yusurube. She asked how long it had been since she had last seen him. Juji apologized, explaining that he had just been far too busy lately. Curious, Fumino asked how many months had passed since he told her he was leaving for a business trip. He replied that he hadn't even had a single break, but admitted that he had really wanted to see her face. Fumino added that even Ukiyo had been concerned about how much he was overworking. Juji could only apologize again. When Fumino held out her hand with a smile, as if expecting something, Juji was confused. She pressed him further, saying that a business trip meant souvenirs, so he should hand them over. Caught off guard, Juji admitted he hadn't brought anything. Fumino refused to accept that and pulled a blanket over herself, upset that after being gone for months, he had come home empty-handed. Juji repeatedly apologized, admitting he had simply forgotten because of how busy he had been, saying he had no time to buy souvenirs. Fumino then asked if he was tired. Surprised by the question, Juji said it wasn't like that. But Fumino replied that in that case, she sure was. Her words left Juji in silence, and his thoughts drifted to the past. He remembered how many times his hands had been stained, how often he had disguised himself as an evacuee only to kill the Oni who came to save them. He confessed that he had killed far more Oni than Momotaro. He even survived Ukiyo's brutal training regime. Everything he did was for his younger sister. As long as she was in his thoughts, no matter what he did, he was able to keep himself together. Even when he had joined Resetsu Academy, nothing had changed. He only did his job as he always had. A boy caught into an endless war, who vowed to become stronger to protect his mother and younger sister, willingly joined the Oni division. With that story, he attempted to infiltrate, but before he could fully join the division, he ended up enrolling in Resetsu Academy. He never imagined he would attend a school at all. Everything there felt new to him. When he met his classmates, everything about them shone so brightly. It was dazzling, too dazzling for him. Back in the present, he suddenly mentioned that at that moment he was feeling exhausted. His sister was surprised and quickly apologized to him. Juji had not expected that. Fumino added that he had always been doing his best all this time, and even though she had been the source of all his hardships, she still managed to get angry at him just because he had not brought back souvenirs. Once more, Fumino apologized. He asked what she was saying, insisting it wasn't true. Fumino asked if that was really so, before breaking into a cough. Juji told her to take it easy, as she lied down as her coughing continued. He told her to focus her strength on getting better. He then asked if she still remembered what she wanted to do once she recovered. Wasn't it her wish to go outside wearing a school uniform? She replied that by the time she wore a school uniform, she would already be too old. Juji asked who cared about that, saying he would wear one too, just for her. For his sister Fumino, he said he would do anything. Outside the room, Ukiyo happened to pass by and thanked the Momotaro guard stationed there. When the guard was about to respond, Ukiyo told him not to disturb their reunion, saying it was an important moment for them. The guard understood and agreed. Someone arrived and called for Ukiyo. It turned out to be Jin and Kakuryu. Ukiyo was surprised that they had returned so quickly, They went straight into his room, and Kakuryu asked where Ichinose was. Ukyo replied that he was tied up in the next room, screaming non-stop, so he had been forced to silence him. That room, he added, was under strict guard. He mentioned that Tsukiyomi and Osuke had already been briefed about their roles there, and that he wanted them to focus solely on fighting Mudano. For the big finale, Ukyo declared that he himself would kill all the Oni at once. Jin and Kakuryu grew curious, wondering if he really intended to carry out his plan. Ukyo countered by asking if they had a problem with it. Both knelt before him, answering that they had none. With their heads lowered, they said they would go wherever he sent them. Ukyo apologized, admitting this would be the final act of his selfishness. Elsewhere, tensions were already heating up. On a rooftop, Senritsu observed that such a stage suited him perfectly. Suddenly, he was called by his name. It was the injured Osuke and Tsukiyomi. Senritsu was surprised to see them. He asked what had happened to them. Osuke answered that there was something they needed to discuss. Senritsu was puzzled by how serious he sounded. Once they explained everything, Senritsu was stunned to hear about the hostages. He could not believe Ukyo was capable of such a thing, and they had assumed he had no knowledge of it. How could he have learned about that? Senritsu asked. Tsukiyomi wondered if Senritsu had noticed anything unusual when he first met Ukyo. After some thought, Senritsu admitted there was something odd. Jin, Kakuryu, and the other squad members around Ukyo displayed an abnormal level of loyalty. It wasn't the usual respect given to a superior, it was more like worship, as though they regarded him as a god. Even if there was some justification for it, they questioned whether anyone would truly go so far as to blow themselves up for him. Tsukiyomi pointed out that Ukyo's ability was merely to enhance his body, so their strange behavior couldn't be explained by his power. This left them unsettled, though they agreed there was no point in dwelling on it further. Senritsu then decided he would go to Ukyo directly and speak with him, since they had no other choice given the tight grip he held over them. Osuke worried if he would be okay, but Senritsu answered that he would probably be fine. From any angle, the wrong in the situation was Ukyo himself. Tsukiyomi had not expected Senritsu to dive into such a dangerous mess, but Osuke urged him to return as soon as possible. Senritsu reassured them, saying it would be fine, and declared that they should create another legend. The scene then shifted to another place, where a manga and internet cafe could be seen. Inside were shelves lined with manga available for reading, as well as rooms that could be rented out for relaxation. There, a Momotaro was shown killed. A woman expressed her gratitude, saying someone had saved her. The rescuer casually replied that it was all good. It turned out to be Shion, who declared that he was born to save women. With smooth confidence, he added that once everything was over, she should go on a date with him. The Oni present there had not expected such words. After a short while, he met up with Kogasaki and instructed him to safely escort the rescued Oni out of there. Kogasaki could not answer, thinking to himself what kind of situation he had walked into, especially since he was still holding the Oni he had saved tightly in his arms. Shion then asked if he was curious, but he replied that he wasn't. He said he would take her and leave. He then decided to check the school, suspecting that there might be children taking shelter inside. He searched through the classrooms, the clinic, the hallways, and other facilities until he finally reached the rooftop. He remarked on how quiet it was, which made him wonder if no one was left at all. Suddenly, small screws rained down, and Shion grew wary when he noticed them. The screws targeted him, but he quickly dodged them with speed. While airborne, he realized they were indeed screws and immediately knew who was behind it. It was the long-haired Momotaro, Jin. Jin told him that he had already given a warning and that they would now finish what they had started. Shion replied that a man's promise was just as meaningless as a drunkard's vow to never drink again. As he landed, he faced Jin, who simply stood there. Shion thought that Jin's presence meant he must be with someone, and he was right. Kakuryu was there as well. He declared that he had already disabled Shion's ability. Jin added that he had no time to waste on someone like him, so he should just die already. Jin then created a massive Gatling gun composed of countless screws hovering in the air. Shion answered that such lines were only spoken by low-level thugs. He claimed Jin had no means of killing him. Jin asked if that was truly what he chose as his final words. He then aimed the Gatling gun at Xian and fired relentlessly in rapid succession, not stopping until he was satisfied. When the barrage ended and the smoke cleared, Jin looked around to confirm the kill. To his shock, he realized Xian hadn't been injured or struck in any part of his body. Xian simply told him that he had already warned him. Jin was left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a thing was possible. From a higher vantage point, someone asked why there was so much noise. It turned out to be the Oni, Taiga, who declared that the place was meant for children to learn, then called them idiots, saying such an incident deserved expulsion. Jin, curious, asked how Taiga had known he would come there. Xian answered that it was intuition. Jin pressed for an explanation, and Xian said it was because they had known each other for a long time. Kokuryu chimed in, saying they now understood, calling Xian an idiot, and remarked that once the one in sunglasses was out of the way, they would finally have an opening to kill him. Jin told them he had already neutralized their abilities, so he should finish them off. Taiga bit his thumb to draw blood and asked if they really thought he would just let his comrades die. Jin rebuilt his weapon, telling Taiga not to worry, he would send them both to hell. Taiga then used his blood to activate Guardian of the Divine Realm. They were wrapped in a barrier of blood, and even though the force shook the entire area, they remained completely unharmed. Guardian of the Divine Realm created a shield out of blood, and though a small amount of Taiga's blood only made a weak, temporary shield, its power and duration grew with the amount of blood used. Kokuryu was baffled, wondering how Taiga could still use blood techniques when his ability was supposed to have been neutralized. While observing closely, he analyzed Taiga's method and realized the technique only worked because small amounts of blood were involved. Kokuryu could control blood outside of his own, but he could not manipulate it unless it reached a certain quantity. Since he was using only droplets, his ability had no effect on Taiga. Xian and Taiga exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Taiga rushed at Kokuryu, saying he would take him on. Jin told Kokuryu he was counting on him to finish the fight, and so they decided to split up. As Kokuryu leapt away, Taiga remarked that he would likely have to chase him. He asked Xian if he had any problem with that, and Xian replied that he had none. Facing Jin, Xian said it was a shame they couldn't all play together, but that didn't matter, he answered. He was going to kill him anyway. Xian unleashed blood erosion release once more, remarking that if that was the case, then they should enjoy the battle. His blood summoned a book into his hand, and he invoked Saint out of business. With a smirk, he declared that in his class, sleeping was forbidden. Inside the vast school gymnasium, Kokuryu remarked that if Taiga had not shown up, they would have already killed the man there without any hassle. He then urged Taiga to hurry up and die. Taiga asked if Kokuryu even realized where they were. This was a sacred place, he said, where children came to learn, before calling Kokuryu a bastard. He added that he should not use words like die in that place, and because he had, Taiga would kill him for it. Kokuryu retorted that his words were far worse. He admitted that he despised the school, claiming he had no good memories of it. Perhaps, he said, he should destroy it while he was there, with Taiga included. Taiga, however, declared that this was a place where the future was built, and he did not care who Kokuryu thought he was. This building, he said, could not be destroyed. No matter what happened, he would protect it. In Kokuryu's mind, he noted that with the minuscule amount of blood Taiga was using, it was nearly impossible to manipulate. He thought to himself that he was lucky he still had some tricks hidden up his sleeve. Suddenly, he shouted as if signaling others to move, and one of the Momotaro appeared at the balcony window, catching Taiga's attention. 3 Momotaro then jumped into the gymnasium where they were and headed straight toward him. Kokuryu smirked, remarking in his thoughts that those underlings always knew exactly where to be in these situations. As the 3 Oni neared Taiga, one of them pulled out a remote control and pressed it, but Taiga snapped his fingers, producing a layered barrier around himself and another barrier encasing the 3 Momos. Moments later, the 3 of them exploded, scattering their remains around Taiga. Because Taiga had reduced the area of effect of the explosion, Kokuryu asked why he had doubled his barriers, only for Taiga to point out in confusion that he had just explained the reason earlier. He emphasized that this was a sacred place for children, and there was no way he would risk letting those attacks come close. He then pointed at him, saying that the way he handled things pissed him off, and asked whether the lives of his comrades held no value for him. Kokuryu, once again using his ability, answered that their mission needed to be completed at any cost, and besides, their deaths weren't meaningless. He then controlled the scattered blood of the Momos and tried to pierce Taiga with it. However, Taiga easily blocked it with his barrier. Kokuryu commented that even in death, they continued to serve him, to which Taiga retorted that all he was doing was using them as tools. In Kokuryu's mind, he realized that half-hearted attacks were useless against Taiga, so he decided to launch something stronger. The blood of his comrades began gathering, catching Taiga's attention. With that blood, Kokuryu formed a massive spear, declaring that it would pierce through his barrier. Taiga thought to himself that if he wanted to stop the attack, he would need to increase the amount of blood used in his barrier. But if he did that, Kokuryu would just nullify it. Suddenly, a noise came from the storage room of the gymnasium, drawing their attention. When a female Oni appeared inside, Taiga paused in his planning and wondered if someone had been hiding in there all this time. Kokuryu grinned at this development, saying he liked what was happening, then signaled again for action. Another Momo leapt toward Taiga carrying a self-destruct remote control. Mocking him, Kokuryu asked what his plan would be now. Would he protect himself from the explosion, or would he protect the frightened Oni? He then directed the massive spear toward the storage room while shouting at Taiga to make his choice. Taiga simply smirked, snapped his fingers repeatedly, and said there was no reason to hesitate. He created 6 circular barriers aligned in front of the storage room. Because of that, Kokuryu's blood spear managed to shatter some of them, but before it could reach the room, it was broken by the final barrier. Kokuryu was shocked that it had been blocked. He then wondered how Taiga would protect himself from the approaching Momo bomber. When the Momo pressed the remote, Taiga swiftly raised his left hand as a shield. The Momo exploded right beside him moments later. The powerful blast shook the entire gymnasium, causing the female Oni in the storage room to scream in terror. As the smoke cleared, blood was shown dripping heavily. Taiga was revealed to still be alive, though his pinky and ring fingers were gone, and his index and middle fingers were broken. He remarked in amazement that you could really feel the impact when you only used a thin barrier. Still, he added, losing a few fingers was a small price to pay to save a life. Kokuryu could hardly believe Taiga had instantly blocked the explosion with just a single barrier. Taiga then snapped his fingers again, trapping Kokuryu inside a barrier. As Kokuryu tested it, he wondered why Taiga had imprisoned him. Taiga pointed out that it would disappear in a few seconds, so he should just relax. But while creating several individual hexagonal barriers and spinning them at incredible speed, Taiga said he had a question. He asked if Kokuryu had ever experienced being thrown into a blender, then hurled the spinning hexagons at the barrier surrounding him. Slowly, they began to cut through, terrifying Kokuryu, and soon enough, like a blender, the spinning hexagons shredded his body within Taiga's barrier. Taiga then flipped him off and pointed out that at the very moment he had aimed his weapon at the defenseless, he was already as good as dead. He then went to the hiding Oni and told her she was safe now and could come out. The Oni cautiously revealed herself and thanked him. Taiga accepted her thanks, but when she saw his mangled hand, stern face, and menacing tattoo, she suddenly screamed in fear and begged for mercy, leaving him bewildered as he asked what on earth she was talking about. Let's move on to Ukyo's situation. Here, while he was standing and watching by the glass wall, his phone suddenly rang, making him wonder who could have notified him. When he checked it, his expression showed surprise. He left his room and told the bodyguard on standby that he would step out of their base for a moment. He turned serious and said that something urgent had happened. After that, we shift to Xian and Jin facing each other on a rooftop, where the intensity of their battle was evident from the powerful explosions. It was as if Xian was just toying with Jin's attempts to fire his scrap metal Gatling gun, keeping his hands in his pockets the entire time while dodging with ease. Jin noticed that he was totally on the defensive, so in irritation, he asked if Xian was worried about his buddy getting hurt. Xian questioned him back, asking if he meant Taiga, and said there was no way because he had no reason to worry about him. He then added that this fight was just putting him to sleep, and asked what was even the point of going all out against some random guy. He said he'd rather fight an older, beautiful woman instead, and even if he died there, it wouldn't be that bad. Jin grew annoyed at the nonsense and asked why he was even fighting him if he was only fooling around. Xian, looking unsure, replied that maybe it was to stop all his potential future lovers from dying. Jin froze at that answer, taken aback, and Xian clarified that it was like going on lovey-dovey dates or something. He admitted he didn't really know, but maybe he just wanted to do fun things and enjoy life. Irritated, Jin asked if that was supposed to be some crappy reason, but Xian told him not to interfere, saying that maybe Jin himself had some profound reason for acting the way he did. Jin shouted back that he was doing this because he owed a favor. Hearing this, Xian thought about it and commented that it seemed fine, even admirable. But, he added, having noble reasons or circumstances didn't necessarily mean you would win. Jin yelled at him to shut up, showing his anger toward people like him. He then summoned a giant gorilla made of bacteria, declaring that he wouldn't allow him to get in Ukyo's way, naming the move Gear Drive Gorilla. In response, Xian used his Blood Eclipse release, sent out a business whale cloud, summoning a massive blood whale. He followed up by saying that whether someone had admirable beliefs or crappy ones, if you were going to die, you were going to die. If anything, he added, it was the admirable and righteous who were the first to die. He pointed out how unfair that was, and depressing as hell. Then he sent his blood whale charging at Jin's scrap metal gorilla, which managed to intercept it. The clash of the two massive beasts created a shockwave that shattered the windows of the building they stood on. Jin shouted that Xian wasn't worth his time, so he should just hurry up and die already. Frustrated, Xian then commented that he's intense, and asked if Jin liked Ukyo that much. Jin revealed that Ukyo was the one who had saved him, so if it was for Ukyo, he would gladly lay down his life. Xian then asked if he's right that he was still a kid, saying it couldn't be that big of a deal. He added that it's unfortunate, and explained that straightforward kids like him were usually the ones who died first. Xian recalled one of his former students happily talking about what he wants to be after graduating, and commented that this was exactly why he couldn't stand kids. He then unleashed his move Suho's White Horse, summoning two blood horses that charged swiftly at Jin. Jin was caught off guard, and while the two distracted him, Xian's blood whale overpowered his scrap metal gorilla, shattering it into parts and forcing Jin back under the sheer force. Xian pointed out that he shouldn't be rushing his life. He invited him to have fun without care, saying that life was his own story to tell. Meanwhile, we shifted to a hospital outside the Koenji border, within Suganami. Inside, the sound of telemetry monitors echoed down the hallway. There, Ukyo was shown holding the hand of a patient hooked up to a telemetry monitor, surrounded by countless medical machines, life supports, and all kinds of equipment keeping the young girl alive. Ukyo's face was drawn with sadness and worry as he watched the miserable condition the girl was enduring. In the next scene, we were suddenly brought to a point in time when Mudano, Kyoya, and Misumi were still students. Kyoya spoke to us here, saying that at this time he was only 16 years old, and that school life at Resetsu Academy was beginning today. He said he was hyped to see how it would turn out. While they were shown hiding from a jelly-like monster, he asked if it would be possible for him to go back in time and smack himself from just a few minutes ago. We then returned to a few minutes earlier. While they were still in the classroom with their teacher, the teacher remarked that they had managed to enter Resetsu, which was great. Now, they would see what they were capable of through a surprise test. This left Kyoya dumbfounded, thinking to himself that surely there must be a limit to how much of a surprise a test could be. Their teacher explained that the test would have them form teams of 3 and escape the forest within the school grounds within 1 hour. And by the way, the teacher added, his adorable little guys would be chasing them, which once again left Kyoya stunned. After that, we returned to the situation of the 3, and Kyoya explained that they were currently in the middle of a test. As he observed the monsters, he commented that it felt unfair to release 3 blobs at once. We were then shown Mudano at 16 years old, and it seemed to be the first time he was grouped with the 2 of them. He introduced himself, saying he was glad to meet them and hoped they could help each other, extending his hand for a shake, but Mudano only stared at him, leaving him nervous and confused. Mudano then turned away and said he didn't know about that, which confused him even more. Next, we were shown Misumi at 16 years old. Kyoya said he was also glad to meet him and declared he would call him Masu. However, despite Masumi's smiling face, he seriously told him he didn't like people who acted all buddy-buddy from the start. Kyoya thought to himself that this group was already a disaster. He then explained that more and more of those slimy creatures were appearing, and he felt it would be better if they cooperated. Mudano then asked why he was so eager to work together. So Kyoya explained that working together made it more likely they would pass the test. He then asked, and in the end, wasn't it important to have teammates you could rely on when things got tough? He pointed out that they had already gone through the effort of becoming peers, so that was why he wanted them to be both good friends and teammates. Mudano responded that he knew nothing about such things, while Masumi asked what he was even talking about, calling it terribly embarrassing. Kyoya thought to himself that maybe it would be better to just beat them up. Mudano suddenly stood up, saying they had already wasted too much time here, and urged them to move, which caught Kyoya's attention. Kyoya tried to stop him, telling him to wait a moment, while Masumi noticed something. Unfortunately, a blob monster had spotted them and prepared to attack. Kyoya turned to it while Masumi clicked his tongue in irritation. They managed to dodge its attack, but Masumi's right leg was hit when he failed to evade in time. It began bleeding, and he clicked his tongue again. Kyoya shouted in worry. He spotted a hand-sized rock, quickly grabbed it, and hurled it at the blob monster's face, smashing its head. He asked Masumi if he was okay, but Masumi told him to go on without him, explaining that someone with an injured leg was only a burden. Kyoya yelled that there was no way he would abandon an injured friend. Masumi stared at him while he reassured him that it was fine and that he would handle it. When Kyoya looked at his wound, he thought to himself that the injury was serious despite Masumi having the regenerative powers of an Oni. He began to worry, realizing it would take at least 7 minutes to heal. Then, to his shock, the blob monster whose head he had smashed began regenerating. Irritated, he thought to himself that, of course, the self-centered jerk Mudano was nowhere to be found when they needed him most. He realized that if they did nothing, both he and Masumi would be taken down by the monster before he could heal him. Unexpectedly, his body suddenly turned transparent, startling him, until Masumi whispered while holding him to stay quiet or the monsters would hear. What he was seeing, he explained, was his ability. Kyoya was awed by this ability, but Masumi pointed out that it only lasted for 30 seconds. Kyoya asked again about the 30 seconds, and Masumi clarified once more that it really was only 30 seconds. Kyoya then remarked that this was seriously bad. 30 seconds wasn't nearly enough for the wound to heal. Even worse, he added, those creeps kept multiplying. Suddenly, a move called Torrential Rebirth was unleashed, wiping out the blob monsters around them. Both of them were shocked, and a voice beside them commented that he hadn't expected to find them there. It turned out to be Mudano, who explained that he wouldn't waste more time on such things. He called them fodder and urged them to move again, which left Kyoya speechless at being called that. After a while, their special test ended. Outside the forest, their teacher praised the class for completing the assignment, saying it wasn't a bad first day of school. Afterward, Kyoya approached Masumi, calling him Masu, and thanked him for helping him, to which Masumi told him to stop calling him by that nickname. He explained that he only took into account that every member of the group had to reach the finish line to pass the test. This left Kyoya looking hurt, thinking to himself that he was so cold, but then he remembered something. Masumi had told him earlier to leave him behind when he was injured. He stared at him, then suddenly wore a shocked expression. Realizing this, he thought that Masumi must just be at tsundere. He called him Masu and Little Rascal, putting his arm around him. But Masumi told him in a serious tone that if he didn't back off within 2 seconds, he would kill him. Kyoya also thanked Mudano, saying that in the end, he had cooperated with them. Mudano asked if that was what he called cooperating, leaving him confused. He revealed that he had always been alone, so he really didn't know how such a thing worked, which shocked Kyoya further. Kyoya recalled what Mudano had said earlier, that he knew nothing about such things, and realized, wait, had he not been sarcastic, but truly knew nothing about teamwork? He had just assumed he was the lone wolf type, but Mudano explained that while he didn't like being chummy with people, he wanted to understand what it felt like to fight alongside those he trusted. Kyoya's eyes widened, and he laughed, saying he should have just said that earlier. In that case, he declared, it was settled. They were comrades now. He slung his arms around them, inviting them with a "let's do this," calling Mudano Denochi and Masumi Masu. This prompted the two to push him away, both telling him he was being overly familiar. While this was happening, the scene shifted to another group of their classmates. One of them commented that Sagara's ability was truly one of a kind, to which Sagara thanked him. Another added that it was no joke and he really had saved them. Flattered and embarrassed, Sagara replied that he couldn't have done it without the two of them. We were then shown this boy's hand, with rings on every finger from index to pinky, and he humbly admitted that he was still nowhere near strong enough. In the next scene, we were brought back several years ago to the same hospital where Ukiyo and the patient he was watching over were. The doctor there explained that if her condition continued, they could not say whether Temari would still be alive in 5 years, which made Ukiyo respond that it can't be. Because of his reaction, the doctor told him to relax and explained that it was not completely hopeless. At present, rapid progress was being made abroad in the research of this illness. A new drug was also in development that could lead to her full recovery, though Ukiyo found it difficult to believe and asked if that was really true. But the doctor added that there was another problem. He expected it to be extremely expensive, so Ukiyo asked how much it would cost. The doctor said that since it was a new drug not yet available in Japan, a single dose would cost an enormous amount of yen. It needed to be administered once every 2 days for 2 years straight. And even if the Momotaro Foundation provided subsidies for the medication and hospital fees, this would still be the total. The doctor showed them the estimated cost, which greatly worried his wife. Ukiyo suddenly declared that he would do whatever it took to pay for it, but his wife tried to reason with him that it would be difficult to gather such a large sum. He reassured her, saying it was fine and that he would manage to get by. In the meantime, the doctor said he would do everything he could in the hospital, to which Ukiyo replied that he appreciated his help. After that, Ukiyo stepped out of his daughter's room and, while sitting on a bench, thought to himself that this was already the 3rd emergency call that month due to health issues, and Temari's energy was dropping. A young boy then called out to him, making him turn his head. He asked the boy if it was okay for him to be outside alone at such an hour, and the boy answered that he had just gone to the bathroom. The boy sat beside him and asked why he was wearing a flower hairpin if he was a boy, which caught his attention, and asked if these hairpins were what he was talking about. He explained that his daughter Temari had put it on him because she said it's cute. The boy thought about it and pointed out that he had no eyebrows, so to be honest, he couldn't call him cute. Ukiyo then told him that his daughter had also shaved them with a razor, which shocked the boy, who asked if he was serious and whether he had been angry. Ukiyo answered that he had almost been angry, but he could never bring himself to be upset when he saw the kind of smile his daughter had. The boy shared that his pops got angry easily, and if he did that to him, he definitely would have gotten hit, which made Ukiyo laugh. The boy then asked if his eyebrows would grow back, and Ukiyo replied no, because he shaved them himself now. The boy asked why he would do something that seemed weird, and Ukiyo answered that it was because he wanted to make his daughter smile again once she woke up. The boy then asked if she was sick, and Ukiyo admitted that she was. But he assured him that soon she would be healthy again, and he would make sure of it. The boy understood and asked if she was really that important to him. Ukiyo explained that even if he lost everything, as long as his daughter lived a healthy life, that was enough for him. He then stood up and told the boy that surely his parents also cared for him just as much. He said goodbye to the boy, adding that this was why one had to give their all and live with everything they had. After that, we returned to the present, to the battle between Shion and Jin. After dodging and stepping back, Shion asked why Jin was so completely devoted to Ukiyo. In Jin's mind, he silenced him and explained that there was no way he could understand. He would never understand the suffering that he and Kakuryu had endured, and he pointed out in his own voice that it was Ukiyo's good heart that had saved them. Jin then suddenly raised his index and middle finger as though controlling something to rise, and because of that, the ground beneath Shion began to quake. Before long, the ground in front of him cracked open and several scrap metal spikes burst out, completely shattering the floor. Shion leapt to dodge them, but Jin immediately controlled them while shouting that he would not escape. The scrap metal spikes began to separate and mold into a new creature, and soon enough it formed into a massive monster which Jin called the Gear Drive Divine Dragon. He sent it charging towards Xian, and as Xian ran from it, he commented that it was a homing attack. He stopped soon after, turned to face the scrap metal dragon, and thought that in that case, he would just have to destroy it. But to his surprise, Jin commanded it to burst, and the dragon suddenly exploded in front of him, sending a storm of scrap metal flying in every direction. Several pieces struck him in the cheek and shoulder, making him click his tongue in irritation, while Jin thought to himself that if he continued that barrage, he might defeat him. Blood began pouring heavily from Xian's blood book as he said there were no hard feelings, pointing out that Jin wasn't the only one capable of summoning a dragon. The flowing blood formed into a large puddle, and soon, one section of it began to bubble and gradually shaped into the head of a creature. Before long, a blood dragon with enormous fangs fully took form and rose into the air above him. Its neck bulged as if gathering power for an attack, and moments later it opened its jaws and unleashed a devastating torrent that fell like a storm of projectiles. The violent downpour crashed to the ground where Jin stood, and Xian named the attack the Timid Dragon's Roar. As Jin tried to withstand the ferocious strike, he sustained multiple injuries across his body while thinking there was no way he could allow himself to be defeated here. He then reached into his coat pocket and suddenly pulled out a remote control identical to those carried by the suicidal Momotaro, adding that he would not be defeated, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Before Jin could press it, Taiga arrived and called out to Xian, surprised that he was still fighting, and asked if he needed help. Jin thought to himself that if Taiga was alive, then he couldn't be certain that Kakuryu was truly dead, while Xian answered that he didn't need help and that everything was fine with him. Jin realized something in that moment and said that he would be disappearing soon as well. He suddenly controlled a massive amount of nuts and bolts and began surrounding Xian with them. Xian grew puzzled at being encircled and asked what he was planning. In an instant, Jin appeared right behind him, grabbing his shoulder and neck while holding the remote control ready, shouting an apology and declaring that their fight would end in a tie. Xian grew alarmed at the sight of the self-destruct mechanism and muttered that he hated such a distasteful, tacky ending. Then his blood powers suddenly deactivated, shocking and worrying him even more, until someone shouted Jin's name from the rooftop of the gymnasium, drawing their attention. It turned out that after being sliced apart by Taiga earlier, Kakuryu was still alive, and he shouted at Jin to do it now. Taiga was shocked that this Momo was still alive, while Jin's eyes widened at the sight of him. Jin then grinned and remarked that it looked like he would be the first one to die here. He prepared to press the remote while apologizing to Ukyo. He said this was the only way he could be useful to him, and he was sorry. If he could offer even the slightest support toward Ukyo's goal, then he could die happy. Taiga launched his fast-spinning hexagons at Kakuryu, managing to sever his left arm. Pain was clear on Kakuryu's face, while Xian managed to summon his blood book once again. Jin thought to himself that he had to activate the switch fast enough. He pressed it, and his body began to glow. As it happened, he thought to himself that the favor he owed Ukyo, he would make sure it was repaid. Taiga turned to him as the glow spread, while Xian showed an irritated and worried expression. Soon after, Jin's body exploded completely, delivering a powerful blast against Xian. As his body disintegrated, he spoke to Ukyo in his mind, saying that what Ukyo had done for him back then, even now, he still remembered. He also spoke to Kakuryu, asking if he was right that there was no way they could ever forget everything they went through together. He started to explain that not all Momotaro were born equal. He began to explain that there were times when Momotaro experienced discrimination simply because one of their parents was an Oni. His mother and Kakuryu's father were Oni, so naturally, he said, they were killed, and he never doubted that. However, he added, the fact that their blood was mixed with Oni was what made them targets of bias and prejudice. He began asking if those new members of the Momo squad had merely been cursed by people full of prejudice, saying it wasn't only students, but even some teachers who looked down on them. He explained that they were forced to endure dangerous training exercises. They were the ones who took the brunt of others' stress, and even when the teachers witnessed it, they turned a blind eye. He remarked on the irony of experiencing discrimination in a place that claimed to teach justice. Back when they were still in training, he and Kakuryu once hid inside a storage room, and it was there that Kakuryu told him he wanted to die. Jin told him that if things went on like that, then maybe he really would die, and Kakuryu agreed. He further explained that they had already reached the peak of their exhaustion, and he was ready to die at any moment. Until one day, Ukyo arrived at their facility. One of their teachers announced with honor that they would have Deputy Captain Ukyo from Sujinami Ward as their special guest lecturer for the day, and that they would be watching a training drill simulating high-altitude combat. Their bald teacher suddenly called on them and ordered them to jump off the handrail, saying he would quickly explain the dangers of it afterward, and they immediately agreed. However, this caught Ukyo's attention, and he asked if he was really going to make the students perform the drill just like that. The bald teacher told him not to worry, then whispered that Oni blood flowed through them, pointing out that they were half-breeds. Their classmates began laughing because of that, while Ukyo thought about what the teacher had said about them being half-breeds. The bald teacher then apologized, saying he was sorry for giving him such an unpleasant feeling because of their mixed blood. Ukyo responded with a smile that clearly showed his distaste, and it was as if he had already made up his mind. In the next scene, the bald teacher's body was shown hanging upside down, seemingly unconscious, with blood from his nose and mouth and bruises on his face. Ukyo was holding him by the leg and explained that this was where they could see one of the dangers of this drill. If they lost consciousness, he said, they would fall all the way down to the ground. Fear, worry, and dread were visible on the faces of the Momo who were listening to him, and he added that since they had all been laughing earlier, they should stand there and come closer to him. He said he would make sure they ended up just like the piece of trash he was holding. Jin and Kakuryu were both shocked at that time, and Jin explained that what Ukyo did that day revealed a light called hope, hidden within the obstacles along their path. Jin began to explain why he and Kakuryu treated Ukyo the way they did. He said that from that time onward, Ukyo had watched over them. When asked why, he explained that Ukyo told them his father was also an Oni, and that discrimination was frustrating, and he had said it while laughing. Jin added that after that incident, they were no longer treated as harshly as before. He said there were some people who held intense hostility towards them, but it still became easier to live. He further explained that there were times they doubted and asked themselves if it was truly right to trust this person, since all this time, they've only been ostracized. However, he said, something happened that made them swear their loyalty to Ukyo. They had joined an active unit for enlistment training, where they were given missions by Ukyo to learn while working. During this training, he said they fought against Oni who ambushed them. Their seniors were defeated, leaving them no choice but to run. Besides the two of them, there were also two classmates who had joined Ukyo's unit. We then shifted to the mentioned scene, where one of the Oni shouted at them to hold it while running. Jin grew worried, thinking that at this rate they would surely be caught. Suddenly, Kakuryu groaned, catching his attention. When he looked, he saw Kakuryu's leg was bleeding and he could not stand, causing him to shout in alarm. Kakuryu cried out that his leg was injured, making Jin think the Oni had struck him. But suddenly Kakuryu fell to thud, and it was because one of their classmates had stabbed his left thigh, telling him that he should play decoy as well, which shocked and enraged him. Now both he and Kakuryu could no longer run because of their stab wounds, while the two classmates abandoned them to die. The very one who stabbed him said that this was how mixed bloods were used. Jin desperately shouted at them to wait, but the two showed no sign of stopping. The two Oni began closing in, with one shouting that there were two Oni kids and they had to be caught, filling them both with dread. But unexpectedly, Ukyo arrived from above and delivered a devastating power punch to the two Oni, slamming their heads into the ground and shattering the floor. The Momo's faces were crushed as they were ground into the concrete floor. Kakuryu and Jin's eyes widened at the sight, while Ukyo casually brushed the dust from his suit. He stretched and, standing before them as a savior, asked if they were all right. In those moments, Jin said, he decided that he would follow this man. It was such an overwhelming feeling that words like respect and gratitude felt cheap. He pointed out that Ukyo had saved them twice, at times when no one else would, and so he realized they should devote themselves to him from then on. After that, he said, They joined Ukyo's unit after graduation. He also added, by the way, that the two classmates who tried to use them as bait ended up leaving school. He then explained that when Ukyo's daughter became sick and money was needed, he and Kakuryu did their best to gather funds. Since his daughter was so important to Ukyo, she was just as important to them. They were even willing to go undercover when they heard they could be rewarded for delivering research data to higher authorities. Even if Ukyo began to walk on the wrong path, they were willing to fall with him. To hell with common sense. Because for them, it was Ukyo who played that role. He then said that their lives, everything, they would offer it all to Ukyo. After this, we were shown what remained of Jin's body after he blew himself up in hopes of defeating Xian. Despair and sorrow were written on Kakuryu's face as he saw his friend erased from the world, while Taiga shouted furiously at Xian, calling him a bastard and yelling that he would kill him if he was dead. As the smoke began to clear, a cat approached Jin's feet. It was a blood cat holding a stick in its mouth. The cat began to change shape and liquefy. Someone had used a blood eclipse release, and it turned out that the cat was Xian. He called the move Saint out of business, I am a cat, and after returning to his normal form, he explained that he managed to extend his arm and evade the blast. It was explained to us that he could transform into a cat for up to 5 minutes, though he could not speak to anyone while in that form. Xian then pointed out that this was why he hated kids and said that what good will it do if you die? He sincerely wished he had been able to teach that to Jin. If he had only continued to live, there would always have been other options. Standing beneath the bright moon, he said that since he could not even explain something like that, he was a terrible fit for a teacher. In the next scene, we shifted to another part of the city, where Mudano was now standing on the rooftop of a building, facing Osuke and Tsukiyomi, who were standing on the rooftop of the building opposite. Osuke commented that he was glad they were finally going to have their rematch. Mudano silently stared back at him, and Osuke added that this battle would not end like the last one. He pressed his fist and palm together, a clear sign that he was ready to fight, and shouted that they would fight to the very end, until one of them draws their last breath. Mudano said he understood, and that this looked like a fight to the death. He slit his thumb with the retractable blade hidden in the ring on his index finger and immediately activated his blood eclipse release, Autumn Cloudburst. Because of his calm and nonchalant demeanor, Osuke commented that he was as cool-headed as ever. While conjuring his bacteria weapon, Osuke thought to himself that they should set aside the hostage crap for now, then shouted that it was time to get wild as he unleashed his hazy cherry blossoms. He jumped at Mudano while yelling that he would go first, which irritated Tsukiyomi, who shouted at him not to cut in line. Osuke prepared to swing his hatchet, declaring that the captain stood his ground, unshaken, and he struck hard at Mudano, only for Mudano to easily parry it with his blood umbrella. Mudano asked why they weren't attacking him together, to which Osuke replied that attacking both at the same time was only half as fun, and Tsukiyomi agreed with him. Osuke leapt back after his strike, but quickly prepared again, saying he wouldn't allow the battle to become boring. He swung his hatchet with force, and from it flew a bacteria crescent projectile toward Mudano, which he called the Way of Chaos. Mudano opened his blood umbrella and raised it above his head, using it as a shield against Osuke's attack. The bacteria crescent was deflected and struck the building behind Mudano, which he called Calming Sweep. Osuke smirked when he saw his attack fly uselessly past. Suddenly, Mudano pointed the top of his blood umbrella at Osuke, and its surface began bubbling, drawing Osuke's attention. Soon, countless projectiles burst out from it as he unleashed verdant rain. Osuke did not back down and deflected every projectile that came at him. To his shock, Mudano suddenly appeared behind him with incredible speed, tightening his grip on his blood umbrella. He struck Osuke solidly in the back, sending him flying into the neighboring building, and the wall shattered from the impact. Even so, Osuke still managed to smile and commented that it hurt like hell, but then cursed in excitement, saying how awesome this fight was. Tsukiyomi suddenly leapt down from the rooftop they had been standing on, catching his attention, and taunted that it was his turn, prompting Osuke to shout angrily that he wasn't done yet. As Tsukiyomi drew his tarot cards and prepared his ability, Ragnarok, he said tough luck, it was time to swap. After shuffling, he drew the strength card, and a lion began charging toward Mudano. Mudano then said that he should have just stuck to the land, acting like the proud lion he is, because a beast has no business defying the heavens, then released his counterattack. He used Torrential Rebirth, which quickly destroyed the lion and demonstrated his overwhelming strength. The lion fully disintegrated, but as Mudano observed it, he sensed something around him and looked upward. There he saw 4 glowing circular symbols with stars at their centers, and it became clear that Tsukiyomi had managed to draw another card even while under heavy attack. A beam of light shot from one star and bounced between the others with incredible speed, and Tsukiyomi named this the 4 of Pentacles. The light beam positioned itself above and behind Mudano, and as he turned toward it, it pierced through his blood umbrella and seemed to strike his head, drawing blood. Fortunately, he reacted just enough so that only his ear and cheek were struck. Afterward, Tsukiyomi apologized but said he couldn't afford to lose, while Osuke jumped to his side. He added that he wasn't playing around and that he would take Mudano's head, while Osuke shouted angrily that it was switching time again and that it was his turn. While this was happening, we returned to Ukyo's office, where the sound of the elevator caught the attention of the bodyguard standing outside his door. From the elevator stepped Senritsu, who immediately asked where Ukyo was. The bodyguard explained that he was not there at the moment, then asked what the matter was. Senritsu asked where Tsukiyomi's subordinates and the others were, which made the bodyguard question why he needed to know. Senritsu replied seriously that he was there to free them, and the bodyguard stared back at him with equal seriousness. But then his demeanor changed, and he seemed almost pleased as he asked if that was true. Senritsu was puzzled by his reaction, while the bodyguard expressed relief, saying that he was just a normal person. He added that since everyone blindly followed Ukyo, he often wondered what he should do, leaving Senritsu astonished that he too was just a normal man. The bodyguard quickly informed him that Tsukiyomi's subordinates were on the lower floor, and upon hearing this, Senritsu commented that with Ukyo away, this was the perfect opportunity. He then declared that they would free them quickly, which startled the bodyguard. But unexpectedly, the bodyguard put him in a headlock and said firmly, as if. Senritsu's face showed shock and strain as he struggled to escape the nerdy-looking bodyguard's overwhelming strength. He kept trying to break free, but because of the duration and tightness of the headlock, before long he was out of air, lost consciousness, and collapsed. The bodyguard then told him that anyone who caused trouble for Ukyo was better off staying down. Meanwhile, outside another room, 2 Momos stood guard by the door as banging continued from within. One Momo complained about how noisy it was, and the other told him to shut up and stop whining. The first said he had already told whoever was inside to be quiet, but he refused to stop. Inside the guarded room, the one making the noise was Shiki, struggling to break free from the bindings that tied him to a toppled chair. Because of the mask placed over him, only muffled sounds came out, but what he was really screaming was for them to untie him, while calling them bastards. He grew furious that the restraints wouldn't come off. He thought to himself that if he stayed like this, he was screwed. He needed to know what Yusuru-Bey was doing, because otherwise he would never be able to let this go. If only he could free his hands, he would be able to escape. He said he already had an escape plan, but it was going to be a real pain in the ass. He let out another muffled sound, but what he was really saying was that he would get back at Yusuru-Bey for what he had done. After a while, he went silent, and the bodyguards outside noticed, thinking maybe he had given up on struggling. However, they suddenly heard a loud snap from inside that sent shivers down their spines. They rushed in to see what caused the noise, and were greeted by the sight of the shattered chair where Shiki had been tied up. One of them asked where he could have escaped to, not realizing he was hiding behind a nearby cabinet. He suddenly revealed himself, startling the Momos, and before delivering a surprise attack, he first gave them a farewell in Italian. In the next scene, Shiki was crying as he looked at his wrists, saying they were totally broken. He explained that if he didn't have the healing powers of an Oni, he would never have even considered breaking his joints just to slip free of the cuffs. He added that, well, they would heal while he was searching, so the first thing he needed to do was find Yusuru-Bey. He also needed to find his comrades, and he noticed they had taken his gun. He tried searching the momos for a smartphone, but grew irritated when he realized they weren't carrying any. While this was happening, the focus returned to Mudano against Osuke and Tsukiyomi. Here, Osuke charged again, swinging a slash from his bacteria axe, but Mudano easily blocked it with his blood umbrella. Osuke shouted that he would smash that umbrella to pieces, while Mudano only stared at him nonchalantly. As Osuke's slash connected, it managed to slice Mudano's blood umbrella, causing him to glance at it. "There's more where that came from," Osuke said, before kicking the umbrella hard and knocking it away. But to Osuke's surprise, a blood vine suddenly wrapped around his arm, and when he looked, he saw it had come from the tip of Mudano's blood umbrella, which was ready to counter. Mudano then unleashed his move Rain Waterfall, which exploded violently against Osuke's entire body. His body was severely damaged, and before long he fell to his knees and lost consciousness. Tsukiyomi quickly rushed in to seize the opportunity, drawing a tarot card and shouting that it was time to switch. Mudano turned to him, watching as he ran forward, but in an instant, Mudano was already at his side, grabbing for his face. Before Tsukiyomi could react, Mudano slammed him into the ground, the impact shattering the concrete floor. Tsukiyomi groaned from the blow, shock written across his face, while Mudano closed his blood umbrella and aimed it at him as if to grant mercy. But Tsukiyomi managed to draw a tarot card, and a massive creature began to conjure behind Mudano, drawing his attention. When he turned, he saw enormous coils of wooden pillars ready to crash down on him, which Tsukiyomi called the Ace of Wands. To make sure, Tsukiyomi grabbed him by the leg so he couldn't escape, laughing as he pulled him into the falling strike. The giant wooden coils descended toward them, and soon they crashed onto the rooftop, their impact destroying the entire building. In the following scene, rubble was scattered all around from the collapsed structure, and we saw Osuke conscious again, but weakened from his injuries. He noticed something in front of him, and when he turned, he saw Tsukiyomi slumped against the rubble, making him cry out in worry. He rushed over and asked if he was okay, and Tsukiyomi smiled at him. He began to comment while staring at something that what he's looking at really is invincible, that being Mudano, who had managed to remain standing even after his incredible attack, and not only that, had destroyed a massive portion of it to keep from being crushed. Mudano only stared back at them, blood dripping from the left side of his head. Tsukiyomi's wooden pillar coils gradually disintegrated, and Mudano declared that it was time to end this. He opened his blood umbrella again, blood dripping from its tip. He then used his move The Dragon Within Awakens, forming a massive dragon that coiled around him, ready to strike, while Osuke and Tsukiyomi could only grin as they watched. Soon after, Mudano's dragon unleashed an immensely powerful dragon breath that flew rapidly toward the two momos, leaving them with no choice but to take it head-on. Afterward, the two of them were shown lying unconscious on the ground. Mudano simply gazed at their bodies, then began checking the injuries he had sustained in the battle. Mudano stared at the collapsed bodies of Osuke and Tsukiyomi lying on the ground. He scanned the surroundings before finally turning to leave. However, before he could get far, the two Momotaro suddenly stood back up. "Hold on a sec," they said. It was still too early for him to head home. Osuke added that they were only just warming up. Mudano replied that they should have stayed down. But Tsukiyomi insisted that such a thing was impossible. "Was it really for the mission?" Mudano asked. Tsukiyomi answered that it was for the sake of their precious Kohai. It might not be such a big deal, he admitted, but it was reason enough for them to rise again to their feet. "I see," Mudano said, as he drew blood to prepare an attack, telling them that if they truly had the resolve to stand in his way, then they should let him end their lives here and now. Osuke and Tsukiyomi trembled at the terrifying power he displayed. Meanwhile, inside the Momotaro building, within a heavily guarded room, someone asked Senritsu if he was alright. He nodded, admitting he had not expected to get done in by fellow Momotaro. One of his companions remarked that they were useless anyway. If only they hadn't been caught, then Osuke and Tsukiyomi wouldn't have been forced to fight on their behalf. Another companion added that he enjoyed fighting, but there was a vast difference between choosing to fight and being forced into it. Senritsu struggled to undo his restraints, but cursed when he failed to free himself. He told himself he needed to find a way to escape. Moments later, they were startled when a clicking sound was heard. It turned out to be Shiki, who entered through the door, looking for Yusurube. He had not expected the sight that greeted him inside, nor the Momotaro, who were just as surprised to see him there. He tried to step back out of the room, but Senritsu called out to him and ordered him to return. Shiki then entered fully, asking why those Momotaro were tied up. They grew anxious upon realizing he was Ichinose, the child of the Kishin. One of them remarked that they were as good as dead. Shiki replied that he had no time for that and demanded they tell him where Yusurube was, the student from Resetsu Academy who wore glasses. They could not answer properly, saying they didn't know him. Shiki pressed them, telling them to stop pretending and just say where he was. Senritsu intervened, saying he could tell him Yusurube's location, but only if Shiki released him first. Shiki leaned his head close and scoffed, asking if he was really supposed to let him go just like that. He knew Senritsu would only attack him afterward, but Senritsu insisted he would not. Shiki retorted, asking if they really thought he would trust him so easily. Other Momotaro in the room told Shiki to shut up and release him, saying there was no time for his crap. Hearing that, Shiki grew irritated. The Momotaro explained that they were heading straight to Tsukuyomi and Osuke to stop their fight, and then will retreat immediately. Shiki hadn't expected that they were there as well, and said that their presence would only cause trouble. Senritsu asked if he looked like someone who broke promises. Shiki shot back that yes, he did. It was painfully obvious. How could Senritsu possibly keep a promise when he couldn't even fix his own hair? The Momotaro with him told Senritsu to stop, pointing out that there was nothing he could do anyway. They said he was still an Oni through and through, incapable of trusting others and devoid of heart. Shiki was heavily triggered by their words, but he froze when he heard the name Senritsu. He remembered Kogasaki's story, that at Keigan Falls he had been saved by a man named Senritsu, and so he had to settle the score with him the next time they met. Shiki recalled being stunned then, that even after saving him, he got some scary logic going on. Shiki asked Senritsu if he had met a patchwork-looking guy with a Chinibu mask at Keigan Falls. Senritsu thought about the description and remembered the one he had saved back then. He asked what about it. Shiki reflected on what he said and decided to release him, but only him. The other men there were his own problem. Senritsu had not expected that. Outside, Shiki searched the guards he had knocked out, figuring one of them might have the key. After freeing him, Shiki told Senritsu to inform him of Yusurube's whereabouts and to make sure they retreated afterward. He warned him not to think he would just let it slide if he failed to keep his promise. Senritsu assured him that he was a man of his word. Shiki then asked them for a cell phone. On his way out, he grew irritated upon realizing the smartphones they carried were designed not to make calls to unknown numbers. That left him with no choice but to use his own phone. He was surprised when it rang back, though he didn't recognize the number. On the other end, it was Yaoroshi, who immediately demanded to know who he was and threatened to beat him up. Shiki told him to chill, not to threaten to attack right away, and revealed that it was him, Shiki. Yaoroshi was shocked to hear it was really him and asked right away if he was alright. He said to hold on, that he would patch him through to the others. Once the call was connected to everyone, Shiki explained everything that had happened on his end. Long story short, he said he was fine. At present, he was still trying to find Yusurube. Thanks to the bone conduction earpieces attached to the back of their necks, the Oni were able to communicate without plugging into their ears. Kogasaki asked where exactly he was, since his GPS location wasn't showing up, but Shiki said he didn't know. The place just looked like a hotel. Kogasaki said that information was useless and demanded something precise. Shiki repeated that he didn't know, insisting he had only called to report that he was safe. He said he would continue searching for Yusurube, so they should keep the line open. Meanwhile, Biabugoro was glad he was alright, though she suspected he just didn't want her worrying about him. In the back, Kiriyama grew anxious at the thought that Shiki had been captured right inside enemy territory, saying it was terrifying. Sazanami then mentioned that even if Rokuro went missing, she could easily find him, thanks to the GPS she had secretly made him swallow. So she said everything was all good. Kiriyama broke into a nervous sweat upon hearing that, wondering aloud if what she had just said wasn't actually horrifying. Back in the Momo building, inside one of the rooms, Fumino spoke and told her older brother that once she got better, she wanted to visit the zoo. Juji suggested they go to Ueno Zoo. Fumino grew excited and added that they would also go to the lower zoo, right? Juji was puzzled at her mention of lower. Fumino explained that she also wanted to go to the lower zoo. If they were going to the top one, then they couldn't just skip the bottom one. Juji still couldn't understand at first, but after a moment he realized that Ueno meant upper, so she had thought there must also be a lower zoo. He burst out laughing when he understood, laughing so hard at how she reasoned that since they were going to the upper zoo, then they should go to the lower zoo too. He said all right, they would look for the lower zoo as well. Fumino wondered why he was laughing, and he answered that it was because she was so cute. Embarrassed, Fumino said it felt like her brother was making fun of her. With his head lowered, Juji assured her that he would definitely take her there. He placed his hand on her head, telling her that her big brother would take her anywhere she wanted to go. He smiled at her and told her that was his promise. Meanwhile, Shiki headed straight for the room. Standing outside the door, he thought to himself that Yusuru-bey should be inside. He wanted to talk everything over with him and understand what was truly on his mind. He slipped the smartphone into the pocket of his jacket before stepping inside. Once ready, he entered, and the sound of the door banging open echoed loudly. The siblings were startled at the noise it created. At last, Shiki said he had found Yusuru-bey. Yusuru-bey immediately stood up when he saw him. The young Fumino, puzzled, called out to her older brother. Shiki pressed that there was no chance for him to run away now. Fumino, confused, asked what was happening. Yusuru-bey reassured her that everything would be fine, that her big brother would take care of her. Shiki was unsettled by this. Yusuru-bey asked what he wanted, saying there was nothing left for them to discuss. But Shiki insisted he wanted the truth. Yusuru-bey said he had already revealed everything and had nothing more to say. Yet Shiki pushed further, saying there was still something he needed to say. Wasn't it true that he had done all of this for his younger sister? He said he understood, but even so, Yusuru-bey grew uneasy when Fumino asked if this was all really for her sake. Angered, he told Shiki to shut up. Fumino pressed on, asking what they meant about doing things for her sake. Yusuru-bey tried to brush it off, saying it was nothing. Shiki was puzzled by it. Fumino then asked if the person there was his friend and why he seemed so angry. Yusuru-bey replied that he was not his friend, which deeply unsettled Shiki. On the other end of the phone, Kogasaki asked Shiki what was happening and whether he had found Yusuru-bey. Yusuru-bey then told his sister to stay close to him, promising not to let anyone approach his little sister. Shiki said something was wrong. His comrades asked him what the problem was and urged him to speak. Shiki broke into a sweat, unable to answer right away. He stood frozen, staring at Yusuru-bey, who was reassuring Fumino that everything was all right and that the two of them would escape together. But Shiki insisted that only the two of them were actually there, even though Yusuru-bey had been speaking to someone the entire time. Yusuru-bey continued, telling his sister that he would protect her no matter what. Shiki could not comprehend what was happening. He kept hearing him speak about Fumino, about being her older brother. It was as though he was talking to his sister, yet Shiki finally asked Yusuru-bey what exactly was going on. The stress was written all over Yusuru-bey's face. Shiki finally shouted, demanding to know who Yusuru-bey was talking to, insisting that there was no one else there but the two of them. Yusuru-bey looked at him with confusion and asked if he had gone insane, saying that his younger sister was right there. Enraged, Yusuru-bey warned that if Shiki was trying to scare his sister, he would show him no mercy. Even so, Shiki still could not understand what was happening. Just then, Kyoya Oranzaka reported to everyone that he had made a major discovery. After performing an autopsy on the recovered corpses of Momo squad members, he found that their brains were filled with bacteria used by the Momo. Those listening were baffled, asking what that meant. Masumi interjected, saying that if there was one explanation that made sense, it was brainwashing. Everyone fell silent at his words, stunned by the revelation. Shiki pressed further, asking if that meant Yusuru-bey was seeing hallucinations. Shion excused himself for cutting into the conversation, but said he believed that the Momo squad soldiers being so fired up could also be the result of brainwashing. The fact that they could brainwash entire troops meant the ability was at the level of a top officer. If it wasn't Jin or Kakuryu who could brainwash, then that would mean Ukyo's ability was not to enhance his body, but rather brainwashing. By deceiving the part of the brain that controlled his body's strength, he could also physically enhance himself. Kiriyama then wondered aloud if that meant Yusurube's younger sister had never really existed. Kaoru asked for permission to speak and revealed that the Oni organization still had some information about Yusurube's family that had been passed to him. Apparently, until several years ago, his family had lived in Suganami, Yusurube, his mother, and his sister. However, their mother had died years earlier. Around the same time, Yusurube and his sister also disappeared. The name of his sister, Kaoru added, was the same one Shiki had mentioned earlier, Fumino. Because of that, Shiki realized that Yusurube's sister did indeed exist. But the thought weighed on him, and the other Oni began to reflect on it as well. A sickening thought entered Taiga's mind, and Shion believed he was thinking along the right lines. Masumi asserted that if she were still alive, there would have been no need to brainwash Yusurube in order for him to see illusions of his sister. Shiki grew confused, asking what they meant by saying if she were still alive. Masumi then clarified everything. Yusurube was only being used as a pawn, unaware that his little sister had already died. Shiki could hardly believe what he had just heard. He said that Yusurube's betrayal and his role as a spy had all been for the sake of his younger sister, hadn't it? Masumi answered that Ukiyo was surely laughing up his sleeve at what Yusurube had done, watching him give his all for a sister who was already dead. When the others heard this, silence fell over them, and anger and frustration became clear on their faces. They could hardly believe it, and a storm of emotions swelled inside them for their classmate. Shiki too froze in place, unable to comprehend the extent of Ukiyo's deception against his friend. Yusurube then called out to him, asking what he was whispering about. Was he calling reinforcements? But Shiki answered that he would bring Yusurube back. In the underground, Yaoroshi, having heard everything, declared he would head there himself. Someone tried to hold him back, pointing out that he didn't even know where to go. Yaoroshi said he didn't care. He couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He would not be satisfied until he killed that bastard Ukiyo. But Kogasaki gripped him tightly and told him to listen. He felt the same way, but instead of splitting up recklessly, they had to wait until that idiot Shiki brought Yusurube back. For now, they had to grit their teeth and do everything they could. Yaoroshi cursed in frustration and slammed the wall in anger. From the rooftop of another building, Masumi muttered that this was becoming a pain in the ass, which surprised Kaoru. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off in the distance. Kaoru wondered aloud if it was a gas explosion, but Masumi insisted that he was human after all. Even he was becoming emotional. He was referring to Mudano, who appeared to be the cause of the explosion, driven by his rage. Elsewhere, Taiga entrusted a tied-up Mamatoro to an Oni nearby. He admitted that his chest ached, as though it were splitting apart, when he imagined how Yusurube would feel once he learned the truth. That was why he said he would leave to find aroma oils, incense, and snacks from town to comfort him, even just a little. Shiryan was baffled that he planned to do so with snacks, saying it was a waste of time. If the adults wanted to fight their war, that was their business. But the moment they dragged children into it, both sides were equally evil. Taiga told him it was time to continue rescuing the Oni, though he half-jokingly suggested they should just forget about it and go for a drink instead. Taiga answered firmly that he would not drink and that they had to continue the mission. Back with Shiki, Yusurube told him to leave and not stand in his way. Shiki urged him to come back together with him, but Yusurube insisted he would not return, saying he would only end up getting killed. Shiki assured him he would never let that happen, but Yusurube only told him to shut up. Taking a stance, Yusurube declared he was leaving, even if it meant knocking Shiki out. He rushed forward, throwing a punch at his face. Instead of dodging, Shiki accepted the blow. He called out his friend's name, which surprised Yusurube. Tears streamed from Shiki's eyes as he said they were all there for him. He grabbed him by the shoulder and shifted behind him, locking him in a chokehold. His grip around Yusurube's neck tightened, so he could not escape. The two crashed to the floor as Yusurube struggled, but Shiki repeated over and over that it was all right. With tears still flowing, he apologized to Yusurube, saying he might be in pain. He kept tightening the chokehold, apologizing again and again. Yusurube could no longer break free from his grip. In his eyes, he saw his sister crying, reaching her hand out to him. His vision gradually darkened until he lost consciousness. Shiki laid him gently on the floor and spoke to him, saying he had made up his mind. Suddenly, Ukyo appeared in the room and asked what exactly he meant by that. Shiki was shocked to see him there. Tears still in his eyes, anger welled up inside him. He couldn't contain his fury and shouted his name. Ukyo only smiled back at him. He told Shiki to shut up, saying his precious friend would wake up anyway. Shiki, he mocked, was just running around alone, but he would never allow him to leave that place. Ukyo prepared himself to fight. Shiki, in his thoughts, swore he could never forgive him. But for now, all that mattered was getting Usurube out of there. He wondered what he could possibly do. Then Ukyo suddenly lunged at him. But before he could strike, a massive explosion tore through the room. It was caused by a Momo who had just arrived, using the voice flow ability. By manipulating sound, he had struck his own fellow Momo, Ukyo. Shiki was stunned by what happened. The newcomer walked toward him, saying he had business with Ukyo, and since Shiki was in the way, he should leave with the boy. Shiki was further shocked when he realized who it was. It was Senritsu, whose timing was perfect. He declared that he was the type who always repaid his debts. He declared that he was the one who had a score to settle with Ukyo, and so he ordered Shiki to leave. Because of what he had done, Shiki apologized to him. Even so, he followed his words and carried his unconscious comrade Usurube on his back, telling him to endure just a little longer. As he walked out, Shiki glanced back at the smoke swallowing Ukyo and vowed that next time, no matter what happened, he would bring him down. Senritsu remained behind. From within the smoke, Ukyo's voice rang out, saying that helping Oni was forbidden. Senritsu retorted that Ukyo himself was the first to break the rules. Besides, he added, he didn't recall ever helping any Oni. Ukyo answered that he had given him a chance, thinking he would be useful, but now it seemed he needed to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, Shiki continued to support Usurube as he searched for their comrades. Once he made it out the building's door, someone called out to him, which left him surprised. It was a Momo in a car, who told him that even though he had no intention of cooperating even if it kills him, he owed Senritsu a favor. For that reason alone, he told Shiki to get in the car, calling him a little punk. Shiki was shocked by the offer, but with no other choice, he accepted. He warned the man that if he tried anything stupid, he would die. The car sped off with them inside. Back at the confrontation between Ukyo and Senritsu, the damage was evident in the shattered hallway, showing how fierce their battle had been. Ukyo said that Senritsu was a man who stuck firmly to his convictions, and that he respected someone like him. But Senritsu's body was already battered, sitting on the floor beaten down. Ukyo continued, saying that duty and empathy were meaningless compared to a precious life. They were nothing more than spoiled bread, and he told him to abandon them. Back with the Momo who had taken Shiki with them, one of them asked why they even had to help an Oni. The driver cursed in frustration, saying Senritsu was too honorable. Another replied that this was exactly why Tsukiyomi and Osuke were so cool. Shiki cut them off, telling them to shut up and just drive. He told the driver to stop dragging his feet and demanded to switch drivers. One of them snapped back, saying he shouldn't be ridiculous. He was only a provisional license holder when it came to life. Shiki silenced him again, saying he looked like a crash site, and warned that if he crashed the car, he would never forgive him. The Momo pouted, saying he was too mean. Shiki then contacted Kogasaki, telling him he was in a car. Kogasaki confirmed he could hear him. The problem, he said, was if their hideout was discovered. He told Shiki he would send him the location where he needed to bring Usurube. Meanwhile, the Momo in front were uneasy, muttering that they were breaking their own rules by doing this. But one of them told the other not to bring it up anymore. Then something caught their eyes in the rearview mirror, a massive utility pole hurtling toward their path. It slammed down directly in front of them, blocking the road. Shiki was shocked, realizing they had almost been impaled by that pole. It turned out to be Ukyo's doing. He had carried the towering pole and demanded to know where they were going. The Momo cursed loudly when they realized it was him. In panic, they decided to abandon Shiki in order to escape. But Shiki shouted at them to take Usurube to the designated place. He showed them the location on his phone, leaving the Momo baffled. Opening the car door, Shiki said he would handle things there himself. One of the Momo sneered, telling him not to act cocky. Why should he take orders from him? But then he noticed something strange about Shiki, and trembling, he agreed to take Yusurube. As Shiki shut the door, he told them to make sure Yusurube arrived there in one piece. The Momo at the wheel grew irritated, wondering what it was about that brat. He gave off an overwhelming thirst for bloodshed. Ukyo stepped down to face Shiki, thanking him for staying there. Since he was present, there were no longer any immediate problems. He remarked that Shiki seemed completely fired up. Yusurube told him that Shiki was now in a slump, unable to use his blood powers anymore. But Shiki only bit his finger and replied that he had made his decision, that he had already steeled his resolve. Ukyo wondered what he meant by that. As blood dripped from his thumb, Shiki declared that he would make sure no one else ended up like Yusurube, and no child would ever again walk the same path that Mei had taken. He swore he would end the war between Oni and Momo. He would ensure that their generation would be the last to shed blood for it. That was the decision he had made. Slowly, his blood began to take shape as he invoked the Blood Eclipse release. Through the blood ritual of the 10 guns, he forged an enormous weapon. The decision Shiki spoke of was to stain his own hands. He was ready to kill. His rage toward Ukyo for everything he had done surged within him. Ukyo answered that Shiki was bold to speak of ending the war. He lifted the massive pole with ease, saying that from his perspective, such matters were pointless. Who cared about such grandiose nonsense? As long as he could save even a single life, that was enough for him. And since Shiki looked determined to play the good guy, in that case, he would simply die, because he had something worth protecting. He readied himself to strike, while Shiki answered with nothing but defiance, shouting "Bring it on," and calling him a degenerate bastard. Back in the Momo car, they rushed to complete the task of bringing Yusurube to the designated location. They announced that the delivery was complete, but swore that if they ever saw them again, they would definitely kill them. Yaoshi snapped at them to shut up and leave. Kogasaki remarked that it wasn't necessary for the whole squad to remain there, but someone responded that it was fine, telling him to stop shouting and just carry Yusurube out from there. At that moment, Yusurube regained consciousness and awoke upon arriving at the location. While Yaoshi was still carrying Yusurube, he said that either way, it had been the first time he ever saw Biaobugora, Rokuro, and Sazanami snap like that. Biaobugora apologized, saying it must have been unpleasant to witness. For someone like her who had a sibling, just the thought of one being used that way was far too cruel. Yaoshi agreed, saying anyone would surely be enraged by it. Kogasaki then asked if Rokuro get angry too, and he answered that of course he does. If it had happened to him, he would not be able to handle the weight of it on his mind. He said he would fall seriously ill from the stress. Even now, just from the pressure, his head already hurt and he feared he might actually collapse from sickness. He trembled at the thought of dying. Sazanami then spoke, saying honestly, she didn't care what happened to any other man except Rokuro. But if the same thing were to happen to Rokuro, she said she would rip out their intestines through their ass, stuff them with explosives, and turn them into human bombs. Rokuro was terrified by her words. Sazanami added that afterward, she would lock Rokuro away. He couldn't understand why. She explained it was so he would never be put in danger again. At that moment, Yusurube began to regain consciousness. Realizing he was being carried, he quickly moved to stand and distance himself. Yaoshi hadn't expected that, but was relieved he was finally awake. Yusurube's only question was where they had taken her, which the others couldn't quite answer. Rokuro grew angry and shouted, demanding to know where they had taken Fumino. Kogasaki bluntly revealed that the sister he had seen was nothing more than an illusion created by Ukyo's brainwashing. Rokuro grew furious. First it had been Shiki, and now Kogasaki too was saying the same thing. What nonsense were they spouting? He shouted at them to stop insulting his sister. He insisted that Fumino had just been with him. He had touched her forehead himself and felt her temperature. They couldn't fool him into believing it was just an illusion. He accused them of only trying to separate him from her in order to threaten him. Kogasaki asked what kind of threat that would even be to him. Yusurube answered that since he was a traitor, he was sure they would kill him. Even so, he said he could never leave Fumino alone. Kogasaki told him once again that his sister was already gone. Yaoshi tried to hold him back, But Yusurube grew curious and asked how long it had already been. Kogasaki asked him if his sister was growing up. Yusurube froze at the question, caught off guard. Kogasaki pressed further, saying he didn't know exactly when his sister had died, but asked again, was she growing? Yusurube explained that a few years made no real difference. Kogasaki countered that if she was older, then yes, it did. He knew very well how quickly children grew. Yusurube could not accept it. He insisted that his sister was still as adorable as ever. He remembered when they were younger, how he took care of her and watched over her when she fell ill. Because of that, he said Fumino was adorable, always and forever. He recalled her smiling face, but as the memory sharpened in his mind, cold sweat broke out and dread seeped in at the realization. Still, he could not accept it. He cried out that it was nothing but a lie, that Fumino was not dead. His classmates, visibly uneasy, could not answer him. Seeing their reactions only disturbed Yusurube further. Unable to accept the truth, he collapsed to his knees in weakness. It would not sink in that his sister was gone. He repeated to himself that it could not be true because they were supposed to always be together. They still had plans, like visiting the zoo. He felt crushed, as though the sky and earth had fallen on him. As he knelt, he saw Fumino calling out to him as Big Brother. He lifted his head and called her name. But suddenly, the vision shifted, and before him appeared his family's grave. Overwhelmed, his emotions clashed violently inside him. He cried out that it was all lies. Covering his face with his hands, he repeated again and again that everything was a lie. Blood began dripping from his hands, and Yaoroshi realized that this had become dangerous. Yusurube continued to chant that it was a lie that Fumino was dead, over and over, until he unleashed an immense power that swirled into a tornado around him. Blood poured out in torrents as he screamed that it was all lies. The surroundings were engulfed by a violent gust of wind. Yaoroshi blamed Kogasaki, calling him a bastard. Meanwhile, Yusurube's form began to change from the sheer force of his rage. Yaoroshi demanded to know what Kogasaki had done. Blood dripped onto the floor as Yusurube lost control. He had gone berserk, transforming into an enormous, wrathful creature. His fury consumed him, and he rampaged uncontrollably. Yet Kogasaki answered calmly that it was fine, which left Yaoroshi utterly bewildered. Kogasaki explained that Yusurube would come to understand it himself, no matter what happened. The adults might have been able to explain things to him in a more orderly way, but it was impossible for him to simply accept the truth just because it had been explained clearly. Rokuro and the others grew anxious at the terrifying display before them. Kogasaki continued, saying that if Yusurube could release all the emotions he had bottled up, it might help lighten the burden inside him, even just a little. And wasn't it their duty to take those on? Yaoroshi paused at this, saying he's pretty awkward. Kogasaki was puzzled by the comment. Yaoroshi clarified that it wasn't that he disliked the idea. He then asked his classmates if they were fine with it. Biaobu Gora responded that if they're fine with someone like her, then she's okay with it. Rokuro added that friends were more important than worrying about him feeling dizzy. Sazanami pressed that it was dangerous, so she suggested he should just drink some cocoa off to the side. Together, they told Yusurube not to hold back anymore. They urged him to release all his emotions, assuring him that they would carry and protect the things most important to him. And because Yusurube was forced to face the most horrifying truth, his emotions shattered completely, and he went on a rampage. He lost all control of himself, but his classmates stood ready to bear the weight of his emotions. Kogasaki activated Blood Eclipse Release, the 7 Judgments, using his nails to tear open one or more of the many stitches that lined his body. From these, he created circular saws. He declared that he would give everything he had, then unleashed the dance of the severing blood, sending chainsaw-shaped waves of blood hurtling toward Yusurube. Yet Yusurube's agility was astounding. He dodged every single one without effort. Kogasaki could hardly believe he avoided them all. At the same time, Yaoroshi prepared his own strike, wondering what kind of weapon his rage would produce now. He activated Blood Eclipse Release, hot-blooded hysteria, forming a trident out of his blood. He told Yusurube to brace himself, then lunged forward, thrusting again and again. But once more, Yusurube evaded every attack with ease. Yaoroshi was stunned that he could anticipate all of his movements. Rokuro then took his turn, petals of blood floating around him as he invoked Blood Eclipse Release, Dance of the Cold Ashes. He transformed into the cool, confident Rokuro to face his classmate. But Usurube showed no fear at all. He only drew in a deep breath, preparing himself, before unleashing a devastating gust of wind. The destructive force of the spiraling air was overwhelming. Even Rokuro hadn't expected it. He was shocked when Usurube suddenly grabbed his scarf. Enraged, Sazanami shouted at him, calling him a bastard and demanding he take his filthy paws off Rokuro. But instead of letting go, Usurube pulled harder, flinging Rokuro violently and smashing him straight into Sazanami. Rokuro was stunned by what had just happened, while Sazanami seemed to enjoy it. Meanwhile, Bialbugora moved into action, calling upon her older sister. She activated Blood Eclipse Release, linked Oni Blood, manifesting her sister's Blood Titan form. Larger than Rokuro, the Titan fearlessly wound up for a colossal punch. Seeing this, Rokuro once again drew a deep breath, this time enlarging his arm and hand to an immense size. As the Blood Titan attacked, Rokuro swung his massive arm, unleashing a devastating blow. The force was so great that the upper right side of the Titan was obliterated by the shockwave alone. Bialbugora was shaken with worry for her sister. Kogasaki was stunned as well, realizing just how catastrophic the impact was even though it had only been the shockwave. His fear deepened when he noticed Usurube leap into the air. His arms swelled grotesquely, veins bulging as they grew larger and larger. Kogasaki quickly shouted for his comrades to take cover. The strike came crashing down from above, a dual-fisted punch whose shockwave shattered everything around them. The sheer range of the attack was immense, and everyone was hurled away by the destructive force of Usurube's rampage. As a result, they all crashed down and lay sprawled on the floor. The ground rumbled with the roar that erupted from Usurube. While still lying there, Kogasaki asked Yaoroshi if he was still conscious, and he answered yes. He then asked if he thought Usurube would feel any better after all this, wishing that somehow it helped him, because if not, he couldn't bear it. He said it wasn't that he wanted to hurt his friends, it was just that the pain was too overwhelming. Not pain of the body, but of the soul. Kogasaki fell silent, admitting he couldn't fully comprehend it. Still, they couldn't just leave Usurube like this. If he kept going, he would die from his own torment. Kogasaki knew this, because he had experienced the weight of crushing grief himself. He knew exactly what it felt like to lose everything. For Usurube, his younger sister had been the one who gave him the will to live. And now, if she was gone, then he had no reason left to go on. The only thing left for him would be to end his own life. A part of Kogasaki thought that if Usurube truly wanted to die, then he should just do whatever he wanted. But if it was someone close to him, then that was a different story. Usurube might think that everything had already been taken from him, but it wasn't true. Not everything was gone. With that resolve, Kogasaki steeled himself and rushed toward Usurube. If nothing else, for this one person, the only thing they could do was make him understand that he still had friends who would face him with everything they had. He leapt forward and attacked. Their classmates, still struggling on the ground, grew alarmed. Kogasaki called out to them, telling them to get up. Who knew? Maybe that would help save him. Still, shouldn't some of it start to surface even just a little? That's so-called hope for living. Because of his words, Yaoroshi, Rokuro, Sazanami, and Bialbugora all rose to their feet and faced their friend, who had begun to cry. A moment later, Kogasaki struck Usurube, but what he saw next shocked him. His classmates also turned their eyes toward Usurube when Yaoroshi told them to look closely. Tears were falling from him. Yaoroshi wondered if this meant he was regaining his self-awareness. Yet even while crying, Usurube still could not control himself. He roared once more and delivered a devastating punch to Kogasaki's body, sending him crashing to the ground. Yaoroshi asked if he was alright, and Kogasaki replied that he was. Blood continued to pour from Usurube's berserk form, but they noticed something strange in his movements. Yaoroshi thought back to when Shiki had gone berserk too, yet still managed to hold on to his self-awareness. It looked as though Usurube was also slowly returning to normal. At that, Kogasaki pointed out that his strength was weakening as his consciousness began to resurface. Still, he remained dangerous. They wondered if they could hold on long enough until he snaps out of it. Yaoroshi suggested they try to reach Usurube through their voices. Kogasaki was baffled by the idea, but Yaoroshi insisted that if they all reached out to him together, he might come back. Sazanami asked if he really thought that would work. Yaoroshi answered with confidence, saying yes. He knew it better than anyone. He bit into his thumb and activated Blood Eclipse Release, hot-blooded hysteria, forming the Bloody Spiral Staff. He remembered how Shiki had once spoken to him in the same way, and because of that, he was convinced that words held power. He ran straight toward Usurube to reach out. Usurube roared at his approach, but Yaoroshi called out, saying his feelings also hit him right in the gut. He knew the unbearable pain of losing someone precious, but Usurube had to keep moving forward. When he landed, he added that even though Usurube might wish for everything to end, he had to rise again. He could overcome it, and Yaoroshi wasn't lying to him. He told him that they were all there for him. Charging again with his bloody spiral staff, Yaoroshi declared that maybe Usurube couldn't yet see past the pain he felt now, but they were all standing by his side. Whenever he struggled, he should let it out onto them. And if he cried, Yaoroshi would offer his shoulder for him to weep on. As long as they were there, Usurube would never be alone. With those words, Usurube staggered backward as Yaoroshi shouted for him to wake up and come back. Weakened, Usurube coughed up blood. The next to charge was Bialbugora's Blood Titan. She admitted that he could be a bit pervy, and because of that, it was sometimes hard for her to get along with him. Still, what she could not bear was seeing him in pain. As her older sister's Titan struck and Usurube struggled to resist its massive hand, Bialbugora shouted that without a doubt. It was thanks to him that their classroom always felt light and cheerful. She cried out that he was important and that he could not disappear from their class. Usurube broke free from the Titan's grip, but before he could escape, another voice called out. It was Rokuro, once again transformed into his cool persona. Leaping forward, he confessed that things grew boring whenever Usurube wasn't around, before calling him a dumbass. He urged him to tell dirty jokes like he always did and gross everyone out. When he was gone, Rokuro said, it felt wrong. The two clashed in midair. Rokuro struck him, but the impact sent Rokuro crashing down to the ground. His blood eclipse release canceled, and he returned to his weak self, overwhelmed and stressed. He muttered that he felt dizzy and feared he might get sick. Yaoroshi told him to get a grip. Rokuro, looking at Usurube, added that seeing him in pain hurt him too. It was stressful for him as well. That was how important Usurube was to them. So, for the sake of his own sanity, he urged him to come back. Yaoroshi remarked that his goal was entirely different from everyone else's. Rokuro grew nervous when Usurube took a stance to attack him. Panicking, he called for a timeout, saying he would die if this continued. But then a voice came from behind Usurube, saying that was unforgivable. It was Sazanami, who struck him in anger. She shouted that Rokuro needed no one but her. Rokuro hadn't expected that to be her concern. She activated Blood Eclipse Release, pure pathological passion, and delivered a devastating punch to Usurube. Holding her stance, she declared that Rokuro needed help, so he had to snap out of it, calling him an idiot as she did. Usurube continued vomiting blood, his body visibly weakening. Yaoroshi grew worried for him. He told him that even if things had brought him to this state, he shouldn't show himself as so pitiful. No one thought of him as a traitor. He urged him to hurry and come back. He admitted he might not be the best person to say it, but Usurube should not isolate himself. Yet Usurube once again lost control, letting out an earth-shaking scream. The ground thundered beneath the force, and even Yaoroshi had not expected it. Still, Usurube's tears kept falling, and as they dripped down, it was as though he had been transported somewhere else. He wondered aloud where he was now. Suddenly, memories of his sister Fumino resurfaced. He grew quiet, frozen in place, questioning whether she was truly gone. Was everything really just an illusion? He recalled her smile, and fresh tears welled in his eyes. He begged himself to deny it, to say it wasn't true, because he couldn't yet accept it. He would have given everything, sacrificed it all, just to save her. But still, That was how it ended. In the end, there was nothing left. He fell to his knees, admitting that he was tired. Perhaps, he thought, it was better if he simply died. For the only thing he truly wished for was to be together with his sister, Fumino. While still kneeling, Usurube wondered if his little sister would be angry at him for ending his own life. He thought there was no longer any place for him, since he had betrayed everyone. He felt he had nothing left to return to, and that he was all alone. Then, he heard a strange sound. Curious, he wondered if it was a voice. Looking up, he noticed petals drifting around him. He touched one, and it suddenly glowed. A voice told him that he could endure this, that he would overcome it, and that they were right there by his side. He recognized the voice as Yaoroshi's. He was startled when more voices followed, saying they needed him, that he was important to them. Even Sazanami's voice told him that Rokuro was already getting anxious, so he needed to hurry and return. Usurube laughed bitterly, thinking about what they were saying. He caught one of the petals and thought that they would never say such things to a traitor like him. Yet the voices kept reaching out, telling him that if he wanted to cry, they would be there for him. Usurube begged them to stop. He said he was tired of these illusions. When Yaoroshi insisted that no one thought of him as a traitor, Usurube grew unsettled and covered his ears. He pleaded for them to quit. He said that their kindness and warmth only hurt him, that it irritated him. But the voices pressed on, reaching out. As long as they were there, they would never let him feel loneliness. Usurube couldn't accept that they were saying these things when, in his mind, all of this was his fault. Tears streamed down his face as he admitted that being happy with such illusions only made him cling to them even more. He confessed that he despised his helplessness from the bottom of his heart, begging them not to give him false hope. Even so, little by little, he was being swayed. Confused by what was happening, he felt as though countless hands were reaching for him, and that impact shook the very core of his berserk state. But instead of calming, he rampaged again, losing control once more. Yaoroshi noticed his body expanding, signs of the struggle tearing him apart. Usurube unleashed a terrifying blast of power, causing a massive explosion that shattered everything around them. Moments later, his body shrank back down into its usual berserk form, though the blast had badly harmed his classmates, leaving them sprawled on the ground in pain. Usurube vomited blood again, thinking to himself how exhausted he was. A circular saw suddenly flew toward him, slicing his face open. Kogasaki had sent it, telling his classmate to look at him. Kogasaki himself was battered and weary, yet he pressed forward. Usurube recognized him, even while still wrestling with his berserk persona. Kogasaki said he seemed to have mellowed somewhat now. He reminded him that he too had once lost everything. At that time, Kogasaki thought revenge was the only thing left for him. But looking at himself now, he realized he had gained something beyond revenge. He had discovered friends. He admitted that sometimes it still felt unreal. His once empty heart, before he knew it, had been filled with all kinds of things. Kneeling before Usurube, he told him that right now, he was just like Kogasaki had once been when everything was taken from him. That was why he could tell him with certainty that there was still light ahead. Everything would be okay. Inside, Usurube still thought that perhaps all of this was just an illusion, maybe even just a dream. Kogasaki told him that as long as he didn't throw away his future, he would be there for him. But in Usurube's mind, it had to be an illusion. Otherwise, the happiness he felt would be far too overwhelming for him to handle. Kogasaki went on, saying that now he had something the old him never did. Usurube pleaded for him not to show him dazzling dreams. Kogasaki reached out his hand and told him that what he meant was the pain-in-the-ass thing they called friends. Though Usurube was still being held back by doubt, he began to waver. Without realizing it, his hand was already reaching toward that dream. Yet he kept convincing himself it was only a dream. Looking at reality, he told himself there was no place left for him. Kogasaki did not give up. He admitted that his own body hurt terribly, but he still invited Usurube to come back with them. Usurube thought that even if this was only a dream, if he could seize this light right now, then he would never let go of it again. And so, despite the weight holding him down, he forced himself to reach for the hand Kogasaki was offering. Kogasaki then said it was incredibly embarrassing, so he would only say it once. Usurube wondered what he meant. Suddenly, Petals once again filled the air, and Kogasaki declared that friends weren't bad at all. At last, Yusurube returned to normal. He lay on the floor, surrounded by his classmates, who stood silently watching over him. Kogasaki welcomed him back and called him a moron. It might still hurt terribly, but he was no longer alone. While that was happening, we returned to Shiki facing Ukyo, where he asked him if Yusurube's little sister had died or was still alive. Ukyo answered that she had died a long time ago. Ukyo then brushed it off and said that it seemed Shiki also knew about his ability. Shiki ignored that and instead asked if he had been the one to kill Yusurube's sister, which made Ukyo ask why he was asking such a thing, to which Shiki asked why hadn't he just told Yusurube straight away, and Ukyo answered that it was simply because it was convenient. Shiki grew furious at that answer and immediately unleashed a powerful blast from his modified blood gun. The projectile tore through everything in its path with ease, even erasing the concrete floor. Shiki stared, thinking that had done the job, but suddenly Ukyo spoke from one side, commenting on his use of such a weapon in the middle of a city. Shiki turned and saw him on the rooftop of a building, holding something massive. Because of his reckless attack, Ukyo asked him if he was stupid, revealing he was holding up an entire building as he activated his ability Puppet's Teardrops. Shiki was stunned, wondering when he had gotten up there, but Ukyo had already hurled the building at him. The building shattered as it struck solid ground, forcing Shiki to raise his arm over his face. As huge chunks of rubble flew at him, he entered a zone-like state where everything seemed clear, quickly switching the form of his modified gun into a Gatling gun. He prepared himself and soon began raining blood bullets, shredding the massive stones that were crashing down on him. However, while doing so, he was shocked when Ukyo appeared behind him with incredible speed. Before he could react, Ukyo hurled a vending machine at him, slamming him into the adjacent wall. His right hand took the brunt of the blow, mangling it, and the pain was etched across his face. It was then explained that Ukyo's ability was brainwashing. By making his opponents inhale his bacteria, he could show them illusions. It allowed him to release control over one's strength and enhance their physical abilities. He had even done the same thing to his own brain. Despite his injury, Shiki didn't give up and pushed himself further. Flames began to erupt across his body, shocking Ukyo. Shiki gradually transformed into his Kishin form. Afterward, he pulled free his trapped hand, which was revealed to be crushed and distorted. Ukyo commented on the light radiating from him as Shiki groaned in pain while focusing on his mangled hand. His entire right arm turned into fiery blood, and soon it slowly returned to normal and healed. Ukyo remarked that his regenerative ability was on another level compared to other Oni. He then identified him, saying so this was the child of Tougen Anki, Shiki Ichinose. But he added that it consumed a tremendous amount of stamina, so it wasn't limitless. He told Shiki that even if he could regenerate, it was still insane to forcefully pull his crushed arm out like that. Shiki asked what he was talking about, and said seriously that there was no way someone who had decided to kill could ever be sane. At that, Ukyo commented that Shiki had completely lost his mind. As soon as he said this, Shiki was caught off guard when something suddenly pierced his left side, shocking him. He looked in terror at the hole in his body and saw that a crow had caused it. Ukyo explained that his brainwashing could work on any organism, as long as it had a brain. He could brainwash animals smaller than humans in even less time. More crows began to fly around Ukyo as he maniacally declared that Shiki can't win just by going crazy. Shiki, with an irritated expression, said he wasn't going to lose to a man like him. While this was happening, the scene shifted back to Mudano against Osuke and Tsukiyomi. A loud roar echoed across the area, and as Tsukiyomi stared at Mudano, he noticed something. He wondered aloud if Mudano had just smiled, but Mudano told him not to think about it, while in his mind he thought that things seemed to be fine on Yusurube's side. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the rooftop of a building, calling out to Tsukiyomi and Osuke, drawing their attention. When they looked, they saw several Momos, and one of them informed them that all the members of the Naruma unit had been freed, which Osuke immediately recognized. In the shouting Momo's thoughts, he said that if they had just stayed quiet, they could have avoided trouble, but he couldn't keep it to himself, So he told them that Shiki had rescued them and pleaded for them to pull back because they needed to follow through. This left Osuke and Tsukiyomi both puzzled. The Momo explained to them that they had been saved on the condition that the Nerima unit would retreat. Osuke stared at them and dismissed it, saying it had already started, but before he could say more, Mudano canceled his Blood Eclipse release and declared that if there was no reason to fight, then it was pointless. Because of that, Osuke pointed out that this was his big chance to take them down, but Mudano replied that's not what they set out to do. Osuke was left speechless, scratching his head and saying he's already over it. He sat down idly, lowering his head in disappointment at once again losing to Mudano. Tsukiyomi then asked if, given Mudano's strength, perhaps there was some kind of special blood flowing through his veins. Mudano explained that he was simply an Oni, and that his strength was merely an extension of effort. He then leapt away and pointed out that if they were going to withdraw, then he had no reason to be here. Osuke and Tsukiyomi watched him leave, and before long both of them slumped down, tense and exhausted with disappointment. Their comrades soon came running to them, asking if they were all right. Osuke showed irritation as he questioned why Mudano was so strong, while Tsukiyomi groaned in pain as he sat down, saying his whole body ached. He thought about what Mudano had said, that he had reached such strength through effort, and because of that, he told Osuke they would retrain, so that in their next fight they wouldn't lose again. Osuke strongly agreed. When their comrades reached them, one of them said they needed to return to their base to treat their wounds quickly, but Osuke refused, puzzling them. He explained that they still had something else to take care of, which Tsukiyomi agreed with. In the next scene, we return to the battle between Shiki and Ukyo. Ukyo sent his brainwashed crows flying at Shiki with incredible speed, like missiles. All Shiki could do was shield his head as the crows raked across his body, inflicting significant damage. But after clinging to him, the crows immediately began to burn away under his Anki aura. Ukyo explained to him that those crows were already powered up. They were too fast for him to hit, he said, and they recovered quickly while his stamina continued to chip away. He added that the Anki state Shiki was using now was like shaving off his own life to maintain it. Shiki laughed sarcastically and asked if Ukyo thought his stamina had already dropped completely, and if so, then he should just say it, leaving Ukyo puzzled. Flames began surging more intensely from Shiki's body, his anger gradually consuming him, as he declared that if it was firepower Ukyo wanted, then he could crank it up as high as he wanted. Shiki was now engulfed in searing flames of rage, saying that he's burning up inside, and he couldn't help it. Only Ukyo's blood, he declared, would extinguish the flames of rage burning inside him. Ukyo questioned him, asking if he was sure even if it cost him his life, to which Shiki shouted that he already knew that. He pointed at Ukyo and said that was what pulling the trigger is all about. Ukyo smirked, releasing more bacteria into the air, and said he wondered how much longer he would last. Ukyo brainwashed even more crows, and now added praying mantises as well, declaring that he still had plenty of birds and bugs up his sleeve. Shiki, however, conjured another kind of modified blood gun, this time in the shape of a cannon with a massive nozzle. Ukyo noticed and thought to himself that it was a gun shape he hadn't seen before, but either way, it was still just a firearm that could only shoot in one direction. He then sent his birds and bugs charging toward Shiki, urging them to break through, but Shiki fired his strange blood gun. Contrary to Ukyo's assumption that it would only fire straight, Shiki's projectiles ricocheted wildly like bouncing balls, with enough power to shatter concrete floors and pillars, striking down Ukyo's critters one by one. Ukyo hadn't expected bullets capable of ricocheting. One projectile nearly bounced straight into his face, and he barely dodged it. Because of that, he also noticed that Shiki's reaction speed had been powered up. When Ukyo turned back to Shiki, his eyes widened as Shiki was already aiming with a modified pistol. In response, Ukyo used his super strength to drive his fingers into the ground and lift it as a shield against Shiki's bullets, thinking to himself what might come next. He wondered what's left in his arsenal, but quickly brushed it off, saying he just needed to defend against it all. Soon after, Shiki pulled the trigger of his modified pistol, and to Ukyo's shock, It wasn't a bullet that fired but a condensed laser, which easily pierced through his concrete shield and struck his right shoulder. Flames erupted from the wound, making him clutch it in intense pain, while Shiki declared that he would never forgive him for toying with his friends. While that was happening, the scene suddenly shifted to Xian, where he saw an Oni in critical condition, its side badly wounded, its right arm severed, and its left leg gone. Xian looked at him and asked if he had anything he wanted to say before passing on, and the Oni, weakened, answered that he found the other Oni. All he had managed to do was lead them underground, and he couldn't do anything beyond that. Xian understood and, as thanks, came down to pat his head, praising what he had done, calling this man Taihei. He pointed out that he had saved those Oni. Taihei said that even though he had only just been assigned, Xian still remembered his name, and that made him incredibly happy. Before Xian could say of course he remembered, Taihei succumbed to his injuries and passed away. Xian then ordered one of the Oni there to take Taihei and the other fallen comrades away, and they quickly obeyed. In that Oni's mind, he thought with sadness that even Xian seemed down because of what was happening. Suddenly Xian remarked that on days like this, a threesome was the kind of thing that would clear your head, leaving the Oni speechless. Thinking that as expected, Xian never failed to amaze him, in more ways than one. Elsewhere, Taiga saw a mother with 2 children, her face filled with fear as she apologized because of her son's rowdiness, while Taiga immediately informed his comrades that he had located most of the civilians who hadn't evacuated. On Masumi's side, he said that things there were pretty much wrapped up. He then asked Kaoru about his situation, and Kaoru explained that about 90% of the extermination was complete, though there were still a few Oni who hadn't escaped in time. Masumi acknowledged this and immediately ordered their other comrades that anyone not occupied should focus on rescue and extermination. We then briefly returned to Mudano, and after hearing this, he was about to comment on what remained to be done, when the scene cut back to the confrontation between Shiki and Ukiyo. Ukiyo grew troubled as his wound from Shiki's attack continued to burn, so in response, he quickly stripped off his coat and threw it aside. He praised Shiki for what he had done, while Shiki said that out of everyone, Ukiyo was the one he could never forgive. He pointed out that Ukiyo alone had torn apart everything Usurube stood for, declaring that even if 1,000,000 years passed, he would never forgive him. He added that to help Usurube move forward, even a little, he would kill Ukiyo no matter what. Ukiyo spread his arms and laughed loudly, then said he would share a little secret with Shiki. He revealed that killing him would not free Usurube from brainwashing. As long as he did not personally undo it, the mind control would continue even after his death. This enraged Shiki further, calling him a true piece of wretched scum. In Ukiyo's thoughts, however, he told himself that Shiki should know no one understood that better than him. He wondered how many lives and dignities of his men had already been shattered because of this war. He said perhaps they had already crossed a line they could no longer return from, and he pointed out that his hands were already drenched in blood. But who cared? He added. Even if his hands grew so filthy that he could never again hold his daughter, as long as the price meant she would live on, he didn't care how tainted he became. He continued that even if he was hated, even if he was despised, he was willing to pay any price to restore his daughter's life. He recalled Temari's appearance as she lay in the hospital bed, and he asked her forgiveness. He then used his move brainwashing level 70%, and as his body powered up and he readied himself to charge, he declared that he would rather be a villain who saved her than a hero who was right. Without delay, Ukiyo rushed forward at incredible speed, startling Shiki with his sheer quickness. In an instant, Ukiyo reached him, seized him by the collar, pulled back, and with all his strength hurled him into a globe spinner. Shiki was thrown inside, and the impact made it spin violently. When it finally slowed, he held his head in pain. Suddenly, the globe spinner shook violently again as Ukiyo tore it from its mountings and ripped it free from the ground. He swung again, and before Shiki could even shout for him to wait, Ukiyo flung him with such overwhelming force that he smashed through 3 buildings. Crawling out of the rubble, Shiki groaned about the pain of his injuries, but then he felt a sudden tremor and wondered aloud if it was an earthquake. But it wasn't an earthquake. It was Ukyo, who suddenly emerged from beneath the ground and dragged him down, burying his body. Shiki asked in shock what he had done, while Ukyo stood before him holding a metal pole still attached to a live wire, commenting that literally, he couldn't move even slightly anymore. Shiki then shouted in disbelief if Ukyo had burrowed underground like a damn mole. But as Ukyo prepared to swing the pole at him, he sneered and said maybe Shiki was the real mole here, since he was the one sticking out of the hole. Without hesitation, Ukyo swung the pole down hard, striking Shiki squarely on the crown of his head, shaking his world. Blood spurted from Shiki's skull, and we saw that the front of his skull cracked under the blow. The impact was so powerful that the pole itself broke apart, and upon seeing Shiki's head still intact, Ukyo commented that he really was tough. But with a menacing voice, he added, how many more rounds could he endure? Sometime later, we were shown more shattered poles, even a totaled car, as Ukyo remarked how quite tiresome this was, then asked, don't you just hate getting older? Ukyo tried to get Shiki's attention, asking if he was listening. As the aftermath of his merciless blows left Shiki's battered body slumped into the shattered ground, blood spilled everywhere, like he had been beaten down in a cruel game of whack-a-mole. Shiki's Kishin powers had already deactivated, and he seemed completely unconscious. Ukyo picked up another pipe, this one sharpened at the tip, saying it would be a real pain if Shiki goes on a rampage. As a precaution, he told him to hurry up and die, then drove the pipe straight into Shiki's head, blood dripping down. After Ukyo thrust the pipe, he suddenly remarked for him to hold on. It turned out he hadn't stabbed Shiki in the head, and the pole had only struck the ground. He noticed Shiki move slightly, which made him ask if he was still conscious. In his thoughts, he commented that Shiki was just barely awake, then questioned why he was so persistent. He pressed on him that their strength levels were worlds apart, and everything here indicated he would lose, so he might as well call it quits. He added that what he was facing was hopeless odds. Before long, Shiki regained consciousness, and despite his battered state, he shouted that there was no way in hell he would give up here. He challenged Ukyo's words about hopeless odds and an overwhelming gap in strength, saying who cared about that and demanding he stop yapping. He said maybe that could be a good excuse if he lost, sure, but it would never be a reason for him to give up. Ukyo pointed out that he was barking and shouting, then asked so what? Had it changed his situation? Shiki answered yes, something had changed, which pushed Ukyo to ask what it was. To Ukyo's shock, a powerful blast struck him from behind. He coughed up blood from the impact. Staggering from the pain and forced to his knees, he was shaken and wondered if backup had arrived. But when he turned, his eyes widened in shock. He saw one of Shiki's modified blood guns aimed at him from behind, and asked how his gun had ended up there. Then he noticed the trail of blood across the floor, and his eyes grew wider as he struggled to believe it. Shiki explained that it had taken everything he had, but by using the cracks in the floor, he had managed to place a gun directly behind him. After that, he aimed his blood rocket launcher at himself and unleashed a storm of blasts that engulfed him. The maneuver destroyed the floor that had trapped him, and once he broke free, he took a deep breath as his body began heating up again with his Kishin powers, quickly healing some of his injuries. Watching him, Ukyo cursed in his mind, calling him a little brat, and admitted that every single hit packed enormous power. He wanted to grab hold of Shiki for some brainwashing, but explained that you couldn't just brainwash someone instantly, it required time. While he was thinking, Shiki fired a blood beam at him, though he managed to dodge it. He then saw Shiki's blood gun had changed again, its nozzle larger to fire that kind of attack. Landing on the ground, Ukyo immediately charged towards Shiki at full speed. He prepared his fist as he closed in, while Shiki raised his left arm to block. When Ukyo's punch landed on his arm, it resounded with force, Shiki's body trembling from the sheer impact as he absorbed it. As a counter, Shiki quickly released blood from his thumb, shaping it into a pistol in an instant, and aimed it at Ukyo's face. But Ukyo ducked just as he pulled the trigger. Ukyo immediately followed up with a mid-kick aimed at his body, but Shiki sidestepped and dodged, then pointed his pistol and pulled the trigger again. With his fast reaction speed, he managed to hit Ukyo in the left shoulder. In Ukyo's mind, he decided he didn't want to drag this fight out any longer. He thought maybe it was time for what he had been holding back. His bacteria spread rapidly around him again, and soon the muscles across his body expanded dramatically, transforming him as though he had gone Super Saiyan. His appearance was now brutish and completely unlike his skinny features, and he called this move brainwashing level 100%. His brain throbbed over and over from the brainwashing, and he admitted that if he slipped up even slightly, he would pass out. Raising both arms and pulling back, he declared that it was time to end this. Before long, Ukyo slammed the ground, and the force of his strike destroyed a massive portion of the floor in front of him. It was as if a sudden earthquake had struck the area, quickly shattering the ground beneath Shiki's feet and throwing him off balance. Shiki was shaken, staring in disbelief, wondering what kind of power this Momo was wielding. Ukyo seized the chance to charge, and as he closed in, Shiki grew alarmed, thinking this was bad. If he were hit by that, the outcome would be disastrous. When Ukyo's punch landed, Shiki tried to block it with both arms, but the sheer force of it felt as though his skeleton was being ripped away from his body. A massive shockwave echoed through the area, and he was blown into the rubble. Coughing, he thought to himself that it felt like everything inside him had just flown out of him. As he tried to rise, he was suddenly overcome with nausea, and before long he vomited a torrent of blood. He realized in his thoughts that his entire body was in agony. Ukyo approached and told him it looked like even standing was hard for him now. He then urged Shiki to give up, pointing out that he could struggle all he wanted, but in the end he would still lose. But Shiki's body began to heat up once more, and he asked if Ukyo wanted to know the surefire way to win at everything. His Anki powers flared again, and he declared that the way was to keep fighting until the very end. No matter how hard he was pushed, no matter how brutally beaten down, as long as he didn't give up, it was all just part of the process. He added that if he won in the end, then everything would be overturned. As the veins on Ukyo's face bulged and throbbed, he remarked that only an idiot would think that way, but Shiki told him thanks, that he loved it when people underestimated him, because victory was all the sweeter that way. After saying that, Shiki fired more blasts at Ukyo, striking both of his shoulders. In Ukyo's mind, he was reeling, wondering why Shiki was still able to stand. By all rights, he shouldn't have been capable of that in such a state. He told himself that was not something achievable by sheer willpower alone. Because of this, he shouted out in frustration, demanding why Shiki was still standing, calling him a bastard. Shiki, full of bloodlust and rage, pointed his finger at him like a gun and said that he told him that he'll definitely kill him. A chill ran down Ukyo's spine. Yet, just as Shiki was about to say something about what he would make sure to happen, he suddenly stopped, feeling something. He gagged, and soon vomited a torrent of blood as he dropped to one knee, coughing again and again. Ukyo gradually began to laugh, partly from relief and partly from fear, while annoyance was clear on Shiki's face. Ukyo shouted that so he really was at his limit after all, adding that it was obvious, considering he was bleeding excessively from his split-open skull. Shiki only grew more irritated. Ukyo questioned his earlier words about killing him, remarking as he hoisted up a car that it looked like Shiki was just at that age where he was still trying to act cool. But, he added, it was Shiki who would die here, then hurled the car at him. He smirked as he watched, while Shiki's face showed his worry. Fortunately, just as the flying car was about to reach him, an ability was activated, 8 of swords and hazy cherry blossoms, destroying it in midair. Several swords pierced into Ukyo's body, shocking him. Even Shiki froze in surprise at the unexpected attack. It turned out the ones who had arrived were Osuke and Tsukiyomi. Osuke called out to Ukyo, referring to him as a bastard and pointing out that they were here now, while Tsukiyomi asked if he had started muscle training because of his appearance. Ukyo, startled, demanded to know why they had come, and Osuke told him he knew very well. He had made fools of them. Ukyo responded that it would be troublesome to let them live now, since they knew too much. And since they were already worn down, he might as well finish them too. Tsukiyomi pointed out that killing fellow members was forbidden, but Ukyo dismissed it, saying it wasn't a problem if there's nobody who knows about it. Osuke asked if he really intended to kill them, and if that was the case, they would just be going for the kill as well. Shiki then called for their attention, and though weakened, told them not to come in so suddenly and try to move the conversation along all by themselves. Tsukiyomi greeted him, commenting that he looked in rough shape, while Osuke said that a man standing at death's door should just shut up and die here and now. Despite his battered body, Shiki forced himself to rise, telling them not to screw with him. He declared that he's Ukiyo's opponent, and if they got in his way, he would kill them all at once. He released a blazing aura and took on a terrifying presence. Osuke looked him straight in the eyes and noticed something there. He suddenly laughed, commenting that it was a nice look he's got here. Tsukiyomi let out a soft laugh as well, asking if he had some sort of plan, to which Shiki answered with indifference, saying he would simply put everything he had left into a single shot. The two Momo then started to walk towards Ukiyo. Then Osuke told him to just get that ready, which confused him. Osuke clarified that he and Tsukiyomi would lend him a hand, prompting Shiki to ask why they would even do that. Osuke replied that either way was fine. If Shiki was too slow, they would finish it. Tsukiyomi added that they owed it to their kohai as well. Shiki listened in silence. Then Osuke addressed Ukiyo, saying there you go, and that they were switching players here, pointing out that he was restrained anyway. However, the swords piercing Ukiyo's body began to crack, and before long they shattered completely. Ukiyo said that thanks to their long conversation, he had been able to focus on breaking those restraints. Before they could charge again, Shiki called out to them, warning not to blame him if they got caught up in it, to which Osuke only gave him the finger. Shiki then pointed out that dawn would break soon, and told them to finish this, beginning the battle with his newfound allies in this fight, Osuke and Tsukiyomi. Shiki began releasing blood from his thumb, gathering it beside him. As he molded it into a blood gun, he told himself that in order to defeat Ukiyo, he would use every ounce of his remaining strength on the last shot he was about to fire. On the other side, Osuke charged toward Ukiyo, commenting that a fight to the death between fellow Momo was what truly got his blood pumping. He leapt high and fired several bacteria crescent projectiles at Ukiyo, who only remarked that the attack was weak. Ukiyo easily dodged all of them, explaining that with his brainwashing enhanced reflexes, it was effortless to evade. To his left, Tsukiyomi prepared his attack, and when he drew his tarot card, he pulled the chariot, summoning a massive bacteria tank. Adding to Osuke's excitement, Tsukiyomi said that to think the one they were fighting now was a familiar senior. Fate could truly be fascinating. He fired the chariot, launching a massive shell, and in response, Ukiyo quickly grabbed a huge piece of rubble and hurled it with full force. With his sharp reaction speed, before the shell could reach him, the rubble struck at midair, causing an explosion. Osuke exclaimed "nice one" in amazement at what Ukiyo had done. Smoke filled the area from the blast, and Ukiyo used it as a smokescreen. He suddenly emerged at Osuke's right, carrying an electric pole. Osuke's eyes widened in shock as he turned to see him, while Ukiyo smirked at having surprised him. He easily swung the pole down on Osuke's head, rattling his entire world. Osuke's eyes rolled back as blood spurted from his wound, while Tsukiyomi shouted his name in deep alarm. Ukiyo took advantage of Tsukiyomi's distraction and threw the piece of pole at him, hitting his body solidly and sending him flying. Ukiyo smugly asked what was wrong, then pointed out that their movements had grown sluggish. He said that back when they were still students, they had been far more nimble. It turned out Osuke was still conscious, cursing in his thoughts about how much their earlier battle with Mudano had taken its toll. Tsukiyomi, meanwhile, wondered if they would be able to hold out until Shiki finished his preparations. We were then shown Shiki with his eyes closed, focusing. What he was concentrating on was forging a massive ball of fiery blood infused with his Anki powers. As he worked, Shiki empathized with Yusuru-Bei in his thoughts, saying how frustrating it must have been. Surely, it was infuriating, his clenched fist throbbing with veins from sheer rage. He said that even though Yusuru-Bei had thrown everything away for his sister, he must have regretted it, and no doubt, he had grown to detest himself. Shiki reflected on how painful it must be to imagine what Yusuru-Bei had felt while living like this. Consumed by hatred, Shiki's entire body trembled, his mind endlessly repeating that he would kill Ukiyo, until no thought remained but that one. A crushing aura spread around them, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. And when Ukiyo felt it, dread crept along his spine as he wondered what kind of bloodlust was pressing down on him. Osuke, however, grinned and thought to himself that this was the best, while Tsukuyomi remarked in his mind that Shiki's aura was so powerful it seemed it could warp destiny itself. Ukiyo turned his gaze to Shiki and the bloodlust emanating from him, and immediately realized he had to prioritize killing him first, because Shiki had become incredibly dangerous. Looking at him, Shiki had already conjured a massive weapon, one that looked like an imposing rail gun, its aura clashing with swirling flames, energy, and blood. Shiki shouted that he would take back Yusurubea's future from Ukiyo. Tsukuyomi called to Osuke, and Osuke answered that he understood. This was their cue to back away. Shiki added that the past Ukiyo had stolen through brainwashing could never be returned, while Ukiyo charged forward, thinking he would kill this brat with his own hands. He rushed at Shiki, certain he could finish it. Shiki leveled his weapon at him, declaring that Yusurubea's future belonged to him, and that it wasn't something Ukiyo could simply steal. The light glowing from the nozzle of Shiki's modified blood gun grew brighter and brighter, alarming Ukiyo. Shiki added that if Ukiyo wouldn't return it, he would just take it back. With that, he unleashed a devastating rail gun powered by his Anki, so strong that it cleared its line of fire even without direct hits. Ukiyo could do nothing but watch as the light of Shiki's attack drew closer and closer until it struck him directly, causing a massive explosion and leveling several nearby buildings. We then returned to a few minutes earlier, as Ukiyo watched Shiki's attack and began to recall his daughter. He commented to himself that, come to think of it, he could no longer remember what Temari's smile looked like now. The only smile he remembered was from the days when she had been so full of life. Nowadays, all he ever saw was the strong front she put on inside her hospital room. As he remembered Temari's strained appearance, trying so hard to look strong, he pleaded in his thoughts that she should stop making that face. She no longer had to force herself. What he wanted to see was her true, honest smile, and for that, he was willing to become a monster if he had to. We then returned to the moment before Shiki's devastating attack struck, showing that Ukiyo had activated his move brainwashing level 120%, which further bulked up his muscles and swelled his body, making him resemble a monster even more. Shiki's fiery blast surged forward, and Ukiyo raised both arms in defense. The blast struck him head-on, engulfing the entirety of his front, while he gave his all, screaming loudly under the intensity as he pushed beyond his limits to stop himself from being blown away and overwhelmed by the tremendous attack. From atop a ruined building, Osuke laughed as he watched, asking if Ukiyo was really going to face it head-on, while Tsukuyomi pointed out that it was a broad-range attack after all. He explained that when Ukiyo realized dodging and turning his back would be dangerous, he dedicated himself to pure defense instead. Still, Tsukuyomi added as he observed Ukiyo struggling under Shiki's power, Shiki's attack was clearly the stronger one. Osuke remarked that with a move like that hidden up his sleeve, Shiki could have ended the fight right away. Tsukuyomi countered that he suspected such an attack used an enormous amount of blood in just one shot, leaving no ability to move afterward, and it was not something easily pulled off. Moreover, it required time to charge. He concluded that it seemed Shiki was trying to end their fight here and now. As the overwhelming torrent of flame blood surged against him, Ukiyo screamed louder and louder while he continuously endured the fiery blast that's engulfing his frontal body. The sheer intensity reached even Osuke and Tsukuyomi atop the building, and Shiki himself could feel it. On Ukiyo's side, he told himself this could not happen. He could not afford to lose here. He thought again of Temari, telling her in his heart, "Papa will save you." As he said this to himself, Osuke stared intently at him. Meanwhile, Shiki, coughing up blood from pushing himself so far, said he didn't care to know Ukiyo's story. But he declared that Ukiyo would pay for what he had done, shouting it with rage and blood dripping from his face. He also declared he would take back Yusurubea's life. Back on Ukiyo's side, he continued forcing himself not to fall to Shiki's attack. Suddenly, he heard Temari's voice calling to him, and it captured his attention. He found himself in a field full of flowers, where Temari tugged at his coat, inviting him to come and play on the other side. His eyes widened as he turned to her. He saw once again the smile he had longed for on Temari's face, as she asked if he would come. Stunned, he froze, and tears welled in his eyes as he clutched his face. Yet he quickly composed himself so his daughter would not see him crying, and said that he supposed so. In the present, his body returned to normal, and with a calm and smiling face, he apologized to Temari. At that moment, Shiki's attack slowly began to overpower him. The blast pushed him back bit by bit, until at last he was fully engulfed by the fiery attack. The flames clung to his entire body, burning him continuously, as Shiki simply watched. After a few moments, Ukyo's hair was completely consumed, and he finally collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Shiki lowered his guard and gasped for breath. As the morning sun rose, he gradually returned to his normal form. When the full light of day shone over the battlefield, Shiki screamed a cry of victory after his intense fight against Ukyo. Raising his hand toward the sunlight, he spoke to Yusurube, saying that even if it was just a little, he had managed to take something back for his life. He smirked at this, but soon after, the immense strain of his prolonged use of Anki powers and that devastating attack finally took its toll, and he collapsed unconscious to the ground. As he lay there, Osuke approached, and upon seeing his unmoving body, he commented that Shiki was out like a light. He then asked Tsukiyomi how things were on his side. Tsukiyomi replied with a hint of doubt, saying perhaps it was because Ukyo had resisted at the end, but he was hanging on by a thread, and we were shown Ukyo still breathing despite his charred body. Well, he added, he would die even if they left him. Osuke then pointed out that Shiki was the one who mattered here, prompting Tsukiyomi to ask, just for the record, what his plan was. Osuke grinned at that and asked if he really needed to ask, before declaring that, of course, he would kill Shiki. Osuke added that damn right he'll crush him, but of course, he'll only do that once Shiki is at full strength. He recalled his appearance earlier and commented that the look in his eyes was one hell of a sight. Those were the eyes of someone ready for whatever comes his way. If he were to fight anyone, he said, he'd want to go all out against Shiki. Tsukiyomi commented that he knew he'd say that, and if that's the case, they should decide the order fairly. But Osuke immediately cut in and shouted that he should go first, to which Tsukiyomi protested, saying not a chance. Osuke then asked, come to think of it, isn't what they're about to do against the rules? Tsukiyomi suggested that they could just say they went after Ukyo because he broke the rules, but Shiki ended up stealing the kill, which made Osuke scoff in disgust and comment that even that would be kind of lame if they went with it. He brushed it off afterward and asked if Senritsu was okay, to which Tsukiyomi replied that he should be, saying he's as tough as nails. A light suddenly shone from the top of a ruined building, and when Osuke and Tsukiyomi turned to look, it turned out to be Mudano arriving on the scene. The three of them stared intensely at one another. Osuke gave Mudano a firm middle finger, then he and Tsukiyomi immediately dashed out of the area. Beside Ukyo's charred, collapsed body, the invisible Masumi had also taken position. He revealed himself after observing Ukyo, commenting that Ukyo would die if things stayed as they were. He said they'd reel him in and keep him alive because they also needed to break the brainwashing, to which Mudano signaled in response. Mudano then approached the unconscious Shiki, and as he held his head, he praised him for the good work he had done. Masumi then asked Kaoru for a status report, and Kaoru began to explain that most of the Oni had been saved. As for casualties, 18 Oni unit members had died, 9 civilian Oni had perished, and many others were injured. Most of the Momos had been exterminated, and some were taken prisoner. There was also a chance that a few Momo had escaped, Ukyo had been captured, and Yusurube's retrieval had also been a success. He added that if they only went by the results, they were victorious, but while showing that many lives had been affected, he pointed out that a lot of lives were also taken, and Masumi said that was inevitable. He explained that in war, there's no such thing as a victor untouched by scars. In the next scene, in the Oni underground base, Shiki regained consciousness and opened his eyes. He was greeted by a smiling Yaoroshi, who happily commented that he was finally awake. He called out to their comrades resting on the side and told them he was awake. Kiriyama cheerfully greeted him good morning and remarked how soundly he had slept. As an insomniac, he said he was really envious of him. Bialbugora, who had been napping, woke up and, still drowsy, greeted him with an excuse. Kogasaki irritably commented that he had really slept too much and called him an idiot. Yaoroshi pointed out that he had been asleep for a whole day, and they had all stayed there to keep him company, which exhausted them. He added that he wished he had seen Shiki when he took down Okio, while Shiki, holding his head, thought about Yaoroshi's words about him being asleep for an entire day. Suddenly, he remembered something, and he immediately shouted, asking about Yusuru-Bei and what had happened to everyone, to which Yaoroshi calmed him down. He explained that the battle was over and they had managed to rescue Yusuru-Bei. He added that Kyoya had put him to sleep with medicine for now. Shiki understood, but when Yaoroshi mentioned there was a but, it caught his attention right away, prompting him to ask what, to which Kogasaki replied that the adults were currently having a meeting. Shiki quickly got out of bed and began walking out of the room because when he asked what the meeting was about, Kogasaki answered that it was about what punishment they would give Yusuru-Bei. Shiki entered the room where the adults were meeting, and upon entering, he drew everyone's attention. Mudano commented that so he was awake, while Kyoya asked how he was feeling. Was there any problem or anything off? Shiki shouted at them, demanding why they were discussing punishing Yusuru-Bei and why he had to be punished. He pointed out that Yusuru-Bei had been brainwashed. Masumi told him to be quiet and commented that these kids really were so noisy. Annoyed, Shiki was confused by his response, and Masumi added that while it was true Yusuru-Bei had been under mind control, but asked was Ukyo really the one running the show the whole time. He then asked was there never a moment where Yusuru-Bei acted on his own. He pointed out that while his younger sibling had been held hostage, they couldn't rule out the possibility that he had acted of his own accord. It was possible, he said, that at some point he had become devoted to the Momos. Shiki objected and insisted that Yusuru-Bei was innocent, but Masumi pointed out to him that he had no evidence for that. Even if they interrogated that bastard Ukyo, he said, he only kept repeating that his brainwashing affected people differently. Kaoru asked if they should try asking the children who fought alongside Yusuru-Bei again, and as the scene showed Shiki's friends sleeping after keeping watch over him, Masumi answered that he doubted they had much more to say. Masumi then commented that, of course, this really had been a pain, which made Kaoru realize that was what he meant earlier when he said the situation was becoming a pain in the ass. Shiryan said they were currently at an impasse and asked if they should take a short break. Taiga insisted that the children's future depended on them, so his answer was that they should keep discussing until they figured it out, pulling out a bag of potato chips and adding that they had these too. Inami then commented that the way Shiki always put his friends first was good, then coughed up blood as usual. On the side, Nekasaki thought to himself that since Masumi was here, he decided it was better to erase his presence, while Mudano seemed to be texting someone on his phone. After a while, Mudano put down his phone on the table and said that he knew an Oni who could look into people's memories. Masumi said that he remembered who he was talking about, but asked if that old hag was even still alive. Kaoru commented that it was the first time he'd heard of a memory-reading Oni, so Masumi explained that they had only met her once, long ago, and Kyoya added that if he was right, that she was the kind of person you hardly ever saw in public. Shiki then shouted in surprise, asking if they thought that person could clear Yusuru-Bei, to which Kaoru replied that if she could see into people's memories, maybe, and it was worth a shot. He then asked if anyone there knew where she was, and after a brief silence, Mudano said that he had gotten in touch with someone who might know. His phone rang, so he answered it. On the other end, the owner of the phone had placed it on the edge of a wooden bathtub, and beside it was something that looked like an eboshi. The man he was speaking to commented that it turned out being a principal wasn't as busy as he thought, so he was happy to be needed. It was then revealed to us that the one Mudano was speaking to was the principal of Resetsu Academy, and here we were shown what he looked like. Pale blue skin, somewhat different from most Oni, white hair with blue streaks, and various markings all over his body. He informed them that he actually knew where that memory-peaking Oni was. He informed them that the Oni with the power to read memories was in Matsumoto, Nagano, and that he would just let her know they were coming. He added that they should also tell her that he said the words "do your best" because he couldn't leave this place. He then told them to bring back some souvenirs, pointing out that Matsumoto was known for its soba and shimeji. Before he could say more, Mudano hung up the call, while Shiki immediately grew excited and shouted that it was awesome, inviting everyone to get moving. Mudano told him that first, they needed to break Yusurubea's brainwashing, which made Shiki pause and admit that was true. He then shouted again with excitement, saying sweet, and urged them all to hurry and get it done, which made Masumi curse under his breath and comment on how noisy he was. Hyoya informed them that Ukiyo was in another room and asked if they should head over. As they all left the meeting room, some Oni called out to Mudano, making him turn toward them. The eyeglasses-wearing Oni happily commented that he had seen the battle from afar and praised him, saying it was awesome. He said he was deeply impressed by his overwhelming power, to which Mudano just stared silently. The Oni then requested that he return to the combat division, and as he was explaining that everyone would be so happy to receive training from him, Mudano apologized and said he had no intention of doing so. The Oni was stunned by this and asked what he meant, then pointed out that someone as skilled as him being a teacher was a complete waste, which made Mudano stare at him again. He added that it was just sad that he would choose children over their frontline fighters. Masumi cut in and told this Oni to shut up, saying Mudano had already told him he wouldn't do it, so their talk was done. The Oni tried again to convince them, saying come on, it was such a waste, especially with Mudano's skills. He pointed out that he was in awe of how strong Mudano was, and the only reason he was saying it was because he admired him. Masumi's tone grew serious, and he asked if this Oni thought that adding, because I admire you, gave him a free pass to say whatever he wanted. Masumi's voice gradually became threatening as he stepped closer, asking if he was only saying that because he liked Mudano, then ordered him to stop using his feelings as a bargaining chip to manipulate him into doing what he wanted, calling him an asshole. In an eerie tone, he added that people who use things as shields to manipulate others into doing what they want are what they call pieces of shit. He said this Oni was spouting that kind of trash, yet hoping people wouldn't hate him, then told him not to make him laugh, calling him a scumbag. Masumi followed by saying that if this Oni wanted Mudano to return because he wanted to get stronger, then he should just say that directly. Kaoru then stepped in, calming Masumi down and saying that was enough, pointing out that the Oni they were talking to looked like he was on the verge of dying. To ease the tension, Kaoru clapped his hands and explained that what their captain was really trying to say was that they should respect others' decisions about how they want to live. The Oni responded that his words were perfect, praising him as amazing and so nice. Kaoru added something else that caught the Oni's attention. As he approached and poked his chest, Kaoru pointed out that he had used the word sad, saying that was uncalled for. Kaoru's tone suddenly turned frightening as he told him that using sad to make things more emotional and sink deeper into someone's heart actually revealed his nasty personality, so he should be careful. This made the Oni nervous again, thinking to himself that Kaoru really had nailed the coffin on him. As expected from Masumi's right-hand man, his gentle face only made him scarier. Mudano then spoke to Masumi, saying he had really gone out of his way, to which Masumi told him to knock it off. Shiki then cut in and commented that he also couldn't figure out why Mudano was teaching, and Kaoru admitted that, honestly, he didn't know all the details either. He explained to Shiki that ever since Mudano became the youngest captain of the combat unit, he had been someone who piled up all sorts of achievements. When he was about to explain about an incident that had occurred, he suddenly stopped, which confused Shiki. Kaoru added that actually, he didn't know all the specifics, but maybe what Mudano needed to do, even if it meant discarding all the achievements he had gained, was to become a teacher. He said he believed the day would come when Mudano would tell him personally about it, which Shiki understood, then decided to ask Mudano right then, but Kaoru stopped him. Kaoru explained that probably now wasn't the right time, while thinking to himself that Shiki had caught him off guard, while Shiki showed a puzzled expression that made him look like a fool. Mudano then called out to Shiki and ordered him to wake the others, which he immediately did. After waking them, they stood in a line at one side of the room, as did the adults. They then went to Ukiyo, whom Masumi approached as medical equipment was attached all over him. Masumi said he had done some research and asked if he was right that Ukiyo has a sick daughter. He added that Ukiyo had even taken out a large insurance policy on himself, just so he could still provide for her even if he died. But that money wouldn't come unless he really did die. So Masumi said that once they undid the brainwashing, he would make sure to kill him right away. He explained that he would use his corpse as a death certificate and send it to the momos carried by the prisoners. Kyoya then knocked on the door and said he had brought Yusurube, which made Shiki turn. When they entered, Yusurube looked utterly downcast, prompting worried looks from them, but he didn't return their gazes and just slumped. Kyoya slowly helped him approach Ukiyo, and when they reached his bed, Kyoya told Ukiyo that he wanted him to undo Yusurube's brainwashing. Ukiyo looked at them and extended his hand from under the blanket. Kyoya then instructed Yusurube to take his hand. Yusurube stared at it for a moment, then slowly reached out, while Ukiyo quietly watched him do so. But before he could touch Ukiyo's hand, Fumino suddenly appeared behind him and called out in confusion, which made his eyes widen in shock. He turned back with a face twisted in disbelief, and Fumino, with a pitiful expression, asked him where he was going. Shiki was confused to see this, while Kyoya asked what was wrong, and Yusurube pointed out that she was right there. He told them all that his little sister was there. Shiki's face reflected the weight of what he was feeling as he looked at him, while the others also turned to Yusurube as he insisted that his sister really was there. Kyoya spoke to him and pointed out that it wasn't real and was only a hallucination. When he was about to say that his sister was already dead, Yusurube began to tremble, and soon he could no longer stop himself from crying, saying that even so, he didn't want to let go of his sister. Yusurube added that he did not want to leave his little sister. Out of worry, Shiki tried to approach him, but Kogasaki stopped him, making him turn to look in that direction, though he followed along when he realized what Kogasaki meant. Yusurube explained that it was fine even if he ended up alone and never saw anyone else again. He added that after all, he wasn't causing trouble for anyone. He continued, saying that besides that, he had no way of returning to Resetsu now, so he pleaded to be allowed to live quietly together with his younger sister. Mudano told him that his punishment still remained undetermined, but said that only Yusurube himself held the decision for his own path afterward. However, he asked if he would live bound to the dead, or if he would carry their feelings and experiences into the future, then told him that he was the one who had to choose. Clasping his fists tightly in anguish and weighed down by heavy feelings, Yusurube begged for it to stop. He said he did not want to be separated from Fumino any further, since she was the only family he had left. If he were to lose his little sister too, he said, he would end up completely alone. He added that Fumino was still so young, and he wished she could have had all sorts of experiences. After that, he tried talking to the hallucination of Fumino before him, asking if she hadn't said before that she wanted to go to the zoo, and promised that he would take her there. He added that they could also go to the aquarium or the amusement park, then asked if there was anywhere else she wanted to go. He told her that wherever she wanted to go, he would take her, and he promised it. Afterward, he asked again where she wanted to go, but Fumino didn't answer and only stared at him. Before long, Fumino smiled softly and answered that she wanted to go to the sky, which left Yusurube utterly shocked and confused. He asked in distress why she would say such a thing, insisting that she did not need to go to a place like that. Fumino then said that doesn't he already understand, while calling him Big Brother. She told him that Fumino was already gone, which only made the weight in his heart heavier. Yusurube lowered his head at that, still in denial, shouting that it wasn't true. He insisted that his sister was still there. Fumino swallowed hard as she looked at him, then suddenly yelled that Yusurube looked lame, which grabbed his attention. She gave him a homework assignment, that he had to show her all of his coolest sides, do his best to help many people, and save those in danger. Calmly, Fumino added that she knew he had done many bad things for her sake too, but Yusurube protested and said she was wrong. He insisted that he did it because he wanted to, and because she was important to him. Fumino smiled at him and said she knew that deep down, her big brother was kind and cool too. She said she wanted many people to know the real him. She told him she would be waiting above the clouds. She asked him to promise that someday he would tell her lots of his awesome stories, and said that would be his assignment and also her souvenir. She also reminded him to make sure not to forget her souvenir next time. Just as Yusurube was about to start talking again that he will be if he let her go, Fumino told him it would be okay, and while pointing behind him, said that after all, he was no longer alone. When he turned toward where she was pointing, he saw Shiki and the rest of his classmates from Resetsu Academy standing there, ready to support him like a light in his darkness. Upon seeing that, Yusurube agreed with Fumino and said he would do his best, and that her big brother would be useful to many people. He turned back to Fumino after that, and as a smile returned to his face, he told her that he'll become a big brother she could be proud of, to which Fumino happily answered okay. After that, Yusurube tried to stand after kneeling for so long, but he stumbled, looking as if he had lost his strength. Before he could collapse completely, someone quickly supported him by the shoulder, and it turned out to be Shiki. Yusurube smiled at that and expressed his thanks. Shiki looked toward Fumino and said he couldn't see her, but he was sure she was there. He declared, with the support of the rest of their classmates behind him, that she should leave her big brother in his care and that he would never let him be alone. Fumino thanked him for that, while Yusurube continued holding Yukiu's hand. Because of that, the bacteria inside Yukiu's body began to disappear, and while it was happening, Yusurube called out to Fumino, catching her attention. He apologized to her for not being able to protect her, and also for not taking her to all the places he had mentioned. He added that he was sorry for showing her his uncool side. Just as Yusurube was about to explain further what kind of big brother he was to her, Fumino sighed, a mixture of irritation and tenderness in her voice. After that, Yusurube thanked her for being his little sister, which clearly surprised Fumino and gave her a warm feeling deep within. She turned toward Yusurube and saw him crying heavily while smiling as he promised her that they would meet again. Soon after, Fumino began to gradually fade away, and with the mix of sadness and happiness they felt in that moment, she teared up and before long cried fully as she looked at her brother. Fumino, smiling brightly through her tears, waved and cheerfully told her brother goodbye, saying they would see each other again soon. Before long, Fumino completely vanished, while Yusurube steeled himself as he let go of his beloved sister. His friends watched him overcome this painful decision, with some of them even crying over his situation. As he continued sobbing with his nose running, he spoke to Fumino in his heart and told her that someday they would surely meet again, and until then, goodbye. After that, Yusurube wiped his tears, then gave everyone there a deep bow and said that he was truly sorry. He admitted that what he did could never be forgiven, no matter how much he apologized. He added that no matter how many times he said sorry, it would never be enough for hurting so many people. Shiki then tried to tell him that he had only done those things because he was brainwashed, but Yusurube immediately rejected that and said that even so, he still wanted to apologize and once again said sorry. Furthermore, he said he also wanted to thank everyone while looking at his classmates. He explained that even though it wouldn't be surprising if they had abandoned and hated him, they did not let go of him and even went so far as to call him a friend, so he thanked them as well. After that, he stood before Mudano and said he was ready to accept whatever punishment awaited him. Mudano told him that the final decision regarding his punishment would be put on hold until the investigation was complete. Because of that, Shiki showed joy and cheerfully said that they would bring the Oni here who could prove that he had nothing to do with what had happened. Nonetheless, Yusurube still bowed his head in shame and apologized again for everything he had done, while Yaoroshi and Shiki, now happily with their arms around each other's shoulders, told him not to worry, saying that they would all go there together and get it done in no time. However, their plan was quickly ruined when Mudano told them that only he, Shiki, and Kogasaki would go, which left Shiki and Yaoroshi speechless and asking why. Mudano explained that since they were short-staffed after the battle, those who stayed behind would help with recovery, and he told Yusurube that he would remain on standby. Kyoya then clapped his hands to get their attention, and when they turned to him, he asked if they were finished there. When they agreed, he said he would handle the rest and asked everyone to leave the room. Shiki then asked if what he meant was dealing with what was left of Ukyo, to which Kyoya confirmed and said that afterward they would cremate his body and return the ashes to Kakuryu. Upon hearing that, Shiki immediately volunteered and asked them to let him be the one to finish it, which puzzled Ukyo. He repeated his request and explained that he had decided he would be the one to kill him. Kyoya thought about it for a moment and looked to Mudano for his opinion, and Mudano nodded as a sign to let Shiki do it. So he agreed to Shiki's wish. Yaoroshi then called out to Shiki and asked if he wanted everyone to stick around and watch, but Shiki declined and said it was fine. Yaoroshi understood and told him they would just be outside, so they all waved goodbye to Shiki. After that, Shion also said his farewells and mentioned they had things to do, which made Taiga angry. He told him not to even think about it, called him an idiot, and ordered him to get back to work. Inami then said they would return after helping out, and Kaoru said that if he needed anything, they would be right outside. After that, only Shiki, Kyoya, Masumi, and the dying Ukyo were left inside the room. Shiki pulled out his blood revolver and prepared himself. Masumi also drew his knife and told Shiki that if he messed up, he would finish it himself, adding sternly not to butcher it. Kyoya then instructed him to shoot Ukyo in the heart so that his body could be returned in a clean condition. Shiki aimed his revolver at Ukyo and slowly cocked it. He spoke to him and declared that they would be the last generation to have blood on their hands. He then slowly squeezed the trigger, and not long after, the room echoed with a loud bang from his revolver. Blood spewed from Ukyo when the bullet struck his chest, and after enduring the pain, he looked at Masumi and suddenly grabbed him by the arm, prompting Kyoya to quickly move and draw a scalpel from his hospital robe while calling Masumi's name in worry. Ukyo then seemed to mutter something into Masumi's ear, which made him question it, and, visibly triggered, demand what the hell he thought he was doing. However, before he could answer, Ukyo immediately let go, and his heart monitor flatlined completely, prompting Masumi to click his tongue in annoyance. Kyoya was confused about this, and he called him over. He then told him to handle the cleanup, which surprised Kyoya, but he obeyed right away, while Shiki wondered what was going on. After that, he looked down at his own hand and stared at it intently, then thought to himself that he had killed someone of his own free will. He took a deep breath after realizing that, then clenched his hand tightly. He stepped out of the room and was greeted by his friends, where Yaoroshi praised him, saying nice work. Shiki waved back at them in agreement. As they all walked together, Yaoroshi asked him if anything had happened inside the room, to which Shiki replied that nothing had, and that he honestly didn't know either. Yaoroshi then said that Masumi had left together with Mudano and Kyoya, and that they also took Yusuru Bei with them, which puzzled Shiki. When they reached a corner, something caught his attention, and when he looked, he saw a group there, making him ask if wasn't Mudano and the others. They saw that Masumi was gripping Mudano by the collar, while worry was written all over Kyoya's and Yusurubei's faces, so they asked if the group was fighting or what was going on. Masumi then began walking toward them, so they turned to him, and when he reached them, Shiki asked if something had happened. But Masumi just walked past him and told him to shut his mouth. Because of that, Shiki trembled with anger, while Mudano simply ignored it. Mudano then said that it didn't concern them, so they shouldn't worry about it anymore. Because of this, Shiki asked what it was about, to which Yaoroshi replied that he didn't know either. The scene then suddenly shifted to Momojirushi General Hospital. Here, we enter the VIP-only exam room where Ukyo's daughter was confined. The doctor was speaking to his wife and commented that he could imagine how difficult Mr. Ukyo's situation must be for her, to which his wife replied that as the wife of a Mamataro, she had always been prepared for whatever might come. After that, the doctor asked if they had enough money for Temari's operation, to which Ukyo's wife honestly answered that as of now, the amount they had would not be enough. She explained that even if they received all the insurance money from her husband being killed in the line of duty, it still wouldn't be sufficient. She added that she had borrowed everything she possibly could from different places, and even then, it wasn't enough, which made her ask in despair if she was destined to lose both her husband and Temari. She began to break down, and with a trembling voice, she said that she was willing to accept whatever might happen to her, but she pleaded with the doctor to at least let her keep Temari, the one she and her husband held most dear. The doctor then said that maybe there was still something they could do, but their talk was interrupted when a loud thud was heard at the door. This startled the doctor, and he wondered aloud who it was since no one had entered. He went to the door and opened it, then asked who had kicked it. Something on the ground immediately caught his attention, and when he looked, he saw 2 briefcases with a note attached that read, "Anonymous Momo Donor," which made him question what it was. He bent down and opened them to check the contents, and upon seeing what was inside, his face suddenly shifted to one of shock and bewilderment. He quickly called out to Ukiyo's wife, Momo Jiwa, and asked her to look at it. He said that with this, surely it would be enough to cover the cost of the surgery, which left Momo Jiwa equally stunned and wondering who in the world could have given it. 2 people were talking here, and one of them commented that so it was true that Yukiyu's child was sick, to which the other replied that even so, that doesn't make what he did okay. But he added that it looked like Ukiyo had realized he was doing something wrong, since it turned out that every security camera in the entire city had been shut off. The other man then said that Ukiyo was probably worried that HQ might discover all sorts of things, and luckily, that meant their fight with him didn't get exposed either. Still, he added, he was happy to contribute because he wanted to accumulate good karma. Then he asked his companion what he got out of it, pointing out that he didn't really gain any benefit from paying. He also said that he couldn't possibly shoulder such a large amount on his own, to which the other agreed and added that even so, it didn't really mean anything special. After that, it was fully revealed that it was Osuke and Tsukiyomi who were speaking and who had left the briefcases. And here Osuke added that it was merely a small token of condolence, to which Tsukiyomi remarked that it was quite a grand token of condolence. Osuke then expressed his mild frustration that all the money he had earned up until now had gone down the drain, which made Tsukiyomi laugh as he said that it looked like they would just have to work their tails off.